Okay, we'll call the meeting to order. Regular meeting of the Nevada Irrigation Board of Directors, April 28th, 2021. Welcome board, staff, and our potential new general manager, Jennifer Hanson. Join me with a pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Madam Secretary, would you call the roll, please?
I will. Division 1 is present. Can we hear you, Division 1? You can't hear us.
She can't hear us.
Okay. It might be on your end. She can't hear us. So that's not going to be good. We are not muted. We are live and not muted. I'm going to come back to you while you're working on that. Division 2?
Here.
Division 3? Here. Division 4? Here. Division 5?
Here.
Thank you. And back to Division 1. Director Heck, can you hear us?
Oh, now she's calling on the phone.
Can staff hear us?
We can't hear you.
Can't hear you guys either.
Now we can hear you.
I think Chris must, well, are you hearing me on the phone or on? Oh, she must have had me on mute because now I can hear. Okay, thank you.
Now can you still hear?
She's on board.
Now can you still hear? Oh, that was my phone doing that.
Yeah.
My phone allowed her to hear.
What?
Yes. Well, I was talking to her on the phone, we could hear her, now we can't.
Now I can't hear you.
Oh, there she is.
She's on speaker.
That's weird, but through Chris's phone.
Oh, it's off now.
Chris's phone.
Can you hear us, Ricky?
Nope. No.
Oh, jeez. Where's John? Okay, she's back on the phone.
I don't know what's happening, but I can't hear you except for on the phone.
Yeah, me too.
Okay.
All right, so
I show that I'm unmuted on my screen, and so maybe Chris Stepanian can help out here. Maybe she's got me muted for some reason.
no, she says she doesn't.
No, I believe she's going to have to reconnect her audio.
I don't know what to do.
Yeah,
You what?
log out and log back in.
You have to log back in.
Yes, on the phone, but not. Yeah, but not on the speaker. We're hearing you on the speaker when you talk on the phone.
She's on that speaker.
Okay.
That's through his iPhone.
It's on, right?
She can only hear Chris.
Okay, how's that?
Okay, I'm gonna hang up the phone and see if it works.
Okay, I think we got it. Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, we got it.
Yay.
Hey.
Thank you. Thank you for that brief interruption. Sorry.
Thank you, John. Thank you for what you did. Okay. Now, can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, very good.
Thank you.
All right. So our first item, time certain general order, is to consider the general manager employment agreement with Jennifer Hanson. And I'd like to just take a few moments to say a couple of things. It's been a long process. I want to thank the board, the staff. I want to especially thank Gary Phillips at Robert Murray and Company, doing a very professional job of the selection process. And early on, Jennifer's name floated to the top from him, and then it floated to the top again. And so it was a pleasure going through the process and being affirmed that indeed she was our candidate. So it was a fun process. I was reminiscing a little bit in my mind that we get this fun time this morning just for a few minutes to put our difficult agenda aside and just have a good time. So we're looking forward to a good run. I think it's a momentous day, given that it's our 100-year anniversary, and we've already broken one record, and now we're breaking another one, and that's an exciting transition into our next century at NID, and I think it's I'm really looking forward to it, and so I'm really excited today. At this time, I would entertain a motion first and then some discussion, if you would.
Mr.
Ricky?
Chair, yes, I would like to make the motion. And before that, I'll say something very brief. You know, Director, President Beerwagen and I worked really hard as the ad hoc committee to bring this to this point. And the whole board worked very, very hard reviewing all of these candidates. And this is truly, the choice of Jennifer, I feel, is transformational for NID. And I'm thrilled, and I echo everything that Director Beerwagen said, and it is my privilege then to move approval for the employment agreement with Jennifer L. Hanson.
Do I have a second?
I'll have a second.
I have a second from Director Hall. Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry, Laura, you get to talk first.
No, that's fine. I too, I'm thrilled. This is monument. This is really a wonderful time of transformation and moving into the next century of delivering water and hydroelectric power. It's really exciting. So I'm happy to have your technology.
Karen, would you like to say something?
I think that being our 100th anniversary, this is one of the most important and pivotal points of NID's history. And I have complete confidence that with your leadership and the leadership of others within the NID team, and a strong board, that we can provide the leadership that's needed for the district so that we continue to provide water to our communities for the next 100+ years.
All right.
Well said, Karen. Thank you.
Hanson.
Jennifer, welcome. I think the timing is right, and you're going to succeed here because we're going to help you succeed. You're going to help us be a better board. I think you are inheriting a department, heads and staff, and all the employees of NID that are incredible. Yeah, I think you're walking into a really good situation with some very confident and outstanding professional people. So we're all going to make it better. Thank you.
Thank you, Rich. Okay, at this time, we'll take public comment. Any member of the public who would like to comment on this action, star 9 your phone at this time. One last chance. If you'd like to comment on the employment agreement between Nevada Irrigation District and Jennifer Hanson, star 9 your phone to speak. Okay, seeing none. Madam Secretary, would you call the roll, please?
Yes. Division 1.
Yes.
Division 3. Aye. Division 5.
Yes.
Division 4. Aye. Division 2.
Aye. Thank you very much. Congratulations, Jennifer.
Thank you.
And welcome to NID. And at this time, we're going to take a half-an-hour recess so that we can get to meet and greet Jennifer at this time. So rejoin us, if you'd like, at about 20 minutes to 10. Okay? Meeting is back in session. Can you hear us, Ricky?
I can.
Okay, good. So we're back in general session, the Nevada Irrigation District Board of Directors meeting. Next item is public comment for those items not on today's agenda. If you'd like to comment on any subject pertaining or germane to NID at this time, not on the agenda, star 9 your phone. Okay, last chance. If you'd like to make public comment on items not on the agenda at today's meeting, star 9 your phone. Okay, seeing none, we'll move on. Next is informational items that you should have received in your packet. Everyone, does any board member have a question about those or comment about them? Okay, go ahead, Karen.
I just wondered, how much land does NID own and how much is in high-risk fire zone?
Generally, if I remember this correctly, NID owns roughly 10,000 acres land. And if I recall correctly, roughly 7,000 of those are
in forested zones. I haven't run that number in a while, so I think that is the number.
Lisa may know.
Yeah, roughly
Right.
7,000 is in the upper division forested lands, surrounding campgrounds, surrounding reservoirs, et cetera, water treatment plants, that sort of thing. But 10,000 in total, and then roughly 7,000 of those, I believe, are of kind of the wildland fire area.
I think quantifying the, high risk or not would be more subjective, you know.
We're all, everything's
It's all
high risk.
forest, so
Yeah.
it's all, yeah, it would all burn.
Well, I just wanted to commend the district's efforts in the area of the meadow restoration, forest health work, and I wholeheartedly support that, and our investment in that, I think, is critical for the future. I'm gonna kind of run through them and then I'll stop. Under safety, I assume we are, recording our accident history trends, and I thought that might be a good thing to report there and to have, I mean, again, acknowledgement of the staff, for, kind of working with safety in mind. You know, I'm sorry, back to the forest health and meadow restoration. That is, I think, a misunderstood opportunity for a water district, and oftentimes people think of that as like airy-fairy, kind of work. And don't understand the scientific research that shows that actually results in more water coming into the watershed.
That's a really good point.
And I think that if we could, really play that up in our communications effort, that would be terrific.
Yeah, it's a real double whammy, right?
Yeah,
We
that's
reduce
right.
fire severity, by removing the trees, and I gotta tell you, the amount of dead and dying trees that are happening just over this winter is incredible.
Yeah.
The effort to go into that is not small.
Right.
And then, but yes, the more straws in the ground.
Yeah, that's right. It's a great analogy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, I also wanted to just commend your communication efforts. I appreciate the number of press releases. You can see the engagement of the community with that information that you're working on. And I think that also facilitates us as board members being able to re-communicate that to our stakeholders. So we're reinforcing your positive messages. So thank you for that. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Karen. Anybody else? Laura?
I have a question. On the engineering report, the sediment study for the reservoir sediment, we received the draft in January, and I was just wondering the status of that. It says they're still under review.
Yeah, I don't have the actual date of when we will have that complete. I know it's close. Is Doug Roderick on the phone at all? No? Doug, maybe raise your hand. If you're out there, if you have an answer to this. I know it's close, Director Peters, but I'm not sure the date.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so we're undergoing additional revisions internally. I hope to have that document available in June.
Thank you, Doug.
Additional revisions, so revisions to the bathymetry, or?
No, it's the internal, the way the document's worded and how it's laid out and the information in there. It needs some additional work before it's ready to be released for you guys to review.
Our administrative review of the.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Okay. All right. Thanks.
That it?
Let's see. Oh, and the hydroelectric, Kian's here, so hi Kian, thank you. I was wondering, what's the status of the South Sutter Water District?
Oh, yes.
That wasn't reported out as an update. It's been a while since we've heard on it.
The microphone here. It's under negotiations. Their board has accepted our term sheet, and the attorneys are crafting the contract now.
Oh, okay.
Oh, cool.
So did you participate in their, spring cleaning or whatever they did?
We did. We went down there and watched the work that they did and kind of oversaw, so we knew how it would work
Okay.
going forward.
So it went well then, it's progressing?
I think so. Yeah. There's just no milestones to report at this point, so.
Yeah, that's great. I know that's so good. They've accepted it, so that's great news.
Yep.
Okay. And then one other quick question on the generation report. It notes, you cite that there's no page number, so I don't know what page it is. Maybe it's on the first page. First page of your report. It cites the powerhouses, and it says average generation, and it says current generation.
Yep.
So is the average generation for the averages since we've been doing hydroelectric compared to this, average of this month or average of this?
Yeah, I don't have the page in front of me, but I believe it says on the bottom there that it's the running 5-year average for the month.
There's no footnote on it, so.
Okay.
So it's for the month, though, it's the average.
Average monthly generation for that month over the last 5 years.
First 5
Yeah.
years. Okay. 5 years, and is there any significance to 5 years, or that's just?
It's just a number we picked that was readily available and seemed,
Right, and so, but it's through the drought times, it's through the.
There are good years, there are drought years,
Yeah.
We've had some really high highs and some really low lows in there, so, yeah.
Okay, well, super.
Attorney Peters, I can clarify just that question. It does state it right here in the report description. It's page 53. Average generation is based on the monthly generation from the previous.
Oh, okay, I was looking for a footnote, okay.
Okay.
There we go.
Yeah, it's just off to the right.
Okay.
When it doesn't fit, I've been pushing them to the right.
Okay.
Trying to add page numbers so you can refer to them.
Okay, thank you, oversight on my part. Thank you.
Peters?
That's it.
Okay, Director Hall had another question?
So Keegan, a related question is, how will that, it looks like the hydropower generation is probably gonna be a problem for us through the spring. And, I wondered, how does that impact, our revenue projections for your area for this fiscal year?
And so there are a couple of different ways and pieces of data that I've tried to give you to help explain that. So the page with the availability numbers on it speaks to what our budgeted availability is and what our actual availability was. And so for those 4 powerhouses, they're based entirely on the availability. So we're actually ahead on our availability above the budget there. Now the 3 other powerhouses, the Scotts Flat, Combi North, and Combi South, that's where the generation numbers are more important. And Combi South, it's going to be a pretty miserable year at Combi South this year. There's just not a whole lot of water there to deal with. Scotts Flat, we'll have a rough spring, but as irrigation demands come up, which is when peak pricing is and which is when we really see the revenue, I hope to recover some of the lost spring time there. But we'll have to see how the drought restrictions play in, how water conservation plays in. So it's just a little early to guesstimate on those 2 powerhouses.
Okay. So, too early to say overall where our revenue will be with hydro.
But generally, on the 4 large powerhouses, we're doing extremely well. And and that's why the board chose to structure that contract that way as an availability-based contract. It helps to insulate us from the drought conditions. So when we have a dry year, it doesn't hurt quite as much. Now, the other side of that coin is that when we get a really rainy year, we don't recognize the revenue increases there, but,
So how much, excuse me, for
No, go
my
ahead.
follow-up question on that, because it's very fascinating about the power purchase agreement and drought. Is there some provision in there for less income?
as long as we're available, we get paid.
So there is no, drought or not, we get paid.
And that's why, yes, that's why the
Okay.
contract was structured in
That's
that,
what I
that
thought
manner.
was. This is great, yeah.
And that contract is through 2032, is that
33,
2033?
yeah.
And in your, this is jumping ahead to another item, but you had mentioned some of our plants are run-of-the-river,
Correct.
and that's the combi. Which plants do we have that are run-of-the-river?
So truly run-of-the-river, purely run-of-the-river is Combi South. So it only runs when there's excess water in the system, when it's raining or Rollins is spilling. It's the only one that I would classify as a pure run-of-the-river plant.
And what about Combi North then?
So Combi North is mainly driven by irrigation demands during the summer months. So in the winter, it can act as a run-of-the-river plant, but most of the revenue, most of the production out of the north comes during irrigation season. when we're.
That goes directly into Combi South.
Yeah, and that's just a half a megawatt, right?
So
It's not.
No, it's not. Well, that was misspoke.
Yeah, so Combi North flows into the Phase One canal there.
Yeah.
The south flows into the Bear River, and it's rated at about half a megawatt, but it's been downrated because there are some problems with the intake there, so it's only good for about 375 kW.
Oh.
So.
Okay, 375. Okay.
All right.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, Ken. Director Johansson, how about Director Heck? Do you have any questions on the department updates?
No, but I do appreciate getting them. So thank you, everyone. I'm liking how this new format is working.
Yes.
Yeah.
Very good. Thank you, Greg, for that. Okay, next item is the consent agenda. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh. Thank you, Dustin. Is there any public comment on the information items as presented this morning? Star 9 your phone. Okay. Last chance, if you'd like to comment on the information items, star 9 your phone. Okay, seeing none, we will move on then to the consent agenda. Do I have a motion for the consent agenda? Approve the consent agenda.
I move to approve the consent agenda.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. President, I do have, was it intentional to have the Ridge Village Waterline Extension Conveyance Agreement on consent? Because I just had a question about it. I'm happy with everything, but I just have a question about that one item.
Great.
Well, if you have a question, then we should pull it, and yeah, it was the intent to bring it to consent.
It wasn't intent to bring it to consent.
It was the intent to bring it in.
If you have a question,
okay. Okay, well then, if you would amend your motions, please, to pull item 6, and then I would be ready for the vote on items 2, 3, 4, and 5 on the consent.
So, I move to amend the motion.
Okay, is there a second to amendment?
Second.
Okay. All those in favor of amending the motion? Aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Was that a mistake, Chris? That's my training, I'm sorry.
So we don't clutter our minutes, why don't we just withdraw the original motion?
Okay.
And the motion that I heard, Director Johansson, was consent items 2 through 5.
Yes. Do you want me to make it?
Yes, I did read that in the policy. We can just change the motion. That's what we can do.
So I'm moving to approve the consent agenda 2, 3, 4, 5.
Second.
Okay, Madam Secretary, you call the roll, please.
Yes. Division 1,
Yes.
Division 3,
Aye.
Division 5,
Yes.
Division 4,
Aye.
Division 2.
Aye. Okay, we'll take up number 6. Ricky,
Thank
go
you.
ahead.
Thank you. So if someone there can clarify for me the difference in this Ridge project paying their capacity fees for the total of the 35 lots at this point in time, or when they make the offer of dedication, and compare that so that I can understand how that is different than an item that we're going to see later. So is what is being proposed on the Ridge capacity fees, is that the same? In other words, are we looking at apples and apples, or are they apples and oranges?
So, morning, Dr. Heck, this is Shannon Wood. The Ridge Village subdivision is going forth per policy. So our policy says that when a subdivision is creating 5 or more lots, the developer is required to prepay all capacity fees for each new lot. So it's standard for Ridge Village. The other item that you're going to see later is a request to modify what we normally do.
Right. So then going back to the Ridge Village, what I noticed in the documents was that those capacity fees are being paid at the point at which they make an offer of dedication. Is that right? Or do they get paid at some other point in time?
No, so the process is that those capacity fees are documented as a condition within our conveyance agreement. So the conveyance agreement is at the beginning of the process. The plans have been reviewed. Engineering manager has signed off on them. They're ready for construction. So the conveyance agreement handles all of the insurance requirements, the expectation of a
Right.
maintenance bond at the end. So the developer's on notice that before NID will accept the new pipeline for those lots that will be created, we're going to require that payment. So they can pay it now and satisfy the condition. They can pay it just before we accept the offer of dedication and pay it then.
I
They
see.
have any time in between there to pay, but it must be paid before we accept the pipe.
I see. Okay, well, thank you for that clarification, and I'm ready to approve of this item. I support this item.
Is that a motion?
Is that a motion?
I have questions.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve item 6, Ridge Village Waterline Extension Conveyance Agreement.
I'll second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Director Peters?
I have some questions. I didn't know if this was on the consent or not, but I did have questions on this particular one. I was looking at the capacity charges, and in the schedule it says capacity pre-2007 and post-2007. What happened in 2007 that makes it such a difference in capacity?
In 2007, our annexation process changed, where pre-2007, we charged an acreage fee for the annexation that would happen. After 2007, we changed the process of how we collect annexation fees, and so it was incorporated into the capacity charge fee. It has something to do with property taxes, I believe.
You're stretching my memory.
Okay. It's been a long time.
It seems like it shouldn't be such a double standard.
How I would have answered that question, my memory, which admittedly may be flawed here, is it was just a distinction. We had done a new capacity fee study. And the pre-2007 was operating under the prior study, and post-2007 was the new study.
And are we obligated to keep that in perpetuity, or why do we have to keep that?
No, we're actually probably due for another capacity fee study to update the figures.
Yeah,
Should
that's
do
what I
it.
requested last
Law
year.
doesn't require it being done every, defined set of years, but you should do it fairly regularly.
Very good, and we haven't done it since 2007.
I don't believe so.
Because most of,
Oh, no, we have a capacity study that was done in 2014, I believe.
and that's still 6 years ago.
Right, I believe it was,
I mean,
it's typically an every 5 years.
Every 5 years, so it's due. And I remember in our rates last year, we talked about we needed to do that. Because most of the acreage is in the distance. There are some outlying areas, but it doesn't seem, it seems like we're losing a lot of money on some of these capacity fees. It's just between the two, it's like a $5,000 difference per unit between pre.
Right, because most of our lands are already within NAD's district.
Right. So I think that we should revisit, once again, I think we should revisit that schedule. And then my next.
Can I just say something more?
Yeah.
I agree with having a broader conversation about this, because I really don't understand why we have two schedules, related to some of these fees. The differences are pretty dramatic, and it seems that in other utilities, you don't have this kind of, and I'm, certainly not an expert on this, but this seems like an unusual circumstance. So I think that'd be an aside to go into that today, but would just request that I get a better understanding of what the foundation for this is and what options we have to unify the pricing structure.
And there's examples like this throughout the schedule.
Exactly.
The schedules have a lot of these type of information.
And Dustin, is this, covered by 218 capacity fee increase?
No,
This
no,
different?
it's not a property-related fee, so it's outside Proposition 218. There are still legal process, legal requirements that you have to undertake.
Okay,
And it would be helpful to know.
And I think it's to our advantage to do that.
okay, duly noted.
Okay. And then looking at this, it's always so hard to understand what's going on in these figures, but, in the figure that's on the last page, is this, so it seems like this is, and it's hard to tell, but, we put in that new upsized pipeline on Ridge Road there, right in this vicinity. Is this tying in, is this orange line, I don't know what size these lines are, but is this orange line tying into that pipeline we just installed, or we're in the middle of installing?
The existing line on Ridge Road that was upsize. I'm not sure or certain of the location where they did the upsizing, but it was all an existing line. So any line that you see in blue, illustrated in blue, is an existing district water line, and the orange would be the new proposed water line.
What size are these lines?
The existing line?
Both of them.
Well, the new line's gonna be an 8-inch line.
This one's 8 inches.
So this,
What's the blue one on Ridge Road?
I actually don't know.
Does you know?
I believe it's a 12-inch, but let's take that
Is
with
it
a
a
grain of
different
salt.
zone? So is it gonna loop, it's gonna loop this and create a loop, is it improving the circulation?
Through this new subdivision that's in
Yeah.
place?
Yeah, 'cause it's tying into Slate Creek and to Ridge Road, is that looping it?
Correct. It's all the same,
It's all tying in.
pressure zone that they're
So
tying.
it all the same pressure zones?
Yes,
That-
for those
that's-
particular ones. Yep.
And why are we putting a fire hydrant across the street for a development that's on the other side of the street?
That may have been that's not existing, that's a new one that they're proposing to install. It may have been a requirement from the fire department for them requesting that fire hydrant get put in there at the entrance of their subdivision, and it may have made more sense to be across the street than on the curb on the inside of the
And then they
subdivision.
have to do a line across the street?
They already gotta do a line across the street, they would tie into the existing line there, or tap into the new line where it's getting tapped in right next to it.
Say that again? I'm sorry?
So they're either gonna tie that fire hydrant into the existing line that their new line is tying into, since
Okay.
it's already on that side of the street, or they can come right off of the new line, when they tie into it before they go across the street, they could stub off with the 6-inch service for the
So if this is a 12-inch on Ridge Road, and we just put in a 20-inch, and I thought the 20-inch was up by Hughes Road, so we're having a 20-inch feed into
So,
a 12-inch?
I don't know for sure if that's a 12-inch. I'd be happy to have the sit down and talk more about the other project, which is you're referring to,
Yeah.
versus what's being discussed here today.
Yeah, it just seemed like that looked, it just struck me odd that it's tying into that, because I thought that was more like a transmission main, not a,
The new one.
right. But the new one's in Ridge Road, so I didn't know where it was in relation
There is
to.
parallel section in there, correct?
Oh, it's a parallel section.
Correct.
Oh, I see, okay. And the fire hydrant, because there's a fire hydrant right up the street, okay. All right, well, that's what I wanted to know, if it is improving the service by putting this in and looping it. And it is, you're saying it is improving the service.
It would improve circulation in Slate Creek a little bit, yes.
And
And obviously in this new subdivision where the new line going in, we'll have circulation because it's tied to the two sides. Correct.
We work with the fire department in order to understand where they want the fire hydrants. Isn't that correct, Doug? In terms of,
a subdivision, not necessarily. Typically, they put in the plans what they're looking for or needing to do to meet their requirements. And then we just go from there, whether we need to adjust the spacing, et cetera, and where they're located.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that is part of what the developer pays for also?
They're paying for all of that improvement that you're seeing there. Correct. All they're doing is conveying that to us when they're done.
Yeah, perfect. Okay, we're getting all the easements and the,
Absolutely. We get all the easements. They pay for all of our time to review and approve the plans and then inspect the project while they're installing it. That's all paid through the developer.
okay. And because they're doing the installation, they don't have to pay our installation charge, is that correct?
They just do a drop-in fee, is that correct? Is what she's asking, I believe, for the install.
When the meter is requested to be installed, it would be a drop-in installation.
The smaller fee on the schedule
Yeah,
versus
that's,
because
they waive it, because they're putting it, they're.
they install all of that, the
They
box and
install-
everything. It's all sitting there, so all we literally do is drop the meter.
And so we don't charge them to drop the meter.
They pay for the drop-in charge of the meter,
The
because that's
installation
paying for the meter itself in our time to go out and install it. But they're not paying for the service line, because it's being installed as part of the subdivision.
So they are paying the installation fee as well as the capacity fee. I didn't see.
Correct, the drop-in.
Yeah, I didn't see that in this,
That gets done when the meter gets requested and installed.
So the developer can they put in this entire line, they're paying a capacity fee for every new lot. They don't have to put in any meters. When, sometime down the road, if they want to put in 5 meters, they'll apply for 5 meters to go in, and they will pay the drop-in installation fee when those 5 meters get installed.
when they're installed, okay.
Yeah, it's only
Okay, well, that's
capacity
helpful.
fee that's required in that.
Okay, and so all 35 of these this is all one phase, they're all gonna do them all at once, and there's the whole subdivision in one shot, as opposed to phasing it.
Correct.
Okay, and then on the second page of the agreement, or the second whereas, on the agreement, the whereas, these plans and specifications contained in Exhibit A meet with the Department of Public Health. Was that the Department of Public Health drinking water, or what section of the department? I thought that drinking water went to State Water Board.
So the Department of Public Health, which, now may be, is there a new, I'm trying to think of the new acronym for it, and I'm drawing a blank. But it used to be, Department of Health Services, which was DHS, and then there was I apologize, I'm
Is it
struggling.
the drinking water portion? That went to the Water Board. The Water Board now has the drinking water portion of the Department of Public Health.
Then that may be the case. I mean, it's whatever the rules and regs are for the requirements, whether
I
that's.
would just double check to make sure that this is.
Yeah, if we
still
need to update our
Department of Public
document to reflect correctly what agency it goes to,
Yeah.
we can do that.
Health. I appreciate that, 'cause I think it's State Water Board.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure. Okay, and then just one final question. Why is this one, we're retroactively approving it? Was there a reason to say, instead of saying, typically, the agreements are effective the day that the district, the board adopts it, but here we're saying we're executing it on April 19th, but today's 28th.
Right, so we started doing that, when we did the district finance Waterline extension agreement, about maybe a year ago, that it was determined that the agreements coming to the board should be executed the date they're prepared for signature. So that's the date that I prepared the agreement and sent it to the developer for signature.
And Mr. Roth, the developer, signed it on the 19th.
So, okay, that's just, it's odd, because usually it's not approved until the district board approves it.
Yes, that's correct. This is not an effective agreement until the board acts.
Okay.
But if the board acts, then it dates back to when.
So if anything was spent between 19th and today, we reimburse them for. They don't wait till we approve it to do it, is that why?
We're not reimbursing them for anything.
Yeah, there's nothing to reimburse.
No,
It's just a practice that we're doing, it's just.
correct. Yeah, there's some legal reasons we want, if there was a large lag, we would want the insurance in place. We would want the developer, acting in accordance with the terms of the agreement, even though it hasn't been fully executed yet. So, this is actually a good one, because there's not much of a lag, right? The developer signed on the 19th, and it would be effective on the 19th, should the board approve.
Okay, all right, that was just curiosity. So, okay, I'm good.
I don't allow them to start, construction, just for your own information. Nothing's happening out on the site until this goes to the board and gets approved.
Okay.
So, just for a matter of clarification,
Okay. And that's why I would think that they wouldn't be authorized to do anything until, that it wouldn't be executed until the board adopts it.
They're getting insurance, they're getting bonds,
Yeah.
they're getting everything ready to go.
they're preparing, but.
It's just curious. Okay. Thank you.
CDPH, by the way, was the thing I was thinking of.
Oh.
The acronym.
California Department of Public Health.
Yeah, CDPH is the new
But I
acronym.
don't think they treated water anymore.
Yeah, we'll confirm that.
I can tell you for sure.
Thank you, Doug. Thank you, Shannon.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
We have a motion.
And a second.
Is there any more discussion? No, we do need a motion. We do need.
Well, no, I made the motion to approve it,
Motion. We need, and then we'll
and
need
Rich
public,
seconded it. Yeah.
Public comment.
okay. Is there any public comment on this item? Consent agenda number 6, Ridge Village Water Line Extension Conveyance. Star 9 your phone. Okay, seeing none. Madam Secretary, call the roll, please.
Division 1,
Yes.
Division 3. Aye. Division 5,
Yes.
Division 4. Aye. Division 2.
Aye. Thank you. Okay, so next item is general orders, and I'm proposing to initiate 2 changes in how we conduct our business that I had proposed to do when I took over as president. And I was reading the policy book recently, and guess what? They're right in there already. So I'm affirmed. So I was a trained parliamentarian, and I'm struggling with when to have the motion. The motion to proceed with the general order comes before we have discussion. And so I will initiate that process. Make the motion. You can discuss it, you can amend it, you can table it, you can do anything with it afterwards, but that'll help me to follow the process through. The other one now I'm forgetting. On general orders, motions, and well, I'll think of it later. Well, with that in mind,
Call for public comment on that.
What's going on right here?
who are we hearing?
Everybody?
Oh, the other thing I would like to propose, that in light of our challenges here, is that the board, asking the board to hold their questions while the staff is making a presentation, to allow the staff to go through their presentation and then go into the discussion time, rather than this convoluted way we finally get to the end. So those are two things I'm going to initiate today. So with that in mind, I would entertain a motion for general order number 7 to bring it off the agenda onto the table. So I'd like to make a motion.
So I'm going to move to receive and file NID 2020 Annual Risk Assessment Reports and the NID NERC Compliance Assessment Report for 2020 as prepared in accordance with the Nevada Irrigation District Internal Compliance Program.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Director Johansson, seconded by Director Hall. Is there any discussion on this item? Or, let's see, we'll need a presentation by the staff first. I'm sorry. Can't even follow my own procedure, right?
Excellent. I thought I was going to get off easy here today, so.
Such you're going to just run out the door?
Yeah. All right, good morning. My name is Kian Summers. I'm the hydroelectric manager. I am joined on the Zoom meeting here by Matt Barnes with GridSME, who is our consultant that helped us prepare this document. And I'm also joined with by Tina Conkle, our compliance technician, who has recently here stepped up to help us out with a lot of the compliance analyst duties. And I want to make sure we recognize her for that. We're here today to talk about the 2020 Annual Risk Assessment and 2020 NERC Compliance Assessment Report. This is a receive and file item, so all we're doing today is discussing it, and there's nothing needed there other than receiving the document. The documents were prepared in compliance with NID Board Policy 9400, which requires the creation of an internal compliance program. The NID internal compliance program requires that we create these reports and then we present them to the board for discussion. The compliance assessment is a backwards-looking document that reviews the work we've done over the last year. It's entirely focused on NERC compliance at Chicago Park and the Dutch Flat No. 2 Powerhouse, which are our only facilities registered by NERC. Think of it as an audit of the work that we've done over the last year. The risk assessment is a more forward-looking document that helps to identify how the district can strategically position itself moving forward, and we tend to take a more broad review of the department in that document in terms of its power generation activities. So with that, I'd like to introduce Matt, and Matt, if you can give a brief introduction of who you are, and we'd appreciate that, and then go ahead and run through your presentation.
Yeah, absolutely. Hello, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. So like Kian said, my name is Matt Barnes. I serve as GridSME's COO, CFO. A quick word about who our firm is, GridSME. We are a Folsom-based consulting and managed services firm focused on the electric utility industry. We serve our clients in a wide array of subject matter areas, including regulatory compliance, power engineering, and cybersecurity. We've been supporting NID's NERC internal compliance program for, I believe, approximately the last 7 years, dating back to 2014. So let's see. Chris, is the PowerPoint up for everyone? Are they seeing it?
I'm bringing it up now.
Okay, excellent. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Perfect. So let's go ahead to slide 2. As Kian said, annually, what we do as a third party consultant is we come in and we sit down with NID Hydro staff and perform 2 key assessments annually at the end of each year. Our first assessment, as Kian mentioned, is our NERC compliance self-assessment, and we do that at the end of each year, and we look back over the course of the year for all of the standards and requirements applicable to NID as a generator owner, generator operator, and we assess how are we doing. Do we have any compliance gaps? And then we document it and memorialize it with that report. And then the second annual assessment we conduct is the risk assessment. As Kian mentioned, it's a much more broad-looking, broad scope assessment that we do. We look at internal and external risk factors that could threaten NID Hydro's key business and organizational objectives. Our presentation today is going to detail our findings from those 2 assessments performed for 2020. Our presentation is structured to present the 5 high-level risk categories facing NID Hydro, and then we'll drill down on each. Included in these risk factors will be a discussion on the regulatory environment, including the results of our annual NERC self-assessment. So Chris, let's go ahead and flip to slide 3. So our risk assessment approach at a high level, we follow 5 steps in performing that each year. We first review the risk factors that were identified during the prior year's risk assessments. Next, we identify key personnel at NID Hydro that we wish to interview and sit down with, and it's anywhere from Kian to his managers, department managers, down to subject matter experts like Tina and Ted Blank and Thomas and a variety of folks who really have hands-on expertise and knowledge and intimate knowledge of NID Hydro. Then we go ahead and we conduct our interviews with those personnel. We listen for high impact or high probability risk areas, and then we dig into areas of concern, gathering as much information as we can about threats and risks facing NID. Following the interviews, we catalog the risks, we update the identified internal and external risks, assign each risk to the high-level categories, and then we draft the annual risk assessment report that sits there in front of you today. And then we present it to NID Hydro Management and Greg, and we get their input and revise and update as needed. Okay, let's go ahead and flip to slide 4. So our results for the 2020 risk assessment, we identified 5 high-level risk categories facing NID. Those are people and training, the operating environment, infrastructure and technology, the regulatory environment, and then NID Hydro's assets and their position in the electricity markets, and namely what risk impacts there could be to electricity revenue going forward. Okay, let's go to slide 5. So we'll drill down first on what we see as the most important and impactful risk category facing NID Hydro, and this is true for most any organization. And ultimately, the NID Hydro's success comes down to having the right people, developing them, training them, and retaining them. And so we're going to go into 4 different pillars underneath people and training that we identified as risks facing the organization. First and foremost is the safety of the personnel. Every year when we sit down with the team, this is the first thing that, from top to bottom is mentioned is the safety of all personnel, making sure that NID has a good safety program in place. Training is adequate, sufficient, resources are dedicated to it, and it's always top priority among the staff. In particular for 2020, no secret was the COVID pandemic that impacted the world. NID Hydro did an excellent job responding to this. There were no noted interruptions to operations, reliability, service, or the health and well-being of their staff. So overall, they had a very good year in terms of safety in 2020. One area of note during our interviews is a concern among the staff is the lack of a dedicated safety coordinator function at NID Hydro. In particular, they feel like they'd be well served by having a safety coordinator with experience and expertise beyond obviously basic industrial hygiene, but beyond that, someone with experience with medium to high voltage electrical safety. Given the nature of their work and the equipment and the facilities they maintain and operate, someone with an in-depth electrical safety background would probably be very beneficial for NID Hydro. So that is, a front and center area of concern for all the staff there, and it's a gap that we think that NID's board should consider addressing and allocating resources to accordingly. Let's go to the next slide. So next, training. There's obviously two key sides to the house with NID Hydro: operations and maintenance. In particular, NID Hydro has long identified that personnel training is a gap and it's a single point of failure risk that they have facing them. For all of the operations staff that come into NID Hydro, NID sends them out to PG&E's Hydro Operator Training Program. If that PG&E training program were no longer accessible to NID would be hard pressed to find a comparable substitute of equal caliber, cost, and proximity. So this is an area that we believe NID Hydro should continue developing its internal training program, as well as exploring external alternatives to PG&E's program. They have identified external programs such as a program in Colorado, as well as maybe a couple others in the US, but it is a key asset to NID Hydro having access to PG&E's operator training. So hopefully that does go away, but should it go away in the future, that is a single point of failure risk that Kian and his team are thinking about in updating what they can do to be more self-sufficient internally, should that go away. Likewise, with the maintenance training, a few years ago, they didn't really have much of any formal maintenance training program. They're starting to mature in that area. Unlike the operator training, there is no external training that they send their mechanics and technicians through when they come on board. Most of it is on the job training, but they are beginning to put some more formality around that through structured on the job experiences and activities people can go through and things they can perform, as well as more desk-based self-study work. But again, training, that is a key area that NID should continue focusing on, to making sure that the staff they bring in, they're training them and equipping them with the right experience, knowledge, and skill sets to do the job. Okay, recruiting and retention. This is probably perhaps the biggest single area of focus for NID Hydro, and what we see as the risk factor that magnifies every other risk factor facing the organization. Having the right people on the team, training them up, compensating them competitively in the market, and retaining them for the long haul, that is the single best tool you can use to address all the risks facing NID Hydro. Every other risk becomes more magnified when you don't have the right people on the team, or you have high turnover, and you're struggling to recruit and bring into the organization the top talent. So we are aware that a formal compensation review and wage study was conducted a couple of years ago. The union MOU negotiations were put on hold in 2020 because of the pandemic, and now they're scheduled here to take place in 2021. We heard over and over again from our interviews that the outcomes of those negotiations, any type of compensation reviews and adjustments, will be critical to the retention of NID Hydro's top talent, and as well as recruiting into the organization future new hires as well. So we'll, on the next slide, or in a couple of slides here, we'll touch on retention and turnover more specifically. Let's go to the next slide. And then that dovetails into succession planning. This has been a topic of discussion at NID Hydro for a number of years. Kian and the operations side and the maintenance side and compliance, they're all looking around saying, okay, obviously, some folks are likely nearing retirement in the years ahead. And regardless of retirement or not, a good organization, a healthy organization, focuses on developing its bench strength, never being, just one level deep on any key area for the organization. So this is an area that they are looking at and saying, okay, who are successors to lead the different departments within NID Hydro and NID Hydro overall, should several key positions come open in the years ahead. Okay, let's go to the next slide. Oh yeah, keep toggling through. So we've gone through, we've talked about them all. Yeah, keep going. Couple more clicks, we'll finally get to the next one. There we go. All right, we made it. Okay, so let's drill down a little bit more on retention and turnover. This is a look back over the last 3 years. The turnover rate at NID Hydro has been 10%, 9.8, 6.6%. It's on a good trend downward. I think Kean and the team have done a really good job bringing in very strong people, training them up and retaining them. But as we look ahead, I believe the NID HR department at the organization level expects, as they look at the roster and they look at retirement ages, 18% of the hydro department is eligible for retirement today. So as they look ahead, they're expecting double-digit 12+% turnover in the years ahead. So this is a very, very important area. This is what makes the training program and recruitment so important to the organization, because we've got to be able to bring, NID Hydro has to be able to bring in, experienced, skilled resources into the organization, train them up to compensate and make up for the knowledge and the experience that's walking out the door here in the years ahead. Okay, let's go on to the next slide. So drilling down into the regulatory environment, there are currently several external forces putting pressure on NID and requiring considerable resources to respond to and manage these regulatory risks. The first external regulatory source is the ever-increasing FERC dam safety oversight and scrutiny. This pressure began in response to the 2017 Oroville Dam spillway incident, and that pressure from FERC and the oversight and scrutiny continues to increase today. FERC reacted in an extreme manner and now requires NID Hydro to notify the commission before performing a maintenance event, no matter the nature of the activity. In the past, NID Hydro would identify a maintenance need and address it as soon as possible. Now they have to notify FERC, allow FERC to review and ask questions during a 60-day review window. So that slows things down. It slows down reaction time, and it can sometimes handcuff the organization from meeting operations and maintenance needs. It obviously consumes administrative resources as well and requires the resources to react very quickly to minimize FERC review delays. So given that increased FERC scrutiny, record keeping, document retention, and documentation needs are more important than ever before. Now, NID Hydro also faces FERC relicensing for the Yuba Bear project here in the years ahead as well. The relicensing will encompass Chicago Park, Dutch Flat, Bowman, and Rawlins. And currently, as we stand here today, NID Hydro, the personnel, they don't believe they have adequate resources necessary to handle that relicensing effort. So between the FERC dam safety, the NERC, which we'll talk about in a minute, and the FERC relicensing, they estimate that somewhere between 2 and 4 new resources focused on these regulatory compliance matters will be needed here in the months and years ahead. So the next external regulatory force that we'll talk about is the NERC compliance burden and upkeep required. I'll share some data with you on that on the next slide, and we'll dig into it a little bit further as we go through the annual NERC self-assessment. But NID's facilities, they're all part of, or 2 of them, Chicago Park and Dutch Flat 2, as Kean mentioned, are registered with NERC and under NERC and WEC's audit and regulatory enforcement abilities. And then all of their facilities are interconnected to the California Independent System Operator, or CALISO for short, the CALISO Balancing Authority area. So with that comes numerous compliance requirements that NID must adhere to as well. So between the compliance with NERC and the CALISO requirements, it requires a significant amount of resources and attention. And hence why the Tina Conkles and the Ted Blanks and the Thomas, those types of resources are so valuable and important, because without those resources, it's very easy to quickly fall behind on those regulatory compliance matters. So adding pressures to regulatory compliance is the increasing footprint of NID Hydro. They're in the process of completing the Deer Creek acquisition from PG&E. Loma Rica is a potential addition to the portfolio. And then also another potential is the possible expansion of Rollins as well. So, as the footprint grows, that regulatory burden and footprint also grows with it. So in short, these external regulatory pressures coupled with the increasing footprint, it's putting a strain on NID's resources that will require the addition of new internal resources in the near future. In addition, as you're aware, NID lost their compliance program manager here recently, earlier this year, who was overseeing and spearheading a lot of the NERC compliance activities, as well as vegetation management. All right, Chris, let's go to the next slide. So giving you some data and background on the NERC reliability standards and requirements, NID, they're registered as a generator owner and generator operator. They share some of their generator operator requirements with Pacific Gas and Electric, PG&E, under a coordinated functional registration. But all told, and in a couple of slides we'll talk about it, all told, there's some 41 reliability standards and 320 requirements that are put upon NID Hydro upon the Chicago Park and the Dutch Flat 2 facilities. Now, in those requirements, they don't stay static. They're constantly in flux and constantly changing. This is dating back to 2014 when GridsMe began working with NID and NID registered with NERC in 2014. These are all of the changes in the cumulative nature of the changes that have happened to the NERC reliability standards since then. So here in all told, over 1,200 different changes have happened in the last 7 years. So every one of those changes requires NID to evaluate it, understand it, assess its impact on NID Hydro, and then respond through updated documentation, policies, controls, processes. Sometimes it requires, real capital and testing of generators. We've had events that all of a sudden a requirement comes up and within 6 months, NID now has to take an outage and install new equipment or upgrade equipment or implement certain capability at the resources. So some of this is, an administrative check the box burden, but other requirements are very impactful, both from a capital, time, and resource standpoint. Here in 2021, what's known today is that we'll have 52 requirement changes that become enforceable for the GOP registrations. 44 requirements will become inactive. So all of that requires updated documentation, processes, training, so on and so forth. Let's go to the next slide. So now the question's always asked about NERC. Why should I care? We're not that big of a player. Can't we just, check the box and move on? Most of the NERC reliability standards are really about just that, reliability. So there's a number of benefits to complying with the standards. Entities with really strong internal compliance programs and a good compliance posture, they have better reliability of their units. And as Kian mentioned to you earlier, for a couple of NID Hydro's very key PPAs, availability equals revenue. So with that, and following these standards, you should improve the reliability and the availability of your units. It also improves operations, it improves training of personnel. Everyone has more clarity on what's expected of them and how to keep the units reliable, because they are interconnected to a very complex machine called our power grid. But then there's also the cost of non-compliance. And by taking shortcuts with compliance, by ignoring it, by underinvesting in it, you get regulator intrusion and scrutiny. As you have self-reports, as you go through an audit and the auditor has findings, the regulator scrutiny and intrusion increases. We see every year, and it's included in our report, what some of the penalties out there on to the industry are. Those penalties can range, in recent history from 20,000 per violation up to 500,000 plus. We've seen 7-figure penalties. Fortunately, NID Hydro, because they do have a very good compliance program, they have a good posture and have done a very good job proactively implementing and running their program. They have not had any fines to date in their 7+ year registration history. They have had some self-reports, but because they were the ones finding things and they raised their hand timely and they take good, quick corrective actions, to date, fortunately, knock on wood, they have not had any fines from NERC or WAC. But also with non-compliance comes a considerable internal time burden and distraction. There's additional costs from having to get outside counsel or outside consultants involved. And then also it increases future audit scrutiny and frequency. Right now, NID Hydro will get audited somewhere between every 6 years to 9 years, just depending on the risk that WAC and NERC see for their registration and their units. If you start having violations and non-compliance, that audit scrutiny and frequency increases. Okay, let's go to the next slide. So now I just want to share real quick. We saw 5 standards that had a lot of fines and violations associated with them last year in 2020. There were critical infrastructure protection, CIP for short, standard 2, standard 3, FAC 8 facilities, FAC 8, PRC, which is protection and control, PRC 5, which is about the protection system maintenance program that's required at Chicago Park and Dutch Flat 2, and then VAR 2, which is about maintaining voltage schedules with your interconnected transmission operator. All of those 5 most highly commonly violated standards in 2020, all 5 of those standards are applicable to NID Hydro. So it's not just that big organizations like PG&E and Cal ISO are getting fined for standards that aren't applicable to NID Hydro. NID Hydro, has compliance responsibilities and obligations for the most frequently violated reliability standards. Okay, let's go to the next slide. So annually, as mentioned, we sit down and we perform a requirement by requirement tabletop review with NID's compliance administrators and their subject matter experts. We conducted this in December and January of 2020, 2021. We looked at, as mentioned, there's 41 reliability standards applicable to them and their registration. Underneath those standards are requirements. All told, the requirements and sub-requirements applicable are 320. So we do a review with them, requirement by requirement, going through and saying, okay, this is what was required of you in the year. What were the events of the year? What evidence do we have to show compliance, or do we have any indication of non-compliance? And then we document our findings in the report that you have in front of you. And the results for 2020 were that we found no findings of non-compliance for 2020. So hats off to Tina and Kian and the team there for the way they're proactively managing that program and staying on top of items. Okay, let's go to the next slide. I'm not going to run through this in detail, but just to give you an idea of what all of these standards are. These are all of the standards applicable to a generator owner. And then let's go to the next slide. Here's the rest of that generator owner list. So it's meaty stuff, right? There's big words here. There's very technical in nature items and requirements that it's really hard to find, one person, one subject matter expert that can do everything and can address all of the requirements. So it spans the spectrum from IT cybersecurity to administration to engineering to protection and control to operations and everything in between. Let's go next slide. I'll just give you the last of the list. These are the generator operator standards that are applicable to NID. And then, as I mentioned, some of them are shared with PG&E under a coordinated functional registration CFR agreement. So some of these requirements PG&E has either partial or full responsibility for. So that does help lessen the burden on NID. Okay, next slide. Now let's get into the operating environment. So obviously, as you're aware, I heard you talk about this at the beginning of the meeting today about how many acres NID owns, manages, and how many of those acres are high risk. So NID Hydro is one of the key contributors in managing that risk. They've been very active over the last few years with vegetation management. I'll show you some pictures here in a couple of slides. what they're doing to proactively manage that risk, minimize that risk as much as possible. Obviously, the risk there's a risk that NID's equipment could cause ignition of a wildfire. There's, of course, a risk of a third-party caused or lightning-caused wildfire that could damage NID's property. So it requires diligent maintenance and heavy interaction and cooperation with the Bureau of Land Management and the Forest Service to coordinate on when, you know, there needs to be fire safety activities. And it's far more complex and difficult than just saying, oh yeah, this right away right here, we need to clean this up, let's get a crew out here next week. It often requires heavy interaction, permits, and coordination with those third parties. And sometimes those third parties, frankly, aren't always the fastest organizations to move. So seeing a risk and knowing what needs to be done to address it is one thing. Actually being able to go and take steps to address it is something that is far more difficult and challenging and time consuming. So let's go to the next slide. And just to give you an idea, so here's a before and after picture of the Bowman 60 kV line. I think Kean, he'll have to help me on when the before picture was taken, but I believe the after picture was taken here in 2020 or last year in 2020. So I mean, obviously there was considerable risk here, a lot of fuel, dead and you know, dying, decaying fuel. And so they've done, and let's go to the next slide as well to give you another example. They've done an outstanding job of addressing these, you know, wildfire risks. But with that said, and I don't have any firm number on it, but if you talk to the folks at NID Hydro, you talk to the folks that are out here in the field often, they'll tell you that they've just barely scratched the surface. All the effort and they've put into, they've done an outstanding job on what they've been able to get to, but there's considerable work ahead. For as much progress as they've made, there's probably, you know, 5 or 10-fold of other areas out there that need their attention in fire safety activities. Okay, let's go to the next slide. So also in the operating environment, that's a risk to them. As you know, these facilities are remote in nature. It leaves the facilities vulnerable to break-ins, vandalism, and theft. So NID since 2016, they've taken a number of you know, concrete measures to improve physical security, from, you know, new locks and card access to you know, chain link fences and barbed wire around the facilities to deter and prevent intrusion and break-ins. So let's go to the next slide and just to show you a couple examples of that. But obviously the inherent nature of where these facilities are, you know, they're always going to be vulnerable to some bad actors out there who, you know, are in a remote location and feel the need to, whether, you know, it's just basic vandalism to, you know, perhaps something that's a more sophisticated break-in where, you know, they're looking to gain control of a control system or, you know, some high value target. So let's go to the next slide. So another threat to the operating environment that NID Hydro lives in is cybersecurity. If you pay attention to any of the news headlines, you've likely seen a number of examples in recent years on cyber attacks on industrial control systems, on power utilities, water treatment facilities throughout the US and the world. Some of the most notable events that have happened are the Ukraine attack, where breakers opened and you know, there was a days-long power outage because of a cyber attack. More recently in the US, you likely saw the SolarWinds headlines about that software, and you know, it's a cyber supply chain issue, but now all of a sudden many utilities throughout the US were impacted and affected by it, as well as there was a Florida water treatment plant recently that had a cyber attack where you know, dangerous chemicals started getting dropped into the water supply, the drinking water supply for a local community. So you know, for every industry that is connected to the internet and it has some type of routable protocols over the internet, cybersecurity is a real and ever-present, ever-evolving risk for them. And NID Hydro is no different. Their control systems and their control network is connected to via the internet, or there are, potential attack vectors there that, good cyber diligence and cyber controls are something that NID Hydro, they realize and they see that, hey, we have this risk here in front of us. And to address that risk, it requires a fair bit of expertise. There's a number of activities we'll talk about here in a minute that should be routinely, regularly done. And so it's very important that NID Hydro takes steps to mitigate those risks. But to do that, they need the right resources. And it has been challenging for them to get and obtain the right cybersecurity and IT resources. They're limited across the organization, and there's no dedicated resource for that within NID Hydro itself. So let's go to the next slide. And I just want to touch real briefly on cyber supply chain risk. As I mentioned, the SolarWinds event, it didn't impact NID Hydro. It impacted many utilities throughout the US that use that software, but it brings to light a risk that is present. And in 2020, the long and the short of it is, then President Trump signed an executive order halting the installation of bulk power system equipment or software designed, developed, manufactured, or supplied by persons or entities controlled or subject to the jurisdiction and direction of a foreign adversary, a nation state such as China and North Korea. So with that, let's click next. That was out there, and it had everyone's attention on cyber supply chain risks. With the Biden administration coming in here in 2021, they've suspended that. And so that executive order is now no longer in play. But I bring this up because we believe that probably within the next 2 years, there will be a new requirement placed upon NID Hydro because of their NERC registration, whereby they're going to need to have a cyber supply chain program policy where they evaluate the supply chain risks of the equipment, the hardware, and the software that they procure, assess those risks, perhaps test equipment for malicious code before they install it into a live environment. So what that's going to require, if you go one more bullet, what that will require is potentially NID to look at the organization level, policy level changes to its supply chain that will then probably need to trickle down to Chicago Park and Dutch Flat specifically, as they're under NERC jurisdiction. So I bring this up not because there is necessarily a requirement, a regulatory requirement today, but it's an ever-present risk, and probably within the next 2 years, it will require NID to take, near-term, meaningful material action to implement new programs and controls on how they source, procure, and install programmable hardware and software. Okay, next slide. So on the topic of cybersecurity, though, often when our clients ask us, what should I be doing to protect myself? There's no such thing in this field as, absolute, risk avoidance. There's only risk mitigation activities you can do. And the things we recommend our clients do are get really good at doing 6 things. And these are the basics. And you'll notice cyber supply chain is not on this list. So although cyber supply chain is important, if you're not doing these 6 things first, you're much better off focusing on these 6 things and get to cyber supply chain later. But those things are access management. Know who has access to your systems, continuously monitor and keep that up to date. Keep your footprint, your access footprint, as tight as possible. The second thing is change management. As you make changes to your system, you have a process to go through and do it. So that way, that when something changes that shouldn't have changed, it's easy to quickly identify it and respond. Then the third thing is have a backup incident response and disaster recovery program. So the critical networks, the network and the server that the SCADA system that operates these power plants that it lives on, it should be backed up frequently. There should be a disaster recovery and response plan in place as well. That's every once in a while exercised to make sure you're ready should an event happen. Network monitoring, logging, and review. That's just, reviewing the network, keeping an eye on it, investigating suspicious activity, know what suspicious activity looks like, and know when it's happening. The fifth thing is patch management. Patch your systems, get them updated on a routine schedule, and and that feeds into backup and recovery as well. And then performing a periodic cyber vulnerability assessment to identify and address any vulnerabilities. All right, next slide. Okay, next, the infrastructure and technology, the next risk area. Obviously, as you know, this is an aging infrastructure. These facilities were very well built, they're very well maintained. So because of that, they're able to operate at the availability and reliability that they do at the age they are, but they're only getting older as the days go by. So that requires constant planning, project planning, capital expenditures, and project management to make sure that they continue to be updated, maintained, reliably. And go ahead to the next bullets. So what that's required, NID is focused on, they realized a couple of years ago that their electrical documentation, the diagrams they had for their facilities were out of date. And so they made an effort to focus on, what's our highest risk plant? Let's get the electrical documentation updated there. So they're still underway on that across all of their powerhouses, but they are making great progress there. Spare parts, that's a risk, should a particular part, fail, making sure that part's availability, whether it's on the shelf or from a vendor with a short lead time, it's very important to make sure that, the key spare parts are there and can be installed and replaced timely so as to avoid operating interruptions. Technology changes. A couple of years ago, they upgraded and replaced their SCADA system, and then right now they're also embarking on a CMMS investment, implementing a new computerized maintenance management system. And then the portfolio growth, as we spoke on earlier, Deer Creek for sure, and then the possible additions of Loma, Rica, and a second Rollins powerhouse. That's just going to mean more infrastructure and technology to maintain and operate. Okay, and then the new Colfax hydro headquarters is a possibility, which I know Kian will discuss with you. All right, so let's go to the next slide. And then the last risk area we'll touch on is the electricity revenue and their wholesale market risk exposure for the NID hydro resources. As you all mentioned earlier, Bowman, Chicago Park, Dutch Flat 2, and Rollins, they're all under a long-term PPA with about 12 years remaining through 2033. It's a good PPA, as Kian mentioned. There's some risk there for lack of availability, but in these drought years, you're sitting there looking at that PPA and you're pretty glad you have it. But the other NID projects are more vulnerable to market conditions. And the more market exposure NID has, the more it will want to look at its resources being its powerhouses, and thinking about, hey, how can we best make them flexible and dispatchable? This graph here to the right is the average hourly prices for CalISO in the region that NID hydro's generators live. These are the average hourly prices in 2020. So if you can find a way to deliver more power during the evening hours, 6 to 9 p.m., and reduce generation during the midday hours, the more valuable your assets become, the more revenue you can generate from your assets. Generating electricity during any given point in time, right? Because with absent batteries or some other energy storage technology, the energy is delivered right onto the grid, and you're paid based on that time of day and what the rates are at that time. So understanding that electricity generation 1 minute can be far more or less valuable than a minute later on in a particular day or a particular season. But all told, I do want to share, when it comes to electricity revenue in the markets, the hydro assets in California, hydro generation assets in California, their value has increased quite a bit, in my opinion, and based on market data that we see over the last several years. 5-6 years ago, all of the utilities were after solar. They were signing up solar PV projects with very, very low priced power purchase agreements, and they weren't too interested in NID hydro, or not NID hydro, but they weren't too interested in hydro resources in general. As they've realized that you can't build a portfolio on one asset type and one technology type, these utilities are starting to realize how valuable diversity is in their portfolios, and they're seeing how valuable zero carbon electricity generation is, and namely hydroelectricity. And it can be a great diversification tool and resource that utilities want to add to their portfolios. And so because of that, these assets that the NID Hydro owns and operates, I think they're becoming more valuable in the market. They can potentially, provide dispatchable generation, zero carbon generation, renewable energy credits, resource adequacy, and perhaps also provide ancillary services to the CalISO market and the grid operators. So all of those attributes, these resources, or most of these resources have, and I see their value only increasing here as this decade moves on, as California moves to more of a zero carbon electricity grid. I see these hydro resources as becoming more and more valuable. Okay, so that's the end of the risk categories. Just, I think, one last summary slide. Again, people in training, I think, in our opinion, that is the most impactful area. It's probably the biggest challenge facing NID Hydro, but it's also your biggest lever to address all the other risks that you're up against. The growing portfolio, obviously that puts pressure on resources, the growing regulatory compliance burden, vegetation management, and security needs. Those are all things requiring more and more resources. Cybersecurity and IT support, I think that remains a critical gap to close. NID Hydro would probably be well served by having more resources or a dedicated resource to address those items. They're only becoming more important and more critical. But all told, as I mentioned, I think the value of these assets as generators in the CalISO, in the California and CalISO electricity markets is only improving. Okay, that is all I have, and yeah, happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Matt. A very good presentation, and a lot of stuff to digest here. And I would like to remind the board, or ask the board, that in light of our agenda today, that we not dive into the fixes for these problems in this discussion today. It's a bit, limit our questions to the receive and file only at this time. I've noted all these things, or a lot of these things, that I believe are going to be require workshops to talk about and time with Kian. So with that in mind, we'll entertain some questions, but if we can keep them to receive and file, and the maybe why they're in this report or why they're not, that kind of question. And Director Johansson, did you have anything to add, Kian?
No, you're spot on. That sounds great.
Director Johansson raised his hand first.
So Matt, do you evaluate the hydro? What is the valuation today, or the difference between 2010 and 2020?
Yeah,
PowerPoint, yeah.
Yeah, in terms of like what's the value, the inherent value of these assets as generators and electricity revenue.
Yes.
Yeah, I have not done that in detail for NID. We have done that type of work in the past for other generators. I just, given our experience in helping other clients with power purchase agreement origination and dealing with CalISO, we have a fairly good idea of sort of a tight range of what these projects are worth today in terms of all the attributes that they generate. So I don't know if that's the answer you were looking for, but.
So if you don't include it in the report, well.
Oh yeah, no, I'm sorry. Yeah, we don't include it in the report.
And it was noted that you have to get permission to do some fixes. Do you have a HAZAP or SOP that you could pre-write?
So on the dam safety side of things is where we're mainly required to get permission from an external entity to do the work. And FERC hasn't quite settled on what that looks like every time. And so that's absolutely evolving. We have kind of a template that we've thrown together that we shove full of the data that we think that they're going to want to see. But we've had mixed success on getting quick approvals. So.
Thank you.
Director Peters.
I have a few questions, but you mentioned that dam safety is the main issue, but that's DWR's Division of Dam Safety, but now you're also saying FERC. It was was confusing what you said. You said dam safety is the one that requires permission, but FERC is the one that you're having a hard time with.
So our dams we're fortunate enough in our dams to be dual regulated, meaning that the California Division of Safety of Dams has authority over our dams, and the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission has jurisdiction over our dams as well. So when I use the term dam safety, I use it fairly broadly to encompass the general safety of our dams, not the specific agency necessarily.
And a lot of these, it says that we're subject to so many of these, I don't even know what you call them, they're requirements, I guess. But then when you read through the paragraphs, so many of them, it says it's not applicable, does not relate to us, it's not applicable, not subject to this standard, we don't own this and are not subject to. So a lot of these, we're not subject to, but you put them in, and so it's hard to tell which ones we were subject to, which ones we weren't. So it seems like summarizing the table, these are the ones that we're not subject to, and these are the ones we are subject to.
Well, so we're subject to all of them, right? So, and I recognize that this is an odd category, because the reality is that NERC says, no, you're a generator owner, you're a generator operator, all of these apply to you. So what we do is we'll go through and then we'll evaluate them each individually, and then we'll attest to the fact that they don't apply to any equipment that we own. So technically they are all applicable to us, and we have to have documentation that says that they're not applicable to us in order to comply with whether or not they are applicable. That makes sense. It's somewhat circular there.
The executive summary on the compliance assessment, it says that the current CFR, I guess that's the Code of Federal Regulation.
Coordinated functional registration, I believe.
Okay. What's it, coordinated functional what?
Registration is, I believe, in that.
Okay, anyway, so it says that reaffirms PG&E's role as the registered operator for NID facilities and limits NID's compliance activities to limited specific. So are they doing the same report?
I would assume so, yes. They would have documentation that says we have, via a written agreement, transferred responsibility of this agreement to NID, or we have accepted responsibility for this requirement via the coordinated functional registration.
Because that one table that was shown wasn't in this report. The table in the slide of the standards applicable to generator operator, that wasn't referenced in this report. It wasn't addressed. The table wasn't in the report. The other tables were. This table is a high-level overview of each of the requirements that's detailed and discussed in the compliance assessment there. Right, so everything on the only ones that were in the actual report was the owner reliability standards for the owner. The reliability standards for the operator was not in this report. So in the on page 38 of I don't know why it's page 38 because it's only the third page of the document. But the document starts on page 33. Okay. Anyway, so in the compliance assessment, it shows the table of the generator owner reliability, but it doesn't show this other table that was shown in the slideshow.
Yeah, it should be there. I see it.
Oh, operator. Okay.
Page 20.
Page 20. Okay.
Yeah, and this is the 2020 compliance assessment.
Okay. And so when it says new, and so all these others are there and they're extending, I'm back on the owner reliability one. It says new 2020 and retired 2020. Most of them are blank except for a few of them. All of them have requirements that just aren't new or retired. Is that?
That's right. Yeah. If it's blank there on those two columns, the new and retired columns, then there are no changes to those standards and requirements here in or for 2020.
Okay. And then just a general question about the day ahead cost of the power if you're operating. My understanding is on the hour ahead, I guess is what you call that graph. We don't operate in the hour ahead market, do we? We only operate in the day ahead market?
So yes and no. So generally we operate in the day ahead market. That's typically how we bid our power at Combi South in. However, if we see an opportunity to make additional revenue, we will go off schedule and bid into even the real-time market to try and capture that revenue if it's available.
But that's on Congress Top, and this only relates to Chicago Park and Dutch Flat. This doesn't relate to any of the smaller plants, is my understanding.
So the compliance assessment relates to Chicago Park and Dutch Flat, number 2, and then the risk assessment relates to all of the hydroelectric department facilities.
Yeah, and all of the facilities are all California ISO resources, so those market prices are applicable to all of the resources.
Even though we don't usually play in that market.
That's right. Yeah. For those facilities where you have a power purchase agreement, obviously you're insulated from those market prices, but those resources are still one way or another bidding and scheduling and settling in Cal ISO. It's on PG&E's books.
And it'd be helpful to see the same graph on the day-ahead market that we principally participate in to see what that looks like.
That graph includes it. So that slide.
Oh, it does. Okay.
Yeah. There's 3 different energy prices that Cal ISO settles and publishes the market on. The day-ahead market, the gray, and then in the real-time market, there's the 15-minute market and the 5-minute market, and that real-time market is what you reference, also synonymous with the hour-ahead market.
Yeah, that tracks pretty close.
Yeah, and any change, as Kean was saying, any changes you schedule, these units are scheduled in the day ahead, but if there's any deviations from their day ahead schedule to their real-time schedule or their meter, those deviations are going to be settled at the 5-minute market or 15-minute market real-time prices.
Yeah, because intuitively, I would have thought that the 5-minute market would be the highest paid, because you could turn it on and have it available in 5 minutes, but it's the lowest. So that was
you're right. That's a great observation. It is by far though the most volatile, right? Because it is 5-minute market and it changes so frequently. So the volatility of it is, you look at the standard deviation, it's astronomically larger than the day ahead market.
Yeah.
So it can be very high, it can be very low. But yes, you're right. On average, the average median price level or mean price level is lower.
Oh, darn. Okay, that's interesting. And so finally, sorry. It said there was no budget impact of all of this. It seems like this was quite a time-consuming exercise. But how could there be no budget impact?
You're talking about the staff reports under budget impact. So that's the budget impact of the action that you will take today. Receiving and filing this document will not cause a budget impact.
We're not making a money change today.
I see. Okay. All right. There you go. I have more questions about Salem for this workshop.
Yes. Thank you very much. See how long this is. Okay. Okay. Did you have a question, Director Hall?
I'm not sure if it's a legitimate question.
Well, I'll judge that for you.
You judge that for me, please. So last fall, I saw a document that showed a number of safety issues with our dam, and I think it was a FERC issued documentation. So I'm wondering, how does that relate to this?
So that's part of the dam safety risk that's identified in the report here. I assume you're referring to one of the annual inspection reports where they come out and they'll review everything and have suggestions. So that kind of all rolls up under the dam safety risk item.
Okay.
Is that it? Thank you. That was appropriate.
Thank you, Chris.
Director Heck, I'm sorry, I'm not seeing you regularly. Go ahead.
I'll make a comment, and then I have 2 questions relating to cyber. So I think my comment is broad and really relates to this idea of this workshop that you brought up, Director Beerwagen. But I would like to suggest that we do have a workshop by Kenan and use this report, this consultant's report, and identify how our hydro or how Kenan's folks or department plans to address the risks that are identified in here and the costs, and then perhaps recommend a 3-year plan or 5-year plan or whatever it is appropriate. I don't know what that is, but I'm thinking that we should have a broader discussion workshop and then have an implementation plan look at these different risks that have been identified. And then say what?
Absolutely.
Okay, great. And then with regard to the cyber question specifically, Matt, let's see, there are two. So I wrote down that you said that, of course, we have no dedicated person in Hydro with regard to cyber. And my question then is, do you find that other hydro operators have dedicated staff, or is having that cyber secure function within, like we have it in our IT department, is that sufficient, in your opinion, for our hydro department, or is it necessary to have a separate hydro cyber security person?
Yeah, this is often a very common struggle we see in the water agencies and irrigation districts that we work with. Most of them do lack and I don't think of it just as a cyber person, because I think good cybersecurity is just good IT hygiene and activities. But yeah, we often see where this is a lacking resource on the operation side of water agency and irrigation district power generators. So yeah, this challenge facing NID Hydro is common across many of the organizations we work with. And then in my opinion, I think NID Hydro would be well served to have a dedicated resource outside of what they have access to in Grass Valley, but have a resource that is IT and OT focused, serving NID Hydro specifically. I think there's enough activity there and enough work that should be done, needs to be done, where I think they'd be well served to have it.
Do you think that was kind of led to my next question is, we don't produce a whole lot of electricity in the greater scheme of things. So given the scale that we have, do you think it justifies perhaps a full-time person to do that work?
I mean, the risk is significant enough and I think there's enough activity that yes, and there's different ways you could approach this. Some of our clients outsource it. I wondered
about that.
Yeah, not to be self-serving, but full disclosure, that is the service that GridsMe provides.
Okay.
But there's many different ways to address this. And there's a number of different subject matter expertise that someone needs to do those 6 activities that I was talking about. It's tough to find a unicorn that can do all 6 of those things. But I think there is enough activity, and there's enough infrastructure, and it's important enough where I defer to Kian. He sees it and knows it better than I do. But if it was me, I'd be sitting there and looking and really, challenging that. Yeah, this is enough full-time work for one person.
Okay, and then one last question with regard to the same subject. So I understand that the cyber supply chain issue is different than the cybersecurity, and you also said that you would recommend that we have someone, and you were suggesting that the laws may actually require us to do that in the next few years. So again, is this worthy of an FTE, a full-time employee, to do that function, or is that something that can be handled outsourced by a consultant, you or someone else? And then you wonder about the security of the consultant.
Yes, and it goes on. Yeah, I don't think putting in place a cyber supply chain program and administering that program, I don't think that is a full-time job function. I think those are activities that are likely carried out by your existing IT resources, your existing, technicians and engineers, as well as when needed, perhaps an outside consultant. But yeah, I don't see that as being a full-time employee resource need.
Okay, thank you. That's my questions for now.
Thank you, Director Heck. Any more questions from the board?
Can I ask a question?
Oh, I thought you were going to remind me to do public comment.
Well, yes, that too.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm just curious about, Matt, your thoughts on PSPS. We've seen that in increasing frequency over the last few years. Do you view that as a risk? Looking at Kian, I assume a PSPS event does not affect our availability.
Correct.
But do you see it as maybe a more broad risk to the district?
Yeah, I mean, from an electricity generation standpoint, fortunately with those 4 powerhouses, your large powerhouses being under a PPA that insulates you from it, you're protected here for the next 12 years. But, you know, if this were to go on longer term and for those resources that aren't under such a PPA, usually, you know, what's common is when the meter spins, that's when you get paid. So the meter can't spin when, you know, you have to disconnect your resources because the transmission is offline for PSPS. So yeah, I do see it as a risk. But yeah, fortunately, as Kian mentioned, because of that PPA for the 4 larger units, it's not an immediate, you know, big risk, but definitely for those units that are on a variable paid structure where their revenue is based on metered megawatt hours, it's definitely a risk.
Good question. Okay. Is there any public comment on receive and file of the internal compliance program? If you'd like to comment on this report, star 9 on your phone, please. Last chance. If you'd like to comment, please star 9 on your phone. Okay, Madam Secretary, would you call the roll, please?
Division 1,
Yes.
Division 3. Aye. Division 5,
Yes.
Division 4. Aye. Division 2.
Aye. Thank you very much. Thank you, Kian. And thank you, Matt. A great presentation.
Thank you all. I appreciate it.
Okay.
President, may we call for a small break?
I was just going to propose that, ask if somebody would like a small break. Yes. At this time, we'll take a 5-minute break.
Okay. There, we are now live.
Okay, we're back in session. NID board meeting.
You may stop your video so I can see you.
Who? Me? I'm sorry. There we go. Okay, next item. Number 8, self-generation incentive program battery project. Do I have a motion to take this off the agenda and put it on the table?
I'll make a motion to.
Okay, you move and read the line.
All right, I move to approve an energy services agreement, ESA with Golden State Renewables, GSR, for the E. George Water Treatment Plant, Loma, Rica Water Treatment Plant, and Orleans Pump Station. Authorize the interim general manager to execute the appropriate documents and direct staff to continue their great work in supporting this project. It's very good.
Thank you.
Very good, Director Hall. Do I have a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Let's see, so we'll start with a staff report. That would be Tanya.
Yes.
Hi, Tanya. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning. I'm well, thank you. Tanya Tabuki-Herrera, Senior Engineer here at the district.
I'm sorry, can you say your last name again so I learn how to say it?
Tabuki-Herrera.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
I also have Mark Bulke on the line from GSR Energy to provide a presentation here after I give you a brief background. Back in August of 2020, staff came to the WHO committee to talk about this battery backup project that's basically an interconnection with the PG&E grid. At that time, staff was authorized to go ahead and investigate 13 potential sites. Since then, we have determined to pursue 3 sites, and those were the 3 sites listed above. Those 3 sites we felt met the DAC requirement, the high fire threat requirement, and also had instances of 2 or more PSP events. And those are all requirements from the PUC SGIP program. Since this memo, that program manager has confirmed that those facilities do meet those requirements, so we're bringing forth to continue to move forward. Also, since this memo, one of the sites, actually this facility here, has come off the wait list. If we move forward with that, we'll bring that back to you at a later date. The program itself is a rebate program, and it pays for the design and the construction, the procurement of the batteries, as well as the operation and maintenance of the batteries through the duration of 15-year life expectancy. The goal of the program is to provide resiliency to critical facilities. The idea is to be able to provide power during power outages as well as the PSP events. This will allow us to delay the use of our backup generators at the East George and Loma Rica facility, and it'll also provide a reduction in our carbon footprint. Another benefit is the cost savings. The batteries will actually cycle, and they'll cycle such that they'll be discharging during the peak cost of the energy. So that means our facilities will be running off the batteries during that time, and then they'll be charging during off-peak time. That cost savings will actually be shared with GSR Energy, and we'll talk about that after the presentation. I'll highlight some of the items in the Energy Services Agreement. Direct costs to NID would be staff time support, so access to the facilities, reviewing paperwork, and the like. So at this time, Mark, I'll turn it over to you for the presentation.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thanks, Tony. I am putting up some slides, and I think those are live. So thank you, everybody, for making time. I'm going to go through these slides somewhat methodically. Some of this might be repetitive to what Tanya had just mentioned, but for the sake of thoroughness, I'd just like to sort of take things from the top. So please, if any of the board members would like me to hurry it up, just raise your hand, and I'll do so. I want to be respectful of everyone's time, but I also want to be thorough. So let me first start with an introduction of GSR Energy. We are a company that's comprised of energy, renewable energy and battery storage. I'd like to, it's sort of self-described professionals, but this is our profession. This is what we do. These are some of the projects that I have personally overseen at companies prior to GSR Energy. I'm a California native. GSR Energy stands for Golden State Renewable Energy. And some of these projects, I've been in the renewable energy business since the late 90s here in California. For the past 6 years, I've been focused on battery storage, recognizing that with increasing penetration of renewables, we're going to have an increasing grid reliability issue. And I'm a believer that battery storage, and also pump storage hydro, by the way, but that's not my business, that I'm focused on. Battery storage is an important solution to helping the grid integrate more renewables. So that's just sort of a high level overview of the company. I wanted to highlight some, or I guess present some of the experience that we have. We have developed over 100 projects, slightly over 100 behind the meter battery storage projects, 98 using Tesla technology, the exact same technology as that we are proposing to deploy here, the Tesla Power Pack technology. So I'm not going to read through this slide, but I just want to emphasize that the team here at GSR Energy not just has experience with behind the meter battery storage projects in California, but we have extensive experience using this same product in the California permitting and urban environments. My next slide is just underscoring some of the agencies where we have already deployed Power Pack technology. Note that the IRWD Baker worker was actually not Tesla, that was Lockheed. The other projects were all Tesla. These were under a previous iteration of the SGIP program, which I'm going to get into in a minute. But there has been, the short of it is that this new category that was established called the SGIP Equity Resiliency category is unprecedented in terms of the incentive level. And the NID organization has an opportunity to take advantage of that, along with at least a dozen other wastewater treatment facilities, more than that in across the state. So these ones that I'm highlighting right now were not under the SGIP Equity Resiliency Program. These are projects that have already been built. They did deploy the SGIP incentive monies, but the level of incentive monies that supported these projects was only a third of what the SGIP Equity Resiliency category offers. The other part of this, just for your interest, the other part of these, the economics for these projects were a PPA with Southern California Edison, and then also host customer savings split. So in the case where we're talking about these projects, there's not a PPA with well, obviously not with SCE, but there's not a PPA with PG&E. We are building these on behalf of, excuse me, we are building these and they're being entirely financed by the SGIP incentive program. So I'll go into the SGIP incentive details in a moment. And please interrupt me if you have any questions along the way. These are some, a picture tells 1,000 words. I just decided to put a few pictures up. These are some of this is what it looks like. This is what a Tesla power pack looks like. You'll see the inverter. I don't know if you can see my cursor, but in the middle picture, you see the inverter, and then the individual power packs are next to the inverter. These are filled, each of these power packs is filled with individual cells and a proprietary cooling system that Tesla has developed. I feel I'm not a Tesla rep, but I do believe that their technology is the best in the market. And I have experience using other people's technology. So, and I'm pleased that we have availability of supply. There is a shortage of supply at the current moment, and we can get into that if anybody would like. In terms of the contract, this is an overview of what is in the energy services agreement that are in the packets. There are 3 sites that we are discussing today. As Tanya mentioned, there is a 4th that has come off the wait list. I do want to take a moment just to voice over this for a moment. We started out with 13, we started exploring 13 sites, and then we actually applied for 8. And of the 8, 3 moved forward, 2 were put on a wait list, which I'll describe in a second, and 3 were deemed to be not eligible. This is not uncommon. It just there's a very specific eligibility criteria, which I'll go in at the end of the slides. But the short of it is that if NID or anyone else, whether it's Bear Valley Water District or some facilities down in Southern California, I have a laundry list of sites that are proceeding with this under this incentive. If the site qualifies, the incentive level is so high that the battery is not, it can be offered at no cost. In addition to the SGIP funding that pays for the CapEx, there's also some bill savings, and the bill savings the majority of those bill savings are offered to NID. The bill savings are generated in the way that Tanya had mentioned. In terms of GSR's responsibility, we handle soup to nuts, getting the project, getting the design done, getting the interconnection done, getting the construction done, procuring the battery, putting them in place, operating the system, handling all the warranties. And then the bottom of this slide is just, I guess, a refresh of something I already discussed. Although I do want to mention that the weight PG&E, this program was oversubscribed in October of 2020. So I want to just, if I may, just congratulate the NID team for moving swiftly. There are a lot of companies and entities that did not move swiftly and therefore are not able to take advantage of this program. So it closed in October, and then we moved swiftly to put 2 more projects in early on the wait list. In fact, those projects just recently came off. One of them is the Main Street building, and as Tanya had mentioned, we expect to come back to discuss that. It would just be a very, the same model as we've established for these 3. The other project that came off the wait list, we don't feel is, we don't have confidence that it actually meets the eligibility requirements based on some of the feedback that we got on the 3 sites that we're not moving forward with. I'm going to fly through these next steps just because this is our job, but we need to be coordinated with Tanya and other people on the NID staff. We need to advance the design work, which is underway. The interconnection agreements are basically execution ready. We have this energy services agreement that is for the board's consideration today. And we are targeting summer 2020 1 installations, at least 1 project. There is a supply crunch right now. There's a big demand for battery storage in the state of California with all the PSPS events and increasing, a perception, which let me just not give my view, a perception of a decreasing reliability of the grid, not just in California, but in places like Texas. So we do need to sort of sort out the review parameters for permitting, but since NID is self-permitting, we've worked with other wastewater treatment facilities that are self-permitting. So that's just, I wanted to just report that, but that's something that we'll work out with Tanya and the team. This is just a quick overview of the 3 sites. It shows the location, the number of power packs. I don't think I'm going to spend much time on here. These are in the materials. And this just kind of gives a visual representation of where the sites are and also where the battery storage unit is expected to be sited. The good news here again is that all 3 of these projects have been confirmed. I've received what's called a conditional reservation letter that serves as the confirmation that the SCHIP administrator agrees that it is eligible. I wanted to spend, and then I'll go into questions, but I just wanted to spend a little bit of time on the SCHIP program itself. I mean, what is the Self-Generation Incentive Program? This has been around for a long time. Well, long is a relative term, but it's been around since 2001. And basically, their ratepayer funds are used to support behind-the-meter resources for resiliency, to provide energy reliability for individual host customers. In this case, NID, but it can be a commercial industrial, it can be a food bank, it can be a residence even. The SGIP does extend to residences as well. So this is, as you can see, this is a program that has been in existence for a while. It's not a fly-by-night initiative. There is something that's different though, which is this new category of SGIP equity resiliency. Due to the PSPS events and California wildfires, a policy decision was made to shift monies to energy storage, or there's different categories within the SGIP program, and they created this new category of equity resiliency, which I'm actually gonna skip to this slide for a moment and I'll go back. Equity resiliency is a new category where the funding amount was increased significantly. And it's stated in the PUC documentation that the expectation is that the incentive level would essentially just about pay for the cost of the system. And so that sounds fantastic. It is a very, I guess, powerful incentive for facilities that qualify. But not all facilities, of course, qualify. There's 14 types of facilities. We're working, by the way, types of critical facilities are wastewater treatment facilities. We're also working with food banks. We're working with medical facilities. There's a laundry list of types of facilities that qualify, and it has to be a critical facility as defined by PUC, and then it also has to be in a fire district. And additionally, it also has to serve low income as defined by the PUC. So this third item was why a few of the projects were ultimately not deemed to satisfy the CPUC's definition of eligible communities. So in terms of the budget, there was a significant allocation. You'll see $600 million. 4 years of allocation were condensed into the initial opening of the budget, and it sold out from between the period of March to October in PG&E territory. It was also sold out in SDG&E territory. SCE territory still does have some funds available for the equity resiliency budget. So I just wanted to get folks oriented about what is this SGIP program and what is this SGIP equity resiliency category. Now, the last thing I'll say on this, and then I'll happy to stay on for questions or however I can help. But the SGIP program still does move on, meaning that even though the equity resiliency category is now sold out in PG&E, there is still an SGIP category called the large storage budget, but that amount, instead of an incentive amount of $1,000 a kWh or $1 a watt, so $1,000 a kWh, the incentive level is now $300 a kWh. So that's the difference between the equity resiliency and the large scale budget. They've introduced this new adder, which could be 150, so it could be up to $450 a kWh, but still contrast that with $1,000 a kWh. So if, for example, and I'm not suggesting this is not on for consideration, but I'm just mentioning this as a point of contrast. If, for example, NID wanted to do other projects like this that were not qualified for the SGIP equity resiliency, the maximum amount of incentive that would be available would be $450, and it would not pay for the whole system, and the economics would be a lot different. So that's what I wanted to run through in terms of the slides, but of course I'm here for as long as needed to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mark. I'm gonna highlight a couple of the areas in the energy services agreement. For Exhibit 1, they break down the contract pricing, and you'll see that the district is defined as the host customer, and GSR Energy is defined as the seller. So the way that this works is that the rebate will go directly to GSRE. They're providing all the services, so the rebate goes to them. And this shows the breakdown in which they'll actually get the rebate from the program administrator. On page 4, the termination payment schedule, I wanted to point out to you. Once we commit to this battery project, we are committed to it. We don't foresee a reason to not pursue the project. That's why we brought it to you. We don't foresee a reason to have a termination. But if there is a termination in the contract, there is a payment associated to that.
In the first 5 years.
In the first 5 years, yes.
Would you say that again, please?
So we have great feelings about this project. That's why we brought it to you. We don't foresee any reason for us to back out of the contract.
Oh.
But if we do, there's a cost associated to that, and that's how it's, over 5 years, it's broken down to what the value is. Yeah.
So if NID made the decision to terminate early, and that was year 1, it'd be $220,100.
Okay.
And then it scales down that by year 6, there would be a $0 early termination.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
Would we get to keep the batteries? Would have to turn them back and pay $220,000?
Yeah, good question.
That's something that we asked, and if I recall correctly, Mark, we said it was subject to negotiation, right?
Yeah, so I'll just give a little context on why there is even a termination provision at all. The way the incentive works is we actually don't receive all of the incentive up front. We only receive 50% of the incentive after the project reaches PTO, permission to operate. And then the balance of the incentive monies are paid over 5 years. So in other words, it's 50% up front and then 10% for each of 5 years. So that's why, in order to get our financing people comfortable, because they're fronting all of the CapEx, and that CapEx is sort of paid off, if you will, by the SCHIP incentive program. If for some reason something gets terminated, then there's still monies from the SCHIP program that have not been received. So that is why we have the concept of the termination. Yeah, I mean, we're happy to discuss that. We work in good faith if you wanted to own the project after terminating for whatever reason. Yeah, I'm sure that's something we could work out.
And to clarify, these aren't additive, right? So if we cancel in year 1, we have to pay the other half that they didn't initially receive. In year 2, we're only paying $176. It's going down by that $44,000 that they receive each year.
They would receive, right?
That they would be receiving, right? So basically, it's whatever's left at whatever year we have is what we would be obligated to. And then once year, 5 is over, then we would have no financial requirements if we were to cancel the contract.
That's exactly right.
Yeah, because it wasn't answered.
Let me repeat my question.
It wasn't answered.
It wasn't answered, no. So if after year 2, we say, wow, this isn't working for us, we're gonna terminate, we're gonna pay you $175,000, do we keep the batteries, or do they come and make our system look like it did before they came in the first place?
It depends on what we want. That part's not written in the contract.
Well,
Why not?
why not? I mean, after we write the contract, sign the contract, we don't put it in the contract, they say, well, it's not in the contract.
Right.
Batteries are bad.
Well, Tanya, what you said earlier is that would be an element of negotiation, correct?
Correct.
She did say
So,
that, yes.
They said this was signature ready also.
No, the part about the batteries. The
So
battery.
they said that the contractor's signature ready.
But they're
But
saying,
the asset is in negotiation
The asset.
at the end,
Yeah.
depending on what year we would be getting a contract termination should that occur. From what I'm hearing is that that would be a negotiation between us and
Yeah, sorry.
GSR.
Well, so let me ask you this, then,
Yeah.
put it a different way.
Go ahead, because I think I'm going where you're going.
Have you ever terminated early?
And taking the battery.
And take the back. What happens when you terminate early? What if someone terminates early? What has been your historical
Okay,
experience?
so I have never had that experience. There would really be, let me just leave it at that. I've never had that experience. And if for some reason someone wanted to terminate, then the way that the contract reads is that there would be this, termination payment to make us whole for the SGIP, and it's not meant to be punitive. I mean, that's why we don't have it after we're paid, after the SGIP. We don't have it in year 7 and 8 and all that. And then also, so if you read, there's, if I may, we can open up the document if you like, but
Section 9.
there will be a cost to taking the batteries away. And that's sort of decommissioning, but we, what's written in the contract is that we would be open book. We're not at at cost for basically removing the batteries and taking them away.
And
Why
you
would
agree-
someone terminate? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, well, why would someone terminate?
Why would someone terminate? What would be the circumstances you would see?
Yeah, so a circumstance I could see is that the plant, I'm going to take an example of perhaps a grocery store. We should use it in the case of NID. If for some reason that plant is shut down, if you decide to close operations, now in the case of course, a wastewater treatment plant, that risk is obviously very remote. But in the case of a grocery store that might have a change in strategy in year 3 and close down a particular store, that is when the termination comes into play for a facility that is like this. I mean, there's some permanence in the time frame that we're talking about. So that's why that's even in there.
And we wouldn't envision a reason why we would want to have to maintain and operate the facility when they're doing it at no cost to us and we're receiving the benefit of the reduction in the power. So that seems very unlikely that we would want to do that. The biggest thing potentially be if we thought we had to move the location of it because we made adjustments or an addition to our treatment plant that would require us to physically move it, and that's in the contract, but then that would be on our dime to get the facilities moved. We don't specifically see that in the locations for these either. I think we're pretty comfortable that we're not going to have to move them, but that would probably be more likely than wanting to take them over and move them somewhere else or do something else with them.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was looking. Go ahead, Director.
So the termination payment is per site?
Yes, sir. So if one of the 3 sites was terminated, but the other 2 were not, it would just apply to that individual site, yeah.
The Tesla battery is your preferred battery. There are others.
Yes, that's true to both. I feel like the Tesla technology is the best. It's got the most track record. The other thing I like, by the way, about these power packs is that this is demonstrated. There's a fleet of many hundreds of these units operating, I think thousands. Well, actually, absolutely thousands, because individual power pack, I don't know how many projects, individual projects they have, but many hundreds. And the other thing I just like to mention is that it is that the Tesla warranty is, they do have a warranty on the degradation of the battery. I mean, I don't know how much we want to get into this, but batteries do degrade a little bit over time. So the Tesla warranty does guarantee that a certain amount of duration of the energy storage will be maintained over the 15 years.
But they have a 15-year life expectancy?
At least it is warranted for 15. I think a reasonable person would suggest that life expectancy is 15 to 20, but we know that it's 15 because it's warranted out to 15.
And they're also, just to point out, in section 17 of the contract, section 17B, it does talk about the option to purchase. So it does talk about that a little bit in terms of fair market value of the system, et cetera. So there is that in the contract as well.
Yeah, if for some reason the NID wanted to own the units, that we could, that can be worked out. There, as was mentioned, there is a fair market value provision in the contract. But as it stands here, and I think as you'll see in the contract, NID is not responsible for the operations and maintenance or the warranty or the certainly not providing the information into SGIP in order to secure the incentive and all of that. So,
so 17.5 or $17,500 a year net saving per unit or total?
I'm pretty sure that's total. Actually, let me refer that. Yeah, that's total across the three. Yeah.
Is there any more money there for us?
Well, this.
And did we get competitive bids?
We didn't get competitive bids on this, no. They approached us with this concept of this rebate program, and we got the green light to pursue the rebate program with them being the folks representing us.
And there's no out-of-pocket expense.
There's, yeah, no.
Someone's been designing one for my house, and I just didn't know if 4 hours is enough.
If I might comment on the duration, the 4 hours, because this is a common question. The SGIP program, the Equity Resiliency Program, only incentivizes up to 4 hours at the full rate. If we go to 6 hours of duration, the incentive level declines, and therefore the economics become less favorable. So while it is possible to have longer duration, if we build more than 4 hours of product, it's possible to buy more product. It's not the matter of whether it's feasible, it's a matter of the economics of going beyond 4 hours. I'd like to say a couple other things on this. One is that, in advance of PSPS notifications of duration, we're happy to, interact with, Tanya and the team to stretch out that duration. That's 4 hours at the peak usage. So I'm just making this up, but let's say we were able to arrange things such that the peak usage is half. Well, now the duration is now 8 hours. And then the only other thing I just wanted to mention briefly is that one way to extend the duration, and some of us feel strongly that this will be the future, is that solar power will charge the battery even in the event of a grid reliability event, and the solar will charge the battery and therefore extend the duration. That is not what's being discussed here, but I did just want to mention that's another strategy for extending duration.
Are you in?
Laura.
I'm sorry.
I have.
Go ahead.
So, what confused me about it was, so we have George treatment plant on one end of the spectrum, and we have this Norline pump station on the other end of the spectrum. And you look at the system description, and they're exactly the same size, 116 kilowatt system size. All three facilities have the exact same kilowatt system size, and they have the same expected energy capacity. But they're radically different systems, and so I don't quite understand how you would be able, if and the first question, which I think that, Tony, correct me if I'm, we would use these every single day of the year, is that right, or we would only use them at PSPS?
No, it wouldn't be every single day of the year. They do have to cycle a minimum of 104 cycles per year. And that's something that, GSR Energy would be monitoring and controlling.
What does that mean? 104 energy cycles, what do you mean?
That means they're
And
gonna discharge
we
the
only
battery.
can run them 104 times a year, so 104
No,
out of
they have to-
365 days?
They have to discharge a minimum of that amount to meet the program requirements. So they have to discharge fully and then charge back up.
Yeah, if I may just add a little bit of color to that. So the batteries are unlike a generator that the batteries don't just sit there. The batteries are charging and discharging through the course of the year, charging at times of low cost energy and then discharging at times of higher cost energy or at times where demand charges are high. So the batteries are always kind of, they're being exercised over time to produce the energy savings. Although when there's an advance notice of a PSPS event, the algorithms will instruct the battery to charge to maximum. And then when that hits, then we'll be using the battery to, during that time of the grid outage. So I wanted to mention that on the 104 cycles. And then if I may, Ms. Peters, in terms of what the sizing, the fourth project, which has just come off the wait list recently, so it was just not appropriate to try to bring it to the board here. But that is actually a 3 power pack project. That one is larger. And the reason being is just simply that we've tried to get we tried to build as big a system as we can, but we are limited by the peak demand over the previous 12 months, whatever that peak demand has been over the 12 months in 15-minute intervals. That is what we use in order to, I guess, set the incentive level with the SCHIP administrator. I don't know if that made sense, but the point is.
So our same peak, we have the same peak demand for our E. George treatment plant as we do for our Norline pump station. They have the same peak demand.
I don't think they're the same, but they're in the general, like it's not enough to step up to the next.
Another whole battery, right.
That's interesting.
Yeah. Go ahead, Director Johansson.
Thank you for your work on this. Justin, have you looked at the contract?
Yeah, so Andy McClure in my office did work on this, and I did touch base with him. He said there was a lot of back and forth, different iterations, language changes, negotiation on language, and he said that this agreement meets with his approval as to form. What that means is there's nothing in here that gets us so excited that
no red flags. So the question still, after 15 years, what happens to the batteries?
And our system.
Because they're
So they would,
somewhat of a
yeah, let me try to answer
proxy.
that is addressed in the contract language here. I think where the negotiation comes in, that was
the market value.
is if we want some kind of special deal. If we just want the system gone, kind of return the facilities to pre-installation conditions, then contract language would allow for that.
Yeah, and that's paid by the by the group, not by us, correct? To remove the facility at the end, or even any time during the termination part, unless we choose to want to keep them.
I think where the negotiation comes in is if we want to keep the facility,
Right.
but we want to sever this relationship, and the agreement doesn't specifically address that situation.
Other than it talks about the fair market, the market value of the facilities at the time in which we want to purchase them or take them over.
So we're looking at 15 years, 17.5, $260,000 over the 15 years of savings with some backup that we already have with generators.
Yeah, it reduces the amount of time you got to run your generators, right? So it reduces your fuel consumption, whether that's diesel or propane. as well as reduces your carbon footprint because you're not operating those generators as often.
The 17th, so
These aren't meant to run the facilities for a 24-hour or 48-hour period, right? It's basically to come on to run them for a given time frame before our generators would kick on.
the 17,000 only covers the price differential between, being charged during,
Peak and off-peak.
peak. Yes, that figures the peak and non-peak issue, right? You haven't factored in the value of, these units during the SPS and the cost savings of fuel or staff or
No.
whatever.
Correct.
Yeah, we haven't done
This is
that.
strictly the cost, the energy
There's
consumption.
potential there. Some
There's
potential.
quite a bit of potential, and we've been finding that our generators running at 24 hours a day for 4 days, it is very expensive and it's not healthy for the generators themselves. They're not that. So this is just another tool in that toolbox that we try to insulate our facilities against, and with
no real net cost to us.
Yep.
Unless
Well-
we choose to sever the contract, et cetera.
Director Peters.
So you said 104 units that have to.
Cycles?
Cycles?
Mm-hmm.
How long is that?
I don't know that answer. Mark?
Yeah,
You know
so a
cycle?
cycle, if I may, so a cycle is simply from fully charged to fully discharged back to fully charged. So that's a cycle. So a cycle could happen within 1 day, or a cycle could happen, like we did, 10% per day. It would happen over 10 days, if that makes any sense. But it's measured by fully exhausting the battery and fully charging the battery again. The 104 cycles is if I may, that's a construct of the SGIC program. They're the ones who have said it has to be at least 104 times a year, because they want to make sure that these batteries are being placed into the built environment and are actually being used to act for grid stability. Because I think the recognition is that by reducing demand costs, if the state of California has many of these projects that are all reducing power during these times of peak, it'll help stabilize the grid during these times of peak usage. The only thing I wanted to just go back to just briefly is that the savings numbers, it's possible that those will go up. If rates change, if tariffs change, then there's an incentive or a disincentive to use power at a certain time, it's possible that in the future those savings rates will improve. But since we don't know what those are, this is just based on the existing tariff. But if one believes that the energy costs, the tariffs in the future will really penalize energy use right as the sun goes down, for example, an energy storage project like this will be a real benefit in the future. But that's speculation, that's conjecture.
So back to the system setup. So like on eGeorgia, so this is these same two packs, I guess you'd call them, or units, would at the peak of the day, when the eGeorgia treatment plant has all of their facilities running, it's gonna take care of all of them. It's gonna switch to this, and these two packs, what do you call them? Two. They're gonna run the whole plant.
That's right.
It's not like my home generator. We just turn on our refrigerator and our well and our just certain things. Our generator runs.
Right, one light.
Right, and so, but it's not like that. These same two that are gonna keep this pump station going is gonna run the entire eGeorge plant for 4 hours every 104 cycles. Is that right?
The beginning part is right. Every 104 cycles, I just want to make sure we're on the same page there. In the event that the 104 cycles, the battery is not, to accomplish a cycle, the battery does not have to discharge the entire, how can I say this in a straightforward way? The battery may just spit out some power, and there's grid power and battery power at the same time. And that way the battery is just being drawn down slowly, or in an event of a power outage, the battery will discharge completely at the full inverter capacity. Does that make sense?
Yes, and it may be quicker at E. George that truly lost all power. It's gonna draw a lot more juice than, say, an Orleans pump station, which may not be operating on a continuous basis, right? But it just means that the batteries are gonna draw down to zero, the cycle to zero faster if there's more demand on it.
It only lasts 20 minutes.
Then our generator would kick on, right?
And then to the installation part, I mean, you say, oh, well, so this, my understanding, tell me if I'm wrong, because I've had to hook up our generator at home. This is a very, you have to hook it up, and you have to have a transfer switch, and you have to switch it to the generator. And so what we're gonna do, it seems like it's pretty complicated on our current plan. So we have these generators, and we have hooked up to the system, and so they turn on when the power goes out. So we're gonna insert this unit in between those two, so it's gonna we're gonna have to take our system apart and put this in, and then patch it back together, tie this in directly, and then tie the transfer switches from this to our generators, or how?
It's all automatic.
Yeah, it seems like that would be a lot of staff time. I don't know that
It'll be our time to review the plan.
They'll do the
To
work.
make sure, GSRE's contractor will do the work, but it'll be our obligation to review the plans to make sure it's done the way that we want it.
And you'll do that, Tanya? Who'll do that?
No, that'll get routed to the appropriate people within NID. Internally, yep.
Through engineering as well as the electrical department with Chip's group, with
Do
Bill.
you have any estimate of how long that's gonna take?
How long
I mean, how many hours could you say, staff time is required to provide support, but, and for access, if something happens, but do we have an estimate of how long that would be?
Review the plans.
And how much staff time over the 15 years? I mean, is our staff gonna have to be, I don't imagine that it's all gonna be remotely operated from, Mark, where are you located?
So I'm in San Mateo County. To answer your question, I think initially there will be some staff time necessary to review and approve the plans that we prepare. So I'm going to be using the same guys that did the designs, the same electrical engineers, and the same construction firms that did our projects in Southern California. I'm going to bring them up here. They're called 4 states. But they know what they're doing, and I'm comfortable with them, and I'm very confident you will as well. They've built a lot of equipment behind the meter projects like this, as well as fuel cells, by the way. But to answer the question, there will be some staff review time in the beginning to make sure that the NID organization is comfortable with how this impacts their system. But it is really reviewing documents that we prepare. Once the project is operational, it's our responsibility to monitor the system. We'll be providing reports, of course, as necessary at Tanya's direction. But the batteries, once they're operational, the amount of staff time is actually quite minimal. I would suggest that even the review process is a pretty moderate to small to moderate imposition on the time of the staff. They're just reviewing and approving what we are preparing and what we believe, based on our experience, is the best design for the project.
If I can interject, I believe your question has to do with operation. Could you go through just briefly? I assume this is all automatic when it happens. She said, her question was, do we have to go out and plug it in to make it when it happens?
Director Peters, I might have misunderstood your question. The O&M is handled by us. There's very minimal O&M. To the earlier comment, this is all done remotely over how can I say this? Over the internet, basically, over a wireless communication and hardwired.
Right.
So
This all happens automatically.
it's all automatic.
And once it's set up?
Yes. It's gonna turn on and off and do its thing it doesn't require somebody to be there to physically make it do that.
And it's not only gonna be in PSPS, it's gonna be as often as we possibly can use.
Yeah, it's gonna be generated and doing that throughout, right? That's where most of the cost is generated from.
And
Because
still it's only
discharging
$17,000 a year savings?
That is our estimate. Of course, we will do whatever we can to, maximize the savings, including with new tariffs and future tariffs that might shift around at higher costs during certain times of the day. We would be able to adjust the battery's operation seamless without having someone visit the site. The only site.
And this tax funded program, is that where's the funding coming from?
By the way, in terms of the actual on the boots, on the ground operations and maintenance, the preventative and corrective maintenance is very, very minimal. We change a filter every once in a while in the inverter. I would not be surprised if there's one visit a year, that might be a lot. The physical site visit. In terms of where the money is coming from, this is from the state of California. This is ratepayer funds. This is this self-generation incentive program, which has been around since 2001, and we are just we're all sort of taking advantage of an opportunity that the state of California policymakers have made to provide energy resiliency through battery storage.
I would encourage the board to think about this, not just in the matter of it's only $17,000 worth of savings that the district gets. This is a much broader concept of energy reliability at our critical facilities. There's 3 of them here that we have. We've got another 2 or 3 that are on a wait list. Maybe someday we can come back. Perhaps the economics then are not feasible, but to install, no cost to the district, except save some staff time on review and making sure it's in the right location so that staff can move around and do what we need to do on site. This is a broader context of, I think, reliability for our system, moving into greater PSPS, greater climate changing and considerations that it's a movement forward in a technology that gets us away also from using 100% reliance on diesel backup generators.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and hopefully regular operation, not, hopefully we'll be able to use this more than just in a PSPS event.
That's how.
Absolutely, and
that's how we get the savings, right?
That's how you get the savings.
Have
For
we
the most
checked in
part.
with operations and maintenance? What do they think about this whole proposal?
Oh, yeah,
The operations and maintenance on that?
Yeah, we're all in agreement.
We've been
They're all supportive and thinking this is.
run through the district.
Director Johansson.
So the Tesla puts out 2 different kinds of batteries?
Yes, sir. Tesla has the Power Pack technology, which is what we're discussing here. They also have what's called the Power Wall, which is for residential applications, much smaller, much smaller, not appropriate for this type of application.
And then Siemens puts out a battery?
There are some other manufacturers. Lockheed had one. Or has one. Siemens, there's a company called EOS. There's a company called EnergyPort out of China. So there are, this is not the only type of battery. This is not the only manufacturer of stationary storage. But to my earlier point, it is my somewhat strong feeling that Tesla is the best. It works. It works in the way.
Everybody has an opinion. So not getting out of that area, so you can hook up windmills?
I'm sorry?
You can hook up a windmill? They have a lot of stuff here.
Well, yes. We put and by the way, my background is in the wind business, so I perked up when you said that. One of the facilities at Inland Empire down in Southern California has a single wind turbine. It has solar, and we added a battery. So yes, it can absolutely be integrated with an on-site renewable, whether that is solar or whether that is wind. I'd be happy to talk about wind, probably more so than you would want to hear. I'm a believer in the wind business.
So I like the direction. I just need a little more time.
Time to,
Just run down some resources.
Yeah.
not sure we have,
How much time do we have? What's the deadline?
Yeah, that's why we expedited this because of the,
Yeah, but it's,
because of the.
It's a lot, it's a lot. And what if we only decide to do 2 of them? What if we don't want to do all 3 of them?
We don't have to do, each facility has their own agreement. So we're not obligated to do all 3. We can do whichever one we want.
but I would question why we wouldn't do all 3 versus 1 or 2, right? They all can work within the facilities that we have.
Sure.
So if you're uncomfortable with the process, I get that. It seems unlikely that you would only want to choose 1 versus all 3.
Right.
And I think we got to hear from Mark on the timing of this, because
Yeah.
this is all sold out. We got in at the right time in order to put our application in. We're on the
There are
list.
timelines.
And maybe, Mark, you can talk about the timing and when does this money kind of either stay or go away?
The Equity Resiliency Program is absolutely oversubscribed. It has been since October of 2020 in PG&E territory. SDG&E sold out in January. There is still some funding still available in SCE territory. The time sensitivity for providing there's a milestone that the SCHIP administrator requires called the proof of project milestone, which is the signed contract. And that is due in May for the first project. The other ones follow shortly thereafter. I don't have that in front of me, excuse me. But we do, if we don't put the proof of project milestone into the process with the SCHIP administrator, our place in line will go away.
Director Heck.
Thank you. I fully support this. I don't see a downside here. And so both Rich and Laura, I want to understand a little bit more about what I'm hearing is your hesitancy. And Rich, you said you wanted to do more research. And could you speak more about that? Because I feel like
I know somebody's going through cleaning up a lot of these agreements. And I just want to know, I want to know more about this agreement and our liabilities.
The agreement, well, I guess, since we've had council review it, I feel really comfortable with it. But are you talking about somebody, I mean, it's kind of hard to chase a ghost here, but are you talking about someone who had this very exact same agreement reviewed by council? Are you comparing apples to apples? Because I really want to understand.
Yeah, that I don't know.
Right.
But I do want
because we've had council review this, it does not require any upfront costs on the part of NID. And this is totally a direction I support us going. I'm prepared to support this and move this forward.
Director Hull.
I agree with Ricky's point of view. It seems to me that the GSR Energy has a good track record, and a lot of organizations have installed their systems in California, and I certainly don't want to see us get out of the queue for this opportunity. Right. And I think it's a good thing yes, the money money savings is nice, but that's really not why to do it. It's sustainability of the system, as Greg said. So I support moving forward with it myself.
Okay. Any more discussion?
May what is the deadline for the first one?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, why is it brought to us this late date that we can't ask questions and get information? Why is this the first we're hearing about it? But it feels like a pressure used car sales, you know, it feels like, wow, you have to decide today and get it somewhere. And this is all known, and our system, the lowest power rating is 500, and we're at 116. There's in 3 and 5, you know, 32,000, and we're at 400. You know, so I just have a lot of questions about it, and it seems like it's.
Well, I think there's been a lot of work behind the scenes in order to get us to here. There's been discussions, there's been staff discussions, there's been siting considerations. We've looked at data, we've looked at our energy usage. We've had to make sure that we meet all the qualifications of the program. Like we said, we have 13 potential sites. Through staff and through Mark and his team, we whittled it down to 3. I mean, we're bringing it as quick as we possibly can, and it's here today. And we don't have committees to move, you know, these items forward with, otherwise we would have kind of brought updates.
Right.
But we do have this here today, and
This was approved by the WHO committee.
What's the deadline in May?
Right. And the WHO committee looked at this, some time ago. And I think I was on that, maybe not, but this feels very familiar. So Laura, to your point, you know, I get it when it feels like you haven't had the opportunity to really look at it. And again, this is why we're not having the committee structure anymore. It's because this was reviewed in committee, but you weren't unfortunately a part of that. So this has been ongoing for a while.
So
May what?
May what?
What's the deadline in May?
Mark, what's the deadline in May?
Thank you. Sorry.
That is the right question. Just, would you bear with me 1 second? Let me pull this open. I have, just give me 1 moment. I have it right here.
Well, again, I have to say, what is the downside? What is the worst thing that could happen if we approve this? And they began.
Yeah, that's, Director Heck, that's a question that legal counsel almost always asks.
Right.
When we're reviewing agreements and such. And I think, I asked Andy this question. His answer was, I believe, Mark, your business entity is an LLC. LLCs could disappear in relatively quick order, dissolve as a business entity, in which case, you know, we don't have a counterpart via contract that we can pursue. So we are then stuck with batteries and a facility that we're now maintaining. You know, but Andy's point is that's a relatively small downside because there's still a warranty there, there's still value, there's still your utility. But that was what we thought was the worst case scenario here is the business entity that.
Does his LLC have assets? I would presume so, because you've done a lot of these.
Yes, although we will be bringing in a financing party that will help us handle the CapEx. So,
do you ever bond for this stuff? So, you know, to take care of the 1% or whatever the low percentage chance of failure is. Do you ever bond, a performance bond?
That is a possibility. We've done it, you know, I think we've had one in the past. I mean, recall the equipment is on site. The equipment is what's valuable. So the equipment will be on site. So the project is secured by the equipment itself.
I get that. So still hearing the LLC question, I feel like that's a very low chance, and I still support this wholeheartedly, and I'm excited to move it forward.
And maybe we need to clarify a little bit, because I think maybe that's some of the question, is why don't we look at putting 5 batteries or 6 batteries or 10 batteries and try to generate a bunch of power? These facilities don't feed back onto the grid. They just strictly take what we have to spend in power, and it reduces that consumption. But it doesn't, and confirm if I'm wrong, Mark, feel free to jump in, but we can't generate a bunch of power through these, filling these batteries and then discharge them at peak time and try to create or to sell the power on the open market, right? So when you start to look at the cost benefit of 3 batteries, really doesn't necessarily get you anymore because there's more upfront costs, which means to absorb that, they're gonna have to try to take more out of what we get in terms of the credit. So, and I think maybe Mark had mentioned that before, but that's, you know, they've sized these based to maximize benefit, right? Because these guys want to maximize the benefit too, and if they could maximize more, I would imagine they've been happy to oblige to do that.
That's correct. We have maximized the size, and that's why the Main Street facility in fact is a bit larger.
Right.
We've maximized the size that is covered by the incentive, which is common practice with other projects around the state that are using this incentive.
So the deadline is in May,
End of May.
what day?
I have 26th.
Do we have a meeting before then?
You would
Yeah,
have
I'm all for this, been around it for quite a while. And I know that these contracts are more specialized than just general law. And there's certain specific terminology. I'm all for doing it. I just want to take the caution of checking everything out.
So,
How would you do that, Rich? Would you hire an attorney? Would you hire somebody?
I can have somebody who's in the business, not a competitor, so we don't have any conflict.
so I just want to confirm.
Backing off, you know, go ahead.
I just want to understand, if we do delay this until the next board meeting, are you asking for additional information from us, or is this, here is the information, and then are you looking for more information from staff
I'm
with
fine
regards to that?
Yeah,
Okay.
You said you're fine with that?
yeah. So you take, I think you guys done a
So
great
what we
job.
have is what we have. You just want to make sure you're more comfortable with the information that you have there in order to make your decision.
Yeah, without getting into too much detail.
Just want to make sure there's more that we need to give you, then we need to make sure we do that.
I think you guys have done a great job.
But we're not quite there yet, so.
Yeah, I'm all for this type of project.
Yeah.
Not all of them have gone well. But no reflection on GSR. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know you guys from anybody, so I just wanted to be careful.
Well, I understand. Let me just say that if, to the extent that it would be helpful to talk with some of the projects that our team has built in the past, that offers out there.
I presume our staff would have done that. It's kind of like checking references, right? Let's talk to other, or have you done that, Doug? Am I talking to Doug?
Yes.
No, I don't think we've talked specifically with regards to other references to see how they're performing.
That's what maybe staff could do. Do a background check on how's it going.
Sure.
If that's okay with,
Well, I think before maybe there's direction, we first need direction on this item.
sure.
Right.
Then
So-
from there, we can.
What is our motion that we have? Do we have a motion?
I'll clarify all that. So the motion
you.
is to approve the agreement, okay? At this point, if the board's will, or Rich wants to make a motion to table this time certain to the next board meeting, or to get more information, we can do that.
Do we have a second to approve it?
Yes, we
Yeah.
moved it, brought it on the table, and now, or we brought it on the table, and then that's what I said at the beginning, we got all kinds of options with parliamentary procedure, so. At this point, we can table this
What do you
motion.
prefer?
What do I
Well, I'd
prefer?
call for the question here, but.
Okay. I'm for the question.
Mhm.
Okay.
I'm for the question.
So we vote.
So we vote, and we vote,
Mhm.
we have,
We have to have public opinion.
yes, we have to have public opinion next too. We vote?
Well, we hear public comment first, right?
Yep. Okay, we'll do that.
I have,
You have a motion?
no, I just have a comment. And my main, the concern I have with this is that I don't know how it fits in on our long-term planning with the Loma Rica facility. I'm hearing that facility is close to it's gonna need a major overhaul or something pretty soon. And I just don't know how this ties in. If we commit ourselves to this one facility, and then, so, you know, we haven't thought it through what our plans are for this facility.
Within the next 5 years,
In the next 15 years.
it's not a problem, right? It's only an impact to us for the first 5 years. After that, there's no cost for us to terminate the
So everything.
contract.
Okay.
So they can take it away
The
and
facility's fine
use
for
it.
5 years. It's not.
It's nothing that we would foresee that would need to have this thing removed, because we'd have to keep the, you know, I mean, it would be a process to figure out how we keep the treatment plant operating, or how we reduce the flows and feed from E. George while we were rebuilding or redoing Loma Rica, et cetera. But no, I would not
Because
expect
I know
it
that
to
we
be
built all
impacted.
these steps and all of that, that we should, you know, perhaps we can even just bypass Loma Rica altogether.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I'm not sure about that one, but that's a different discussion.
The
Yeah.
math on the paper, but, you know, I don't know what, I don't know.
Well,
what
I don't see that
steps
happening in 5
I
years.
don't see- yeah, I
Or
don't
10
think-
years.
You know,
Well, I've heard before it was imminent, and so I don't know what imminent.
Imminent on Loma Rica?
Yeah,
No, Lake Wildwood, but not Loma Rica, right?
and Loma Rica wasn't very far behind.
no, Loma Rica, well,
We
maybe,
wouldn't have
maybe we're
chosen-
getting off topic
Pretty
here a
sure
little
we
bit.
wouldn't have chosen-
But-
We wouldn't have chosen this site if we knew in 2 years that Loma Rica
Right.
would be completely revamped.
Okay.
So we've got this 5-year buffer.
So 5 years, we're doing nothing with Loma Rica.
Well,
Okay.
we are doing things to Loma Rica. We can continue to do those on a regular basis, but in talking in terms of a complete plant redo or tear out and rebuild, no, I don't see it in the 5 years. But do we need to work on the clarifiers? Do we need to do some of those other things in the short term? Absolutely, and they're in the CIP. Yeah, but it wouldn't affect this.
Yeah. With all the excess we have in E. George, and that's my concern. That's my concern, is if we really look into streamline, this may be an opportunity, and I don't want to lock us into a big, you know, into an obligation on it when we haven't given even discussion to that.
Well, we've had discussions. We're not concerned about that being impacted in the next 5 years.
Okay, is there any public comment on this item? Any public comment, if you want to comment on the battery project, star 9 your phone. Okay, seeing none, what's the will of the board?
Well, I'd like to call for the question on the motion that is before us.
Okay. Madam Secretary, call the roll, please.
And to clarify, I have a motion made by Director Hall, seconded by Director Peters. And Division 1,
Yes.
Division 3? Aye. Division 5?
I don't have enough, information, I'm gonna abstain.
Division 4?
I'm going to abstain as well.
Division 2?
Aye. So I just read the policy, this passes, correct?
Yes.
Yes, we have a vote of 3 ayes, 0 noes, and 2 abstentions.
Okay.
I do think Laura's point is a good one about Loma Rica, but I rely on the NID team to be certain that that is, not gonna be a wasted investment, and leave it at that. But I do think that question is a legitimate one to raise.
Okay. Thank you, Doug. Thank you, Tanya.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, job well done.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank
Okay.
you, Mark. Thank you, Tanya.
Yes, thank you, Mark. That was a good presentation.
Thank you.
Well, thank you for your time, everyone, and we won't let you down on this.
Okay,
Thanks, hard
thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Chris, what is the status of our,
Lunch is ready when you are.
lunch is ready. I'm ready to take a lunch break if nobody objects to that.
Give us time.
Oh,
We have a hand.
we had no comment
Call for public
at that
comment.
time. Do we have a comment now? Oh,
Oh, we had a hand.
We-
there.
we didn't,
thought we
we
did.
didn't when I asked for it. What should I
I
do?
think it's probably on this, water supply.
I know it's on the water supply.
Yeah, and I would be happy to continue and,
Push through.
push through, because I think a lot of the people on the call are because of this topic.
And
And,
this,
Okay.
it's not a hot meal, so we're
It's not a hot meal, okay.
but that's just my opinion. I
Okay, that's all
push
right.
through so that we can have our public participation.
Did you,
How long will this take?
a while.
Could take a while.
It could take a while,
Um,
and I'm gonna pass out.
Oh, are you?
I mean,
Well, we can't have that.
we have food here, it could just be a matter of only 15 minutes.
We could take 15 minutes. Let's do
Start
that.
at 1 o'clock.
Okay.
I think you can start at 1.
Okay, for those of you watching, we're gonna take a 15-minute lunch break. See you at 1 o'clock. Okay, Ricky, we're gonna go ahead. Okay, we're back in session, NID board meeting, April 28th. Next item on the agenda is the water supply update, drought declaration, and what we're gonna do for this one is have the presentation by the staff and then take public comment immediately for those of you who are out in the field watching. So with that, Chip and Thor, welcome.
All right, thank you very much. Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. Chip Close, Water Operations Manager. I'm here along with NID Water Resources Superintendent Thor Larson, who I like to call our Water Master. Just to set the stage here, so at the March 10th, 2021 Board of Directors meeting, staff provided an overview of district water supply projections that were based upon the current conditions. At that point in time, the forecasted supply for April 1st was 261,800 acre feet, which supported a normal start of the irrigation season. Since that March 10th meeting, the hydrologic conditions have continued to track well below average, and the results of the April 1st snow survey have triggered some concern within staff. So because of that, we have rerun the forecast, and we have some concerns that the carryover storage at the end of the season are going to drop very low. So we have prepared a PowerPoint that demonstrates the changes that have occurred since the March 10th meeting, and I'd like to go over those with you real quick, and then we'll sum it all up at the end. So Chris, if you can put that up there on the screen, we'll walk you through it. What I've done with these slides is basically I've provided you the slide that shows the information from the March 10th meeting, and then the very next slide will be current conditions. Next. So the first one is our Bowman Lake precipitation reporting station. This is from March 1st, and basically I think you all are familiar with these slides, but the blue background on the right is the average, our 134-year average. The yellowish line there is what we saw in 2019, 2020, and then the red line is where we are at basically in current times. And basically, in March, we were very happy that we had caught back up to the year before. There was rain in the forecast. I think it was even raining on the day we had the discussion. So we thought everything was going to at least track towards normal from there forward. Unfortunately, that didn't happen. Next slide, please. So this is where we're at today. So the precipitation is at 33.34, which is only 54% of average, and we are now tracking well below even last year's totals. So that is very unfortunate. And just for a point of reference, we are at 33 inches. 2019, 2020, we were at 48.52. That's where we finished the year. In 2013 and 14, during the first years of the drought last time, we ended at 47 inches, and then 2014, 2015, we ended at 48 inches. So you can see we're tracking even below some of those drought years that we experienced, 13 through 16. I will add the season's not over yet, and there are chances to add to this, but the likelihood of anything substantial from here on out is pretty slim. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, this is the NID's reservoir storage as of the beginning of March. We were at 177,000 acre feet, which was 83% of average, 65% of capacity. The one saving grace we thought at that point in time was that we had a fairly substantial snowpack at roughly 80%. We were really counting on that coming in and bolstering our reservoir storage. Next slide. Oops, back up one. And here we are today, and you can see that kind of happened, right? We are starting to go up. Unfortunately, though, we didn't get average precipitation. In fact, it only got hotter, it got drier, and the wind picked up. It basically dried out everything. And that is affecting how much runoff we're getting from the snowpack. So although it was 80% snowpack at the time, The hot temperatures have really been melting it down, and we're not seeing the kind of runoff we would normally see. It's absorbing into the dry ground. In addition to that, we started up the irrigation season April 15th. It has taken us an enormous amount of water to get these canals wetted up and get water to the end, way more than we usually experience. In fact, there are some canals that are near summertime head, which is just kind of unheard of for this time of year. We think that's just because a lot of it's soaking into the really dry ground, and water's going to catch up eventually. In addition, there's a lot of our users who were waiting for the water to come on, and the minute they saw it, they filled ponds, they use it to the max to wet things up and get things started. We're hoping that will cut back, but as of right now, demands are really high for this time of year. Okay, next slide. So this was the March 1st snow survey, and I kind of already talked about this, but it was at 79% of average. Next slide. It dropped to 72% on April 1st, and we're conducting another one, as we speak today, right? And I've heard statewide that they feel some of the automated equipment that's measuring has dropped the current snowpack down to about 30% with the amount of melt we've had and warm temperatures. We expect the next snow survey to come in around that 30% level, so more bad news as far as continued runoff goes. Next slide. So this is the California Drought Monitor as of February 23rd. We were in the moderate drought category. Next slide. And that has now progressed to April 13th. We are now in the severe drought category. And I guess the key to this is that the entire state continues to get worse. So I do foresee additional actions at the state level. As you all may be aware, Governor Gavin Newsom, I just made a new term for him. Maybe I can catch that. At any rate, he declared a state of emergency for a couple of counties in the state, but while doing so, he also mentioned that the entire state is experiencing dry conditions. And within his own resolution, he mentioned that the state is going to work with all the local agencies in their water conservation efforts to increase our drought preparedness, and working with all state agencies and water districts and utilities to make all Californians aware of drought and encourage actions to reduce water usage by promoting Department of Water Resources Save Our Water campaign and other actions of that nature. So that fits right in with what we're moving forward with today. Next slide. This is the NOAA's experimental 3-month outlook, and basically it doesn't provide us any good guidance one way or another, other than I can say that seeing the north being predicted to be drier than average usually reflects on us as being the same. It certainly doesn't show any green on the west coast, which is what we would be looking for. Next slide. Okay, this is the key indicator for me. This is the key concern for staff. This is what our storage forecast was in March. And as you can see, we thought we would get pretty good runoff. We would peak out at 227,700 acre feet at the peak of the curve, and we would drop down on the right-hand side there to 146,100 acre feet of carryover storage, which is pretty good. It's not alarming by any means. In fact, I think our average for the last 10 years or so is about 160,000 acre feet. So it's a little below that, but not alarming. Next slide. Now, we have rerun the forecast, given the dry conditions, given the lack of snow melt that we anticipate, given the increased demands for starting up the system. We plugged all those into our forecast, and this is what you see. We're only capping out at 209,000 acre feet, but the more alarming portion of this is on the right-hand side, 110,700 acre feet. That's a very low carryover storage number for us. We haven't seen that for quite some time. In fact, I think 2001 may have been the last time we were this low. Before that, it was in the early 90s. Even through the 13 to 16 drought, we were higher than this. We were at 129,000 acre feet or somewhere in that neighborhood. So that just kind of gives you some perspective. I will say, though, in the 2013 to 2016 drought, For 2 years consecutively, we bought PG&E water. We bought roughly 15,000 acre-feet of water. It helped bolster those supplies, and that's what brought us to that 129,000 acre-feet. If we were to do that again this year, it would certainly help us substantially, but unfortunately, we don't have a lot of money in our budget for that. The water operations budget used to have $300,000 to help us buy some of those PG&E waters, but we cut it back, trying to be as conservative as possible financially, and we have roughly $80K that we can spend, which is roughly 1,700 acre-feet of water that we can buy. So we're obviously going to do that. We think that's appropriate, and want to at least broach the subject of, with the board's willingness, can we explore other options in finding finances to buy more PG&E water? But I think that's probably a separate discussion for another day. But I just wanted to at least set the table that we think it's the appropriate action to take given the dryness and given the availability. It would be a wise decision.
Can you tell us how much the cost would be for the full PG&E allocation?
Oh, goodness.
If we were to fund it?
So it's $45 an acre foot, and
Is it 25,000?
so basically 10,000 acre feet would be $450,000. 15,000 acre feet would be $675,000. 20,000 acre feet would be $900,000.
Thank you. And we still have ability to buy it?
We have the ability to buy it. We're really only tied by financial.
Thank you.
PG&E has been very good in working with us. The number changes as we get further into the season because obviously less is available as they're using it as well.
But they run their final allotment off of the May 1 Sacramento Valley Index, so that has yet to come out. It currently sits at 4.4, and it's based off of the 50-year rolling average of that index, which is currently 8.0. So we're at 55% allotment. It may come down a little bit because we've been extremely dry. I could see it possibly coming down to 52.5% potentially as the allotment, but through the end of the year, May through the end of the year right now, we have about 22,600 acre feet we can buy under the current projection. So roughly 22,000 would be all that we could buy.
Okay, thank you.
We were going to go to public comment before we discussed all this because, and I'm all over it, okay? So for those people that are waiting out there, if you're finished.
Okay, I got a couple more. I'll wrap it up.
Go ahead.
Okay, so next slide. So basically, the summary is water supply is trending drier. Precipitation is well below average for March and April. The snow survey results are at 72% of average and have drastically dropped even since then. Our water supply, our April 1st water supply dropped from 261,800 to 237,600. That's a drop of roughly 25,000 acre feet. High winds and above average temperatures have dried the watershed, so we are at very high flows. We are concerned with our carryover storage, and that has what has brought us to the stage 1, the recommendation of a stage 1 water shortage contingency plan implementation. Next slide, please. I wanted to highlight this. So this is our stage 1 of our water shortage contingency plan. At the top, you'll see it says our forecast availability for April 1st. Normally, to fall in this category, you have to be within between 235,000 acre feet to 211,000 acre feet. We're above that. We're at 236,000. Thank you, Tor. 236,000 acre feet. We're marginally above that. I think what we're more concerned about at a staff level is the carryover target at the end of the year.
Right.
And so we think implementing stage 1, even though it doesn't hit the top category there, it certainly is a concern for carryover, and so we need to get the messaging out. We need to really highlight conservation and do all of the things that are in a stage 1. Stage 1 is not mandatory. It is a voluntary request for people to conserve 10%. And we think that this is the time to do it, and there is some concern that it will probably only increase from here, but at least we're setting the table now and getting the messaging out there. So with that, I think that was the last slide.
Thank you, Tor. Okay.
A question?
Yeah. Ricky, we're going to go to public comment first.
Okay.
Because people waiting, and then we're going to have staff, then we're going to have board, and then we're going to have a motion. We're going to do it all back.
Okay.
Thank you.
Got it.
So public comment this time, on the, water supply update. Mr. Fisher, you go up first. Oh, I don't touch that. Oh, I just messed it up.
Is this working?
Yes.
Is this working? All right, thank you, Mr. Beerwagon. Chip, a question for you. Our carryover needs to be 80,000, if memory serves me right, from 2014, or has that changed? I believe there's 50,000, something like that from the state. Just maybe clear up that on what our absolute lowest amount of carryover we've done historically, and then what is mandated by the state as well. And I'll probably have more questions after that, but go ahead and take somebody else.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. It's a great question, and you're right. Our minimal carryover storage that we try to keep in the coffers at all times is 78,000 acre feet. What that covers is minimal supplies for drinking water, public health and safety, perennial ag, and even some businesses like golf courses. That is the minimum allotment that we try to carry over from year to year to ensure minimal supplies for the next year. So you take that 78,000 acre feet, you add to it the roughly 50,000 acre feet you can anticipate on a very, very dry year, and that's what we'll have to work with next year. I can tell you that even rolling 78,000 acre feet into the next year, if we don't get a good winter, we're going to be in a drought again, and even more severe. So hopefully that answers your question. And we can get into the details of what those allotments are for each customer category that make up that 78,000, but in the interest of time, we can, if the board wants to, we can go there, but as of right now, it's just the minimal amount for public health.
Joe, go ahead and list your questions while you're on.
Yeah, so in that, I wonder, it's not included in the, I guess it's a syllabus for drought stages, but I wonder if it's appropriate to start enacting the drought agricultural or raw water subcommittee that we usually get in periods of dry year, an ad hoc committee of agriculturalists to define perennial agriculture in preparation of what I would assume is going to be a dry couple of years perhaps, and have a little bit more holistic approach of how we use this water and allocate it.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. I appreciate that comment as well, and you're correct. We do have a drought hardship committee, and we would enact that in a stage 2 because that's when mandatory reductions come into play. We can certainly work with the board and establish who our drought hardship committee will be for this next go-around. In the 2013 to 2016 drought, some of our hardship committee members are now board members, so we now have to go out and find new ones. So it's probably appropriate to start that effort now and start collecting some names.
Yep.
Is that it, Joe?
That's it for now. Yeah, I'll see if somebody else has something smarter to say than me. It's a pretty low bar, Chris, but thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Joe. Okay, Steve Steele, you're next. Star 6, your phone.
Okay, yeah, can you hear me? Can you hear me, Chris?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for your time. Just a few comments that are probably obvious to everybody that's been watching it, but the situation for the folks that are feeding livestock and using irrigation water, pretty unusual circumstances this year, and that we didn't get historic good fall rains to produce forage. The rains that we've gotten have been hit and miss, so spring forage has been pretty tough. And the first year in many years that folks have been standing at the ditch waiting for spring water to come, and I think that's reflective in your staff report. I mean, everything was really dry by April 15th, so there's going to be that big surge in use, and with the weather staying the way it is, I don't see any relief from that. So yeah, I would encourage the board to consider any means possible to purchase water while it's available to be purchased, and certainly the reinstating of that drought committee seems appropriate.
Okay, thank you, Steve. Anybody else like to comment? Like to comment, star 9 your phone on the Water supply update, drought declaration. Anybody else? Joe's back. Okay, go ahead, Joe.
The other thing that I would add, directors, is that I'm not advocating us moving to stage 2. I'm advocating us moving the drought committee component of stage 2 to stage 1 and almost preemptively planning for the ill effects of drought. And I would agree that provided it doesn't have a negative impact on rates, purchasing that additional water is probably going to end up being a sound investment for the district.
Thank you. Duly noted. Okay, Circle, you're next. Who do we have speaking today?
Good afternoon, I guess, Board of Directors. This is Ashley Overhouse with the South Yuba River Citizens League. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for reviewing this today. I know that Circle in the past has engaged on this topic of conservation and sustainable water practices. And I just want to appreciate that staff has put the effort into this water supply update for you today, as well as your consideration of all available options, both moving forward and into the irrigation season. I think it's a really important conversation for our watershed, and I appreciate you having it here today in April especially. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Ashley. Anybody else like to comment on the drought declaration proposal? Star 9 on your phone. Last chance to comment. Okay, Director Heck, I think you're next.
Well, thank you. I have two questions for Chip. One is that given the governor's declaration for those two counties and anticipating that it will likely take into account the whole state, how does our declaration match with what we anticipate will be coming from the full state or from the governor?
Okay, good question. As of right now, the governor has taken the approach that the entire state shouldn't be mandated to be in any type of mandatory cutbacks just yet. So with us going into a stage 1, which is wholly voluntary, we're right in step with his mandate to this point. I do anticipate that the state will escalate that at some point in time, and when they do, we will be on board and match whatever their protocol is of us. So okay. I think at this point in time, I think we're right in step with what they are asking.
Okay. I guess my question was more anticipatory. When he goes to the next, mandatory or whatever his next step is, are we then prepared to do that here locally for our watershed?
Yes. So as you may or may not remember, in the Ag Water Management Plan, we adjusted our drought contingency plan or our water shortage plan to have 6 steps in it. The reason we did that was so that we standardized with what the state wants us to have, so that when they make any sort of statewide drought declaration, they can tell all water agencies to implement, say, stage 2 of your drought contingency plan. We will all have to do that, and it should all somewhat mirror the same type of cutbacks. So having said that, if the state comes in and says, we're ready for mandatory reductions, we want you all to reduce 20%, I'd come back to this board and I would say, we're ready. The governor has asked us to cut back or demanded that we cut back to a stage 2. I'd come back to this body and we'd bring a resolution to implement stage 2, and we would follow the actions that are lined out within our plan.
Okay, thank you, Chip. And then lastly, I'm understanding that in order to purchase reserve water from PG&E, that of course, the closer we get to actually severely needing it, the more expensive it's going to be. Is that correct?
No, the water that's available to us from PG&E is available through a coordinated operating agreement, and the price was set through the negotiations of that agreement, and it only escalates by CPI annually.
Okay, so is there an advantage for us to reserve, sort of like make a reservation for that water, or do we already have that reservation?
So they have offered,
the agreement.
They have offered that water to us, the 22,000 acre feet. If we don't jump on that or tell them we're interested in purchasing it, they will make that water available to PCWA more than likely.
Okay, well, that's my point, is I'm hoping that as part of this overall discussion, we can give some direction to raise our flag to PG&E and go, no, don't give it away. We want it. So that's one point. And then lastly, I agree. I think, to be forward thinking, we should implement our drought planning group that we have had in the past and get that fired up, because we're going to probably need it. So that's my comment and my questions. Thanks, Chip.
Thanks, Ricky. Richard Johansson.
So the prudent move would be to buy the water, use it, and then store our water to boost it from 110 to 130. That's what happened in 15.
You got it. So any amount that we buy basically is going to only add to our carryover storage at the end of the year.
Now, we don't get to recoup that. I mean, that's under our Prop 218, we can't add the added cost of purchase water. So that's something we need to look at our next 218.
Drought. Stage 2 requires rate and past rate.
Right.
So
that's where he's going. Go ahead.
Right. For that's stage 2, we're going to be at stage 1.
Yes.
Yes. But
I mean, if we pass it,
Throughout the season, we recoup that much.
and if we go to stage 2, then we get to recoup.
yeah, it's sort of an apples to oranges discussion, okay? So the way our drought pricing works is if we go into a stage 2, it's a 20% reduction, mandatory reduction in water usage. It comes with a 20% increase in rates to offset the mandatory reduction, right? Because if you don't have an increase in rates, but you reduce by 20%, you just 20% of your revenue.
Right.
So the drought pricing is meant to make up for that gap. The drought pricing, as we set up in Prop 218, has no part of it that reimburses us for the purchase of PG&E water. That's just something we pay for out of our pocket. At the last drought, we had a rate stabilization reserve fund that we utilized to buy this water. That was depleted, hasn't been replenished. So that's what I wanted to reflect on, is that financially this is a little bit harder lift than it was in the 13 to 16 drought. But I still think it's just as important.
So I'm going to restate that. That fund was depleted and never replenished. And we couldn't even add the 20% when we went into less sales.
Yes.
Every other district is set up that if you purchase water, there's multiple rates. If you purchase water from this source, this is what the end user will pay. If you purchase it from the other source, this one right now, I'm paying anywhere from $190 to $450 an acre foot.
Yeah.
Depending on which source the district can buy it from. It's something we need to look at. I'm not advocating that's where we're going. I'm just saying that we need to look at that. That the district last time depleted a whole reserve, buying extra water to keep. The goal is to have water.
Yeah.
Right.
So I will add to that, and you brought it up, and I appreciate that. During the 13 to 16 drought, we did not have drought pricing, period.
Right.
So even though we had mandatory reductions of 36%, we had no pricing in place to help offset the reduced usage and the loss in revenue. We're a little bit better off now because we have that pricing, but we still don't have a good mechanism to pay for the PG&E water. And I'd like to add, I appreciate you bringing up the prices on the open market. The PG&E water, per our contract, is roughly
just over $44 an acre foot.
Yeah.
If we buy it in the optimal location, so we don't forego any power generation by PG&E.
So although costly to buy a lot of it, it's still a bargain as you compare it to the open market.
Absolutely.
In order, one irrigation district is getting over $900. Wow, an acre foot. And they only have 2 commercial growers, so everybody's subsidized. So, glad somebody brought up the drought hardship committee. I've already talked to somebody 2 months ago, because we felt it coming.
Right.
This drought is not over. And the goal is to have enough water for next year. And this year. And I agree the state is likely to step in.
Yep.
See what happens. How does this affect out-of-district sales? Because we do have a contract that says that we're basically rescinding our surplus declaration of March, and we're going to a stage 1 drought with anticipation that the state is going to come in and maybe go deeper. How does that affect our out-of-district sales, and particularly to Nevada City and Grass Valley?
Yeah. So our drought contingency plan addresses that in a stage 1. We basically say there will be no new or increased surplus water sales. I don't know if you looked at the resolution in great detail. The resolution before you today also states that we are out of surplus water, so there will be no new or increase.
Right.
As far as moving forward, if we go deeper into some type of mandatory regulations, we'll have to bring that subject back up to the board and have those discussions. The water code states in it that you cannot be selling water to out of district when you're cutting back water to inter-district. And that is going to be a very challenging topic as we move forward. The City of Grass Valley and the City of Nevada City's water agreements both specifically state that they are surplus water contracts. And by the written rule of the agreement, we could terminate the supply. But given that this is really their only supply, it would be a very touchy discussion.
Yeah, because it is a surplus water contract. So it would be prudent. Should we give direction, or you guys are going to be talking to Grass Valley and Nevada City in anticipation that the state's going to go deeper?
Well, we have had those discussions. They've kind of been on a hiatus lately, but I think this drought may highlight the need to finish those discussions.
You can't get it higher here.
Those discussions in that contract was in place in the last drought.
Yes, it was. Yeah.
So what did we do last time?
We continued to supply them water, but mandated they meet and or exceed all of the same conservation regulations we put in place for our internal customers.
Right.
And we would do the same now. It's actually written in their contract to be that way. But it is also written that you are a surplus customer and you could be shut off in times of drought. So it's one of those, right?
There's no incentive for them to come into the district.
By the letter of the water code, I think there is, and maybe I should defer that to Dustin, but,
I think there's plenty of incentive.
Yeah.
They really should.
Yeah, I think they should.
And we have actively worked with them, to try to delineate the parcels that we supplied water to back in the 1920s when, PG&E gave us the system. We kind of know what those parcels are, and we have separated those out because we have an obligation to serve those. But we now know the parcels that they have expanded to that are not in the district. Those are the ones they need to fold in. And I think we got really close, but financial discussions went a little sideways and it got put on hold.
Yep. So as a board, we want to encourage further discussion.
Yes.
To all parties involved. Because we're going to take care of public health, safety. But that's not a lot of water.
No, it isn't. You know, and I mentioned this one of the last times we talked about it, but I had been contacted by a couple of Grass Valley City folks that wanted to resume discussions. And then, you know, all kinds of things have occurred, you know, COVID not the least of it. And I think there is will now to begin those discussions in earnest. And so that's where that's at. Nevada City is at a different place. You know, I reached out to them and they said, oh my goodness, we don't have the bandwidth for that right now. They've got city manager and police chief and all kinds of things going on there, and did not feel that this was something they had time to think about. That said, with a drought declaration, it may be different.
Right, and if we go into stage 2 drought, their contracts don't say they have to pay the more, the contracts say they have to pay the more, 20% more.
Yeah.
Oh,
Their contracts are independent.
Irregardless, they are an outside district customer, they always pay 25% more.
No, I mean, but in-district customers are gonna get
Oh, the pricing, yes, it is in effect for everybody,
even for out-of-district customers.
Yeah, so those water bills will go up substantially.
I'm sorry, Ricky, what was that?
No, I just said, that my understanding, and help me if I am correct, but they are all, the cities of Grass Valley and Nevada City already pay a 25% surcharge essentially. And correct. Should we go to stage 2 drought, there will be an additional 20% on top of the 25%. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yes,
they
that's
will
what I
pay,
thought.
They will pay the same rates as everyone else plus 25%.
Yeah.
Right, so that's a pretty big incentive for us to, to really consider these discussions very seriously very soon.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's not fair to our in-district customers.
Right, exactly. That's the concern. And if I could take a step back for a moment. Ricky, you asked the question, were we prepared to implement a stage 2 or 3 drought plan? The answer is yes, we have the guidelines on what we are going to do and how we do it. I should highlight though the fact that our systems our ERP system is really archaic, and the workload to staff and the cost to do a pricing change in the middle of a season is very, very time consuming and very costly. So there is that challenge that comes with that. We're prepared to do it, yes, but boy, basically our customer service team has to go into 6,000 ag accounts and recalculate every single account, provide a supplemental billing that they have to pay at the end of the year, at which point in time, ag folks get very upset because they've already used the water and then all of a sudden they get a bill for it after the fact.
Been there, done that.
Yeah, it's very challenging. But I just wanted to highlight that. It's not something we can't overcome. I just wanted to emphasize it comes with some difficulty for sure.
Well, I think we're in a serious time, and for everybody with this drought.
Yes.
That's my comment.
Director.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. Director Holm.
Thank you. So thanks for this update. That's great. I'm wondering a couple things, which is to start with, what do you consider the likelihood of our carry forward storage dropping to the point this year where you would feel you needed to implement the stage 2 drought plan?
Yeah, great question. You guys don't have it in your packet, but a stage 2 drought, I could put it on the overhead, but a stage 2 drought actually gives us guidance that we will purchase available contract water to achieve a carryover target of 110,000 acre feet. Right now, we're projecting 110,700, so we are just barely above a stage 2 as we speak. So purchasing that extra water will help keep us out of a stage 2. However, I truly feel like we're going to get there anyway per state declaration, I think, eventually. So there is that caveat. Right now, we're close, we're comfortable, knowing that we can probably make it if we purchase water, but we also anticipate this escalating at some point in time as we move through the summer.
Okay. And in the stage 1 description for ag customers, it talks about the voluntary reduction of water purchasing as a kind of a first target to get our supply maintained.
Yeah.
And I can't tell you the number of people that have told me, I can't give up my water because I'm going to get, NID will never give it back. And I look back in my old bills, and I might have seen 1 year where it's made a statement that if you give up your water, you're not assured of it coming back. So whatever public perception, I think, tends toward, not maybe uniformly, toward if I give up water, then I won't get it back.
Yeah.
So I think if we can really have that integrated in our communication strategy, the more we can reassure people that when we get the supply back, they can increase. I think it will make it easier for people to give it up.
We did experience that during the last drought. We are and always have been a first come, first served basis type agency. And that's why people try to keep their allotment going. They're concerned if they give it up, they won't get it back.
Right.
But that's why that wording is specifically in this plan, is to encourage folks to cut back knowing they won't be injured in future years, hopefully. Having said that, having said that, we are experiencing right now the opposite, when people are ordering more and more and more, concerned that it's dry and that drought will restrict future purchases, and so they're trying to boost whatever they can right now. Hopefully that stops and we start going the other way.
So I wonder in these instances, if they're buying it because they're actually using it, or they are buying it because they want to have the bank account in case they get a mandatory reduction, then they're safe.
I think you were seeing a little of both of that. But yeah, people expect, okay, maybe I'm gonna get a 30% reduction, I'm gonna order 30% more water this year. We're seeing a little bit of that, that's for sure. But on the other hand, we are analyzing each one of those orders that come in, and we make sure it has to make sense with the amount of land they have and what they've reported in their crop report, and we're trying to be a little bit of the police in that regard as well. So it's a balancing act right now, and I'd like to think that everybody that's ordering water is ordering it now because they truly need it. I can't guarantee you that's the case, though.
Good question, good point.
My other just general observation or comment would be that in speaking with people in the ag community, that I appreciate the formation of our ag hardship committee. So I'm somewhat, I'm not familiar with the impact of that from the prior drought, but there are a lot of small farmers, and there are a lot of big farmers, and we're at a point for many in agriculture regionally that the rate, there's just not much margin in these operations. And so I think that we as a district just have to be really cognizant of the relationship between price elasticity and demand. And that at a point, I think we risk having a drop in demand that is sustained because people leave agriculture in the area. And I'm not sure that the Drought Hardship Committee can be the safety net for that. And I think it's just a reality in talking to many people in agriculture that this increase that would occur in stage 2 or a higher drought plan is potentially a nail in the coffin. And I mean, you're not responsible for that to say, but I just think that I think it has a fallout implication for the district as a whole.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I always hear that argument, and I do feel for those folks that are on the margin. That's tough place to be in. As a district, it's tough to operate and subsidize that continually year after year and try to support those folks. Then you also compare us to folks in the valley who are paying, $600 an acre foot, and ours is $30. It's tough. It's a super tough spot to be in, right? We want to support the local community. That's what we're here for. But at the same time, we have to run at a rate that supports continuation of the district. So,
Chip, what is the role of the hardship committee?
So basically, the hardship committee is formed when we go into a mandatory stage reduction. And their purpose is to review hardship cases where somebody says, I just cannot cut back 20% or I'm going under. The hardship committee reviews the application and then makes the decisions on whether that's a viable application or not. It's really meant for commercial type ag operations. And that's always how it's been utilized in the past. I will say that in the 13 to 16 drought, we never implemented it.
The committee doesn't, and I just want to clarify, Director Hull, that the committee doesn't determine the rate structure on that 20% increase in the demand when we drop into the stage 2. So just, I don't know if that's
access to water.
Yeah, I don't know if that's what you were going for, but I just wanted the clarification of the hardship committee, exactly what their purpose is.
Is that documented anywhere?
Yes, it is in the previous drought contingency plan.
Yep.
And I noticed it isn't in the ag version, the one that's in the ag management plan, but I will make sure you guys get a copy. I think it's still on our webpage, under the conservation tab.
Director Johansson.
Yeah, so, yeah, we did not meet during the 14-15 drought. And it's a recommendation. So people from agriculture, period, someone from ag say, hey, I need water, and they review the operation, say, yeah, this is legit, needs the water, or they need the water, and then recommends it to the board, I believe, correct? For our review. And it's an invaluable first step. But we should form one.
I agree.
Right away. Okay.
I wonder if there's, other things that we can do. I mean, and I think your question is an interesting one, Chip, that really, what's our respective roles to support agriculture locally and vis-a-vis other customer groups? So I kind of struggle with that because I know that there are other water districts, not a lot, that do provide some financial support to the ag community, and they do it within the auspices of a 218 process. I just think it's a topic for conversation, and maybe that's part of what I think Joe's comment and others would be interested in talking, not just about access to water, but how the district financially may support some situations or not. And we may say as a district, we don't want to do that.
Right.
But what I'm hearing is that there's going to be businesses going under if we don't.
I just want to caution, you're veering into the rate discussion a little bit.
And I was going to do the same thing.
Just be careful.
We're first off, we have addressed this issue for 2.5 years and have not got to a definitive conclusion yet how to do it in the auspices of 218 and financially. Okay, those are both two key issues. So that's ongoing. I think for today we need to stick to the drought declaration topic. And on that note, I'll get back to you, Rich. But
You ready for a motion?
not quite. I'm just going to say that. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, I'm going to go ahead anyway. I'm in favor of this board finding the money to buy the full allotment for PG&E. First step.
I have two motions.
As a first step, and we can do that. That's I understand all the ramifications of the budget in doing that, but this is a pretty. I think this is a pretty severe situation we're facing, or severe enough. Plus, it's a great business move to buy this water.
Okay. I agree.
Rich, or
Well, I'm ready
Laura.
to make two motions.
Okay, she wants.
One including that.
Okay.
Go ahead, Laura.
I haven't had a chance to say anything on this yet, so I give my 2 cents in. Thank you, I appreciate the work. So I'm still a little confused because our 2015, it was adopted by the board. My understanding is that the board is supposed to adopt the drought management plan. This is the one that's on our website.
Yes.
It's our currently adopted drought plan.
So, no, if you remember in our ag water management plan, it is included within it, so.
You only put the tables in it. You didn't put this, you
Fair
didn't put that. You
Fair
know.
enough.
And
So
we
again-
discussed it. We never discussed it.
Again, staff's goal is to implement the drought contingency plan exactly as you have it in 2015 with the change of the stages to match what the state wants us to do. So basically, we took the 2015 plan, added stages so that there's 6 in it, and moved on. So essentially, we're going to implement the same thing that we had in 2015 following the 6 stages that are in the ag management plan.
Well, I think it should come to the board for discussion and adoption.
Let me specify that, because I felt like that went sideways. The stages match what the state wants us to do. The drought hardship and those actions, we will still follow as we're in our 2015 plan.
So you're not proposing to adopt a new and improved plan?
When we are working on a new and improved plan in our urban as well, and so we can have those discussions. We're going to have workshops on for the urban plan, and we can dive into the updated water supply contingency plan if you'd like to go there at that point in time. we can do all that.
So which one supersedes? Is the 2015 that's been adopted or the tables that are in the Drought plan?
So, based on the fact that the latest version that has been adopted, I would say the Ag Water Management Plan probably is the most recent and current document. However, the Drought Hardship Committee is spelled out in the 15 plan, and we're still gonna follow that.
And even the minimum carryover storage?
All of that's in the new one, so all that carryover stuff is in the new one. Chris, I have the slides if you,
And that's okay, but so one of the main things I noticed the difference between the two is that, the one that's adopted, the 2015 plan, it just notes the, mandatory reductions associated with the stages.
yes.
Where the new one says forecast April availability, 211,500 to 188. But if we get to stage 2, and the state says, well, you're at 20% reduction, but we have more than 211,000 acre feet in storage, then we're in conflict with our plan.
Yes, and we did run into that. We ran into that in the 13 through 16 drought. We had plenty of storage on hand, but the state said, you will mandate a stage 3 30% reduction, and so we did.
Okay.
Yeah, it happened. But I think that was the state's goal in having us modify this to have 6 stages, and they told us exactly what each stage should have in it for conservation. And I think that was their goal, so that next time around, hopefully this time, hopefully not this time, they can say, everybody implement stage 3, and it'll mean the same thing across the entire state.
Yeah, because I noticed as the actions are different as well.
A little bit,
So
yeah.
different actions.
We tried to conform to what they wanted us to do, but we didn't want to wholly lose sight of that whole document.
Yeah.
And we can continue this discussion when we go into the ag, which is coming up here in the next few
And
weeks.
so we don't need, we never needed to adopt the drought plan. We don't need to adopt one. As long as we have an ag plan and urban plan, we don't need this.
It's within that document, so that is sufficient. However, hearing the board, we heard that you guys wanted to pull it out and adopt it on its own as well. We were trying to meet the deadlines of the ag and urban plans first, and then we'll pull this thing out and beat it up, upside down, do whatever we need to do to it to make sure the board is on board. In the meantime, though, this is the one that's been adopted, and that's why I put it before you.
Okay, because I just wondered this conflict of the supply, you know, because it seems like the carryover surge is what we're concerned about, but we tie it only to the beginning of the supply.
Yeah, and stage 1, the one that's in the packet, is rather absent on carryover. We need to probably fix that. But if you go into stage 2 and stage 3, it does have carryover targets for each stage. Like, for instance, stage 2, we're supposed to keep 110,000 acre feet of carryover. At stage 3, it's 100,000 acre feet. Stage 4, it just keeps on ratcheting down. So stage 4, 90,000 acre feet, until you get all the way down to our baseline of 78,000 acres.
And that's the purchase available contract water to achieve 110?
Yes. Yep.
So what if we purchase to achieve 110 and that's all we have, and we can't purchase more later on?
That's the best we can do, yeah.
Okay. All right, well, that's fine, okay, super.
Thanks.
Director Johansson, go ahead.
If I make a motion, do you want to break it up, or do you want to put everything in once? The purchase of the water, forming the drought hardship committee,
Well, since
and also the job.
Chip included that in his presentation, I wasn't sure he was gonna do that.
Well,
I'm okay with it.
I
How
may
about
be
this?
heard here, I'm
It's not in the resolution, though.
Right.
predicting where you're going here, which I may be wrong. But, we have budgeted 80,000, is that what I heard?
Correct.
So, that is the current level that you can purchase, water at. If the board would like to go above and beyond that, or at least consider that, we don't have that agendized appropriately today, we can bring that back at a future meeting.
So we could direct staff to bring that back.
Yes.
A greater than $80,000 worth of purchased power. That's all we have right now to do. If we wanted to bring more money to the table, we'd have to bring that back as a resolution, probably a budget amendment,
Yes.
and the board would have to approve on that.
Sure. And that's
You can direct.
And that should be a separate,
Yeah,
motion.
you'll have to. Thank you for straightening me out.
Right. Okay.
I'm ready to.
Can I just ask a question for clarification? So when you bring it back to the board, will you, because that's almost $1 million purchase, where is that coming from? I mean, what?
We do see that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you definitely see that in a budget, it would be a budget amendment, format, so you can see what account it's coming from, where it's going to.
Winners and losers, you'll see the winners and losers.
If I can add a piece to the purchasing, we're limited by month how much we can purchase. So in May, we have 3,300 that we can purchase, and cumulatively through December is 22,000. We likely won't be purchasing water in October, November, December, hopefully with rainy season. So the sooner we can get to this point, the better. Again, this is also off the PG&E forecast.
Right.
If for some chance they misforecasted the amount available, that water's not gonna be there. So it behooves us to do it as soon as possible to get this water into our system.
What we will do is we'll work on the month in which the maximum purchase amount benefits us the most. We'll come back with that package along with the financials. We'll bring that back to you and you can review that part of it. But so, in hearing Tor, it's not gonna be 22,000 acre feet, it's gonna be something less.
Yeah.
3,300 acre feet
In May, it's roughly 3,500 acre feet as it stands now based on the April 1st, Sacramento Valley Index. That may change slightly, but it's about 10,600 combined between May, June, and July.
And are you gonna bring that back monthly or just one big swell swoop?
It should be one big group.
Because, we need to let PG&E know so they can put us in their future forecast.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So is this based on the fact that they make power out of it, and they keep making power, and it comes down the hill, now it's in Rollins, you can have it?
Further than that, it goes through Halsey, it goes through Wise. We buy it at the very end, down into the Auburn Ravine system, so we don't have to pay any avoided energy costs.
Okay, well, that's.
Oh, we buy all of it down there? Can't
Well,
have someone use it?
we're limited to how much we can buy.
Right.
But yes, we choose that as our point of purchase because it's most cost effective.
And if you buy it on the Bear River arm and you send it in the Rollins Lake, you don't have to bring as much over from the Yuba side, from the Jackson Meadows and Bowman side. So,
But if it's way down at Auburn, how do you get it back up to?
you don't bring as much over.
We offset it.
You reduce your draft at the Bowman Spalding Canal, which will keep it in the uppers.
Keep in mind, we're taking water from Jackson Meadows and Bowman, transferring it over into Spalding and then into the Bear River arm. If we buy water from PG&E out of Fordyce and Spalding and put it in our Bear River arm, we don't need as much now from Jackson Meadows and Bowman. We
Right,
can keep it in
but it's
storage up
bypassing
there.
the whole middle of the district, it's coming in the system at the very bottom of the system.
It's their water that's not bypassing it, so their water that they're selling us goes through all their power generation. We would only move the amount that we need to move through the system to meet our demands.
Okay.
And if we want higher carryover storage, then we purchase the water, but we purchase it at a point at the end of their generation run to be most cost effective.
Okay, then if we purchase it in, we can get it up to Division 2 and Division 1 and deliver it to
It's
the
just
rest.
an offset. It's an offset. We trade this molecule for that molecule. That's how we know it is.
Okay.
Okay, did that answer all your question, Rich?
No, I have,
No, how to make your motion.
You want a motion?
I'm ready for a motion.
Good. So I move to adopt resolution number 2021-11, declaring a stage 1 drought per the district's water storage contingency plan. And I also move that we form the drought hardship committee.
So can we do that, Dustin, without, agendizing that?
Yeah, I think forming an ad hoc committee is an appropriate.
Appropriate, amendment,
Spending money.
appropriate amendment. Technically, you'd have to amend it, but since you made the motion, I'm good with it, okay? Do I have a second?
Second.
Ricky seconded, okay. Thank you. I keep forgetting she's in Indiana. Okay, moved in second.
Can I be heard before the vote? Is that okay?
Pardon me?
May I be heard?
Yes, I'm sorry, I'm not hearing.
I just want to, really impress on our customers, our landowners, growers, and our treated water customers that while this is voluntary, we really ought to do our best to conserve water this year. California, dry years tend to come in clumps.
Right.
And we don't know, we're hoping this is the second year of a 2-year drought, but we don't know that. It could be the second year of a much more significant drought. So we need to conserve and be really wise with our water use with that in mind. The second thing I want to say is just how almost everywhere else.
Yeah.
The Russian River is likely gonna go dry.
Really?
Really low. Shasta is at about a 2 million acre foot storage, something like that. They've got very significant cold water issues, and impact to the Salmonid population. You've got Oroville, which is forecasted to be lower than ever. It's historically lower than it's ever been at this moment in time. And they're likely gonna see minimum pool, which is, there's only one way to get water out of the reservoir. It's a very dire situation. Folsom is potentially facing health and safety issues because of their low water levels. They'll have very significant, potentially lethal temperatures to the fishery. And then you go to the south of the Delta folks, and they're at 5% or worse allocation. So all of California is in very dire straits. They're maybe a year ahead of us in dealing with the significance of this drought. And we're asking for a 10% voluntary reduction. And I just want to encourage you as directors, as you communicate with folks, staff, and anybody listening on the phone, that let's try to go above and beyond in case this is second year of extended drought. Because we just don't have, unlike the valley where you can turn to groundwater or purchase water, we just don't have as many backup options as other folks do that are lower down in the system. So it's pretty dire, but we're fortunate at this point in time.
I appreciate that, Dustin, and if I may, there's one part of this that I forgot to bring up. Every year, we review whether we have enough water to provide fall water for our customers. It's highly likely that will not be available this year. Fall water is water from October 15th through December 1st, I believe it is. And every year we get a bunch of customers that, in the last 3 years, it's just the demand for that has been off the charts, and they claim for fire danger. That is a discretionary purchase, and it is at the will of the board. And given that we're already in jeopardy in our carryover numbers, highly likely that won't be available this fall. So,
Would you have winter water in years like this?
So winter water is for our customers who use it in-house, generally speaking. They're those constructed conveyance parcels who don't have any other water supply other than maybe bottled water. And so, yes, all the drought actions and the pricing remain in place, but the water is still available because it is their public health and safety supply.
Okay.
Is that in play at all? This 40,000 acre feet.
It is. And I should add to that. So many times in the winter, assuming we get some rain, our winter water customers can be supported through direct diversion, through runoff that's already in the system. It's not water that we would be putting in our reservoir because it's already too low in the system. So although it is water we're diverting for those customers, it's not water we're able to store anyway. So it's usually not as injurious as supplying water right now in the middle of summer, where we're pulling everything from storage. So hopefully that makes sense.
Is there a chance that some of the canals, my canal is year-round, there are some year-round canals, is there a chance that you would cut off the winter supply just to those year-round raw water canals?
I don't know that we've ever done that, and I don't know that we could. I think what we would do is mandatorily restrict everybody. We have gone down that path. In the 77 drought, we were going to reorifice everybody and cut everybody back 50%. That is one of the tools in the toolbox when and if this becomes a mandatory reduction type drought. So there is that. I will tell you, we studied that in the 13 to 16 drought, and the costs to do that are really, really high. We're buying new boards, orifice plates, staff to go out and change 6,000 of those. It is very, very expensive. There are other alternatives, such as stopping the season early, saving that water, starting it late, saving that water, doing rotations. There's a lot of tools that we can look at. Some are much better than others, but when we get to that stage, we'll be having those discussions.
So when we have a 20% reduction now, does the staff need to change out all the boxes?
again, there's a number of tools that we would have to review with the board to determine which way we want to go. Changing out the orifice plates is just one. There's a few others. We didn't go there in the 13 to 16 drought because the mandatory reductions that were placed upon us were only treated water oriented. So we never really did anything mandatorily to our ag water customers. We asked for conservation, we got some. I have a feeling that any mandatory action in the future is going to involve all customers. So we'll probably be having those discussions at the board if we get there.
Second. Okay. Do we have a second? Oh, Ricky.
We did. Ricky seconded it.
Okay.
I thought, but never mind.
I have Johansson and Peters. Motion, second, is that correct?
Yeah, in the room we did, yeah.
Okay. Here.
Okay. Any further discussion by the board? Madam Secretary, would you call the roll, please?
Division 1,
Yes.
Division 3,
Aye.
Division 5,
Yes.
Division 4,
Aye.
Division 2.
Aye. Okay, thank you all. Thank you, Chip. Thank you, Thor.
Do we need a motion for direction to come back in May with plans to purchase the PG&E water?
I think we've got
They
direction.
got direction.
Direction was heard.
Direction was heard.
Get that one.
Okay. Next item, number 10. Loma Rica Ranch Subdivision Capacity Fees. Who would like to bring that off the agenda onto the table? I have a motion.
I'll motion to consider a request for a variance of section 10.07 of the district rules and regulations pertaining to the prepayment of capacity fees for the Loma Rica Ranch subdivision and direct staff.
I have a second. Director Peters, Director Hull. Thank you. Okay, Doug is back.
Yep.
And Tom.
Good.
Shannon Wood. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Call me. Okay, well, good afternoon. Today we're here to talk about a request that we received with regards to the Loma Rica Ranch subdivision. Perhaps just a quick backup. We had a discussion, there was some questions about the different capacity fees from the 2007 to, and be happy to bring that back and have a formal discussion. But the thought behind that is that in 2007, prior to that, we did not include infrastructure and land associated with our supply component. It was not part of our capacity fees. Starting in 2007, they were included in our capacity fees. And so the board implemented basically a catch-up for parcels that have not yet annexed prior to 2007 to help, because all parcels that were already annexed have been paying taxes for the last umpteen number of years to help pay for that infrastructure. So this was a way for parcels that have never paid taxes yet prior to 2007 to pay an offset fee for the catch-up for the supply component, infrastructure and lands associated with supply. So that's where that came from. That's why there's a difference, is because prior to 2007, we didn't include any of that in our capacity fees. It was paid for through taxes we received. So that's why that's in there. And we can have a further discussion to get more into detail, but that's the reason it's there, right? Starting 2007, we included all of that in the capacity fee study rates. And so all our capacity fees now include costs associated with supply infrastructure. Prior to 2007, it did. So anyway, there was a little question as to why they were different, and I'm not sure quite was quite explained as to the reasoning why. But we'll be happy to bring it back and have a fuller discussion with regards to that, but just wanted to give you a little heads up. Okay. Okay, so we're here this morning to consider a request for a variance of section 10.07 of our district rules and regs, and that pertains to the prepayment of the capacity fees. We received a letter on April 12th from SEO Plan and Engineering, who are representing the developers for the project. They've asked basically for a modification of the
of the fee schedule, and in a minute, I'll introduce Martin, and he can go ahead and give a brief overview and discussion and the reasons as to why they would like to see this variance. So we sent that letter. I received it. I sent it off to Greg, and he talked with Director Beerwagen. It was determined to bring it to the board, so that's why we're here to have that discussion. The rules and regs are pretty clear for us, so we can't make any changes to those, which says anything over 5 or more parcels, effectively, you have to prepay the capacity fees prior to us accepting the system. Whether they, as Shannon mentioned earlier, whether they pay it right at the beginning or they wait till right at the end after the infrastructure is done and they're giving us the maintenance bond and they're giving us software dedication, they pay the fees and we're on our way and we accept the pipe. So, so with that, one of the things with this subdivision, and Martin will explain in a minute, is that it's a relatively large one for our district. Most subdivisions are smaller in nature, like the one you approved earlier today, which was 30-some parcels. This one's 240 overall, and they're spreading it out over multiple years. With that, I also received a letter, and I put it on your chairs or your inbox this morning from the city, Grass Valley, who supports that you make the adjustments to advance the variance for the subdivision. So you have that as well. We just received that last night. At this point, I think I'll hand it off to Martin, let him have his discussion, and then we can go from there in terms of how we move forward. Thank you. Doug? Martin?
Okay. Hey, thank you, Doug. And thank you, Board of Directors. I appreciate the opportunity to be before you today and talk about this, what we think is a very worthy project. Just real quick, Doug kind of talked about it, but this project is unique in the sense of just the sheer size of that. You know, if we were to prepay all of the facility fees, it'd be, you know, over $2.5 million kind of upfront. The main reason for this project, which makes it unique in the sense of how we're doing it, is in terms of making the earthwork balance of this overall site, we have to basically open up the whole site. And by doing that, it makes the most sense, instead of robbing dirt to put into, you know, a smaller phase, if you will, is to do all the earthwork operations up front. And therefore, we want to construct all the roadways, streets, and all the infrastructure and basically pave out the streets in phase 1. It makes sense to do that since we have to open up the whole site anyways. And based on your guys's regulations, if we try to get the water line accepted for the whole subdivision, you require all the fees up front. And in reality, this is going to be a very phased project. It's going to have multiple final maps. As most of you that have tracked some of these other subdivisions in Grass Valley, whether the Berryman Ranch or Timberwood or some of these other ones, that, you know, it's uncertain how fast the absorption rate is going to be. And so that's why we've kind of asked in our letter of wanting to essentially pay 20 capacity fees up front to kind of get us ahead of the game, because you are bringing, you know, water line into your system. And then upon our first final map, if that happened to be 50 lots, if you will, or 40 lots, or we would pay the difference of that. And essentially we would prepay on these final maps before you guys would have any impacts to your system. So we're not trying to change any of your policies other than the scheduling of when these things were paid. The other advantage of this particular thing, if we believe that you're going to get a better product when everything's constructed at once. If we were to phase the infrastructure and have to dig up and, you know, and make new connections to different water lines every year, if you will, as we phased out the construction process, you know, you might not get as quite of good of a work product if the same contractor installs it all in one swoop. So that's really the main reason why we're asking for this question. Doug talked about the letter that came from the city of Grass Valley. You know, this really has been a project that's been 30 years in the making, as far as coming up with appropriate zoning, allowing it to get annexed into the city of Grass Valley, getting the tentative map ultimately approved. And as you know, housing is so needed in our community right now in terms of we're really underserved by the amount of available houses that are in our market to retain, working professionals, some of which that work for NID. So I think that's what the city is getting at in their letter, is that this is a highly positive project in terms of the community, a lot of community support. And we're just trying to make it a way on the order of when we would pay these to make the first phase, which is really always the hardest. This is going to be in excess of $13 million of infrastructure right out of the gate. It includes a signalized intersection at Brunswick Road, trail undercrossings, all those type of things. And we're trying to balance that to make the first phase and all the phases ultimately successful. The last thing I just kind of want to talk about, just so you have a flavor for comparisons to other districts. City of Grass Valley, typically, if this project was in the city, they would require these type of capacity fees to be paid prior to C of O. So it buys some time. You can get the units before the impact actually occurs. You're able to pay them at that time. In Truckee, the TDPUD district, they typically require the payment of their fees prior to building permit. So both of those have, a lot more flexibility. I did talk with the Citrus Heights Water District and asked them their policies, and I think they're similar to NID's policies. However, they do, for things like this, they go to their board. They gave me an example of a 200 to 300 lot subdivision that KB Homes is constructing, and they did this exact same thing. They realized based on the scale and scope of a project and how hard it is to get these things off the ground, they phased in when some of their fees would be collected as well. So we're not trying to ask something that's kind of out of the ordinary, and definitely want to stay ahead of the game for the district to collect monies ahead of time, but just trying to scale it back a bit. And we hope you guys see the merits, and I'm here to answer any questions you might have about the project.
Thank you, Martin. Does that conclude your?
Yeah, I think so. I think we'll open up to the board if you have questions or comments on that, and we'll go from there.
Who'd like to go first?
I have questions.
Go ahead. Director Peters.
Okay. So thank you, Martin. I appreciate that. So I don't quite understand how this works, because I think in the previous one we said that we don't get the pipe. So how does the easement work? You're saying you're gonna build roads and step out for 240 homes before you sold a single lot?
Yes.
Is that what you?
Yep.
Correct. And paved roads are paved, the facilities are gonna be turned over to NID, there's gonna be no houses to serve. But we're gonna own the facilities, we're gonna be operating facilities, but we're not gonna be serving any water to any people, maybe for years.
Through different parts of the subdivision, right? Their plan would be obviously to build that first group, and whether that's 40 or 50 lots, we don't know what that final.
Just to give you a better sense, that's a great question. Typically how this would work, I mean, really, and you guys see this every day, water is premium, right? That's one of the most important things. We can't go vertical with any of our construction, even our model homes, until the water system and we have an active hydrant within 250 feet for our lots to start. So basically what is anticipated is we do want to start grading in June for this project, and the first order of operation would be to put in a section of Waterline and get an active fire hydrant out there so we can start getting the model homes to go vertical and start constructing some units. What we don't understand, or the developer is still testing the water, you look at the absorption rate of how many units really can our community sell and build with our labor pool and everything else in 1 year. And if you look at Timberwood, they've built, several. You look at Berryman, I think they did about 15. So what is the absorption rate? And that's what we're trying to mimic here. They think it's going to be a much faster build out, but that's why we're saying, hey, we want to pay you for 20 right off the bat. And before we can sell any of those lots, we have to record a final map. And when we record that final map, if we say, hey, we're going to be a little bit more aggressive and we want to do, let's say 50, we would, before we can record that map and sell a lot and turn on the water, we're going to pay you the difference. We're going to always stay ahead of what the capacity fees would be, which we felt was fair. You know, it's not fair to not pay something up front because, you know, you guys are accepting facilities into your district. So we wanted to pick a reasonable amount, and that's what we think we've done. That hopefully answers your question.
Director Hall.
I think this is probably a really stupid question, but I'm gonna ask it anyway. So is the infrastructure already there?
No, so we got facilities on either side of this project. And so part of what they'll be doing for their subdivision is installing the pipelines within that subdivision and tying into our existing system. Once they've developed and installed those, then they would give those facilities to us. And then that would be our infrastructure from this point forward.
So we have no out-of-pocket costs, perhaps other than reviewing their plans to make sure it's consistent with what you would expect for the water system integrity?
Correct, but it's not even out of pocket because they have to put a deposit down for a plan check and inspection fee when they first send in plans for us to review. So the whole time that we're reviewing, the whole time we're out there inspecting while they're installing the facilities, that's all being paid by the developer.
Okay. So it's not our infrastructure we are building, it's their infrastructure.
It is theirs, and it is theirs until we accept it, right? And there's that process in which we accept the pipeline.
When do we accept it, exactly?
So typically is after they've installed it, after the streets have been paved out, we've done our final punch list, we've raised cans in the street, whatever the case may be. Then they supply us with a maintenance bond, they supply us with an offer of dedication, offering the facilities to us. They supply us our as-built, and for a project like this, they would also pay the capacity fees. At that point, then we would then accept that system, and that would become a district facility at that point. And then they can start to install. And all the when they do a development like this, all the boxes and everything are installed. So it's basically just an idler there inside of our box. So when they go to ask for a meter, we go out there with our crews and we drop the meter in the box. So the facilities are all in there and done. Some projects like this that are phased, where they truly phase the infrastructure, it's straightforward, right? Because if they're only building half of the facilities, they only have to pay the capacity fees on that half. Then the next phase, they build the next phase of facilities, they pay the fees on that. In this particular case, because of the way they need to do their earthwork, et cetera, they want to build all of their roads, do all of their grading and all their underground utilities, and have them all done in their first phase, even though they know there's sections of this project that won't be built for
20 years.
For multiple years. It could be 20 years, right. It could be 5 years, it could be 2 years, it could be.
Well, there's the capacity to build them for 15 years, so.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's a different question in terms of what they need to do, but that's kind of the idea, right? That's how this program, this conveyance agreement works.
Is there any district participate 10.02, are we gonna upsize any of these prices? Is there any benefit to us that we're gonna be getting by doing this?
So there's not a specific upsizing of the pipe, but we will be coming to you at a future date. We think we would like to install a transmission main from Brunswick to Sutton. And we think it's the best benefit to us to do that right now while it's just dirt roads, where we can have the project put in, we're not cutting up pavement, et cetera. So there is a benefit to that for us. And we'll be coming to the board in the future with the request for, to build that with the contractor. Basically using the contractor that's already out there, he's already mowed out, they're doing the work. They would also install this transmission main between point A and B for us. And it's the best thing for our dollars, right?
That would be, they would buy that for us and they would do.
No, we would do that. We would do that as a separate item.
Great. And the benefit of this pipe is what?
The one that we're talking about for us? Yeah, it's a transmission main to help our overall system improvements and flows, with the Brunswick Basin, so coming from Brunswick over to Sutton.
But Doug, that would be done irregardless if this consideration is approved.
So it's a separate pipe, there'll be parallel
Separate pipe, yeah, they'll be in the same road, yes, correct, through that one stretch.
You're just saying get it done
We're just saying,
before the
yeah.
but that's not part of this discussion, that's just a foreshadowing.
Well, we did a recent one back in Placer County, the Mercy Housing that we did just a few months ago.
Yeah, we
made them put in the whole 3x4 culvert and a 16-inch pipe because that was part of the deal, is if you were gonna do this, we're gonna get some benefit out of it.
Did we pay the difference in the 16-inch upgrade? I'd have to go back and look
It
at that.
says it's sold,
But
that there's
typically
sold
when,
cost. It says
when,
that
when
there's
they,
sold cost.
when they install a facility, they only need to install what it takes for them to meet their subdivision. If we want them to upsize the pipe or do additional work for our benefit, then we help pay those costs. And there's an option in the conveyance agreement that allows us to do that. And we've actually had discussions with the developer with regards to that.
The Mercy Housing one, it says that they shall put in a 3x4 culvert and install.
Well, that they had to, because it's our canal, they had to do that.
That's a little different.
That was a different,
That's a different.
yeah, that's a different factor.
It's to me,
There was a
it's to me-
canal running right underneath the build structure,
Okay.
so they had to move it.
Well, to meet their fire flow, et cetera, whatever their requirements are, right? They have to build what they have to do to be able to meet their subdivision. If this subdivision required a whole bunch of 20-inch pipeline to be able to meet their demand, they'd be on the hook for us.
So would they be amenable to us installing this pipe while they're under construction? I mean, would they work
Yeah.
together with us to do
Yeah,
that?
we have been, right? We've had been discussions with Martin and his group, with regards to that. We
So
do
there would
have
be-
a pipe laid out.
That would be the benefit to us, was a cost savings for that installation.
Yeah, because there's no pavement.
We'll have to pay for it.
We'll have
We'll
to,
have to pay for it.
No, we won't have to pay to dig the hole, dig a trench and put it in.
yeah, no, we would pay for that
We would have to
install.
pay
We would have to pay for that.
But we would do it now while it's
While
just
they're-
rough grading, and so we're just digging.
Right. We're not digging up
and
pavement.
We're not digging up pavement,
There we
we're
go.
not tearing up streets, we're not doing anything like that. It's going in with the contractor's already there building pipe, et cetera. We would want this section through there to be truly a transmission section. We don't want services to come on.
So Doug, can you give us some history on why the district developed the approach that they did versus the other approaches that Martin described?
Would you like me to take that?
Sure.
So it's, that was a nice segue to something that I wanted to raise at the appropriate time. I wasn't here, so I can't speak with personal knowledge on this, but, Mr. Wood was correct that there are different ways to do this. And, this is a matter of policy, not law. So the law doesn't say you shall collect early on or you shall collect towards the end. This is truly a matter of policy. What I suspect, the reason why you landed on your current policy is because it is the most conservative and it's the most beneficial to the district.
Right, right.
There is risk your questions have been really good because it's kind of teasing out some of the potential risks down the road if you delay collection. So, one of those is you are going to receive dedication of facilities for 240 units and yet only have capacity fees at least in your bank account for however many, 20 or whatever. And, you then are maintaining and operating that infrastructure that would supply 240 units without any guarantee of when that additional capacity fee proceeds are going to come into the district. The developer would hope, and certainly we would hope that that's quick, it's a rapid build out, but there's no guarantee of that. And when I was a young attorney, I did a lot of work in the Plymouth Lake area of Olivehurst, and there are still roads down there with weeds and no houses. I mean, best intentions sometimes don't pan out. So, that is a risk that there, despite what we hope happens, ultimately doesn't happen. And, is there a potential for bankruptcy or insolvency or something along those lines where our agreement, the enforceability of our agreement is called into question? I would defend, to the end that that's perfectly appropriate, that we ought to be able to collect, that whether we're in bankruptcy court or there's a successor developer, that the agreement's fully enforceable. But and we may win on all those, I would hope that we would. All I'm saying is that, there's a potential as you enter into bankruptcy, if that were to occur, or as you enter into a successor developer, that they generate their own legal arguments and say, we don't owe this, or it's somehow been discharged. I want to go back, though, to what Mr. Wood said. There are many other agencies, including also agencies like NID that do it on the front end. So there is no right or wrong way here. It's really just a question of risk and what the district's willing to accept and accommodate to work for a development.
So feeding on your point, what is the maintenance requirement? Because that was your first point, is that you bring in workload for the district potentially through having the infrastructure put in place. So what is the estimated kind of ongoing investment the district needs to maintain for those 240 potential hookups?
Yeah, the biggest thing is that we'd have to be flushing it. It would be part of a flushing program because there would be lines that would have no water usage. And so we'd want to flush those periodically to make sure that we keep the water fresh and it doesn't get introduced into the system that's being utilized. Really, with the brand new pipeline and a brand new subdivision, there's not typically going to be much maintenance other than the operations crew as part of their flushing program to have to do that. Typically, we're not going to work on the pipe, we're not going to service it, we're not going to be working on the service laterals. The idea is they get installed correctly and they're going to be there for quite a while before we ever have to do anything with them.
And to your second point, Dustin, Mr. Wood's company or the developer is paying for this infrastructure, so it's their sunk cost, not our sunk cost. So I don't really see, I mean, it's too bad it would sit there and kind of not take place, but I don't see, we're not putting anything into it. We have the flushing periodically, but that doesn't seem like a big district.
No, that's would be part of our program. We have one or two guys that just go around and flush the system throughout in different locations, and that would just be added, right? So maybe a couple hours once or twice a year where they'd go out and open a hydrant or a blow off and flush those lines to make sure they stay clean.
Can I offer a couple explanations to hopefully put your mind at ease on a couple of items?
Yes, sir, go ahead.
Okay. Just first, great question about, if you don't collect the fees now, is that a disadvantage or an advantage? Per my discussion with the district water engineer at TDPUD up in Truckee, he actually made the point, they went to their policy and they've maintained that because it's very advantageous to their district. If you look at like Tahoe Donner, where those thousands of lots were created in the 70s, their capacity fee or facilities fee at that time was really, really low. But people are required, when they have a meter placed, is to pay the current fee. So, let's say, 7 years from now, the subdivision hasn't built out and there's a few lots, and you guys have raised, as a board, your facility fees, we're required to pay the current fee. He even brought even more extreme cases where there was some of the old lots in Truckee where they didn't pay any facility fee, but they're required to service them because they were created in the district early on. So that's one way to look at it. And then I would argue, you have all the control. If the meters aren't set, it's just an empty box. You're not required to serve anybody water until that meter gets placed. And they have to meet the requirements, bankruptcy or not. We don't see that happening, but even if it did, the meters aren't going to be set. You're not serving them, and you have all the control to collect the monies due until that meter is set. So I think those two things should put your mind somewhat at ease. The third item, I just want to draw a comparison to put this in perspective. Most of the project the district probably does are in, Nevada County, not in the incorporated part of Grass Valley. If we were to build 20 lots in Nevada County, they would be 1.5 acres or larger generally to meet the requirements for septic and water. So you'd be putting in that much infrastructure to serve 20 lots. The reason that it's in the city and it's on city sewer allows us to have the 6, 7, 8 lots per acre. So, and in terms of the amount of infrastructure you'd be bringing into your district, it's equivalent to, a subdivision down near Lake of the Pines that are 1.5 acre lots. So anyways, I just trying to draw some comparison to kind of see the scope and the scale. So.
Can you maybe give some information on the fact that this is not the first request or the first conversation? Developers we are working with developers quite often.
Yeah, sure. I mean,
do we waive this quite often?
I'm not aware that we ever have. So we have the discussions all the time. Anytime the capacity fees are required to be prepaid, there's always the question of can we pay only half or only a certain amount to begin with, right? Whether it's that subdivision this morning, which was 36 lots. I'm sure depending on how their build-out schedule would go, they'd much rather have paid 15 lots and then build those out and then build the next, right? So that question gets asked all the time. And our response is, our rules and regs say that you must pay, and we don't have a way, we cannot change those. As staff, we don't have that option. This is the first one that I'm aware of where they've actually requested by letter to go to the board to have this discussion, and that's why we're here.
Yeah, and they didn't follow policy to do that. They were supposed to, the policy, it's not our policy to send you a letter and ask you to bring it to the board. I mean, they're supposed to contact, the policy says they're supposed to contact their director, and the director is supposed to work with the president to bring it to the board. But that's
Yeah,
fine.
which is why it was handed off to the GM and he talked with the board president. But yeah, so no, we have not typically done this before, because normally Shannon just gets the earful in the phone and then it goes away. So this is one that's a little different in terms of they're truly asking for a change to that.
Well, it's also one of the more largest.
It's a bigger one than what we typically see here, right? But with the understanding that, for lack of a better term, a mom and pop developer here in Nevada County that builds 12 lots, paying all 12 up front still is an impact to them even, right? Because they don't build all the homes at the same time. But clearly, this is a larger subdivision. And again, if it was being phased infrastructure-wise, we wouldn't be sitting here having this discussion.
Right.
So it's really the fact that the way their plan is that they have to install the infrastructure is what we're.
So it's to their benefit. It's to their benefit to move the earth now and do that grading at once so they can balance their.
Yeah, I'm assuming that's the case, right? I mean, the developer's here to make a dollar, is not, so I would assume that.
And so we're not here to lose a dollar,
But we're not really losing.
Well, we are because that money, that capacity fee maintains our facilities. If we need to fix Lake Wildwood treatment plant, we have that money available to us because we've got the infrastructure now in our system. But now we don't have that money because he told them the money because it's at his advantage.
Well, the
But
money.
you're not utilizing that capacity at the moment. I mean, that's the argument, right?
Right.
That they're stuck and they're not being used. Just the operations and the usage is really.
I've been waiting for this.
You're waiting and over time, that capacity does increase.
So there is, and Dustin, correct me if I'm wrong, there is a potential risk that the developer takes by going this route. And that would be that if it takes 10 years for him to do his final build out, and our treatment plant between now and then is maxed in capacity and we can't serve those final 10 or 20 or 30 lots or whatever those are, then that's a different ballgame, right? They can't just go in and develop those lots because we may not have the capacity without either making improvements to our system or having a surcharge on the capacity fees, et cetera. So that is a potential risk, although I'll bet very slight. I mean, unless this thing really expands out over a very long period of time, we're going to have the capacity to do that. But that is a potential risk. Staff we're indifferent in terms of whether we are for it or against it, right? There's some drawbacks to us doing it this way in terms of how we deal with the standby account components and some of the paperwork and the trailing part of it. It can be done, it's just a little more effort than standard. But we also feel that most likely you're going to get those capacity fees whenever they ultimately decide to connect, and at that whatever then current rate is. I bet the risk that Dustin has provided. So,
Could we, would Martin consider an alternative approach such as paying for, I think that's 20 capacity fees up front, maybe we say, okay, how about 50? And how about by within X period of years, that all the capacity fees have to be paid? I mean, he's proposed one thing tied to approval of final map for each segment being developed. But if we want to, kind of make something more time certain, I mean, it seems to me he's made a proposal to us, and we can make a proposal back. And maybe front loading it with more kind of gets to some of the revenue issues.
Ricky, Director Heck, go ahead. I keep forgetting about you. Sorry.
It's okay. Thank you, President Beerway. Well, I'm a long ways away. So I appreciate that, Karen. That was one of the things I was going to say. I would be in favor of coming up to some middle ground because I appreciate the absolute need in our community for more housing. And I think it is incumbent on all of the elected officials in the bodies, you know, City of Grass Valley should be waiving permit fees or doing something creative with their permit fees. We should all be making this as easy as possible on developers. And I also think there's middle ground. Because I live in this area, I've watched this development come and go for, gosh. Well, I was 25 when there was this big hoo-ha about Loma Rica Ranch and all of that. And I'm turning 65, okay? So it's, you know, and I've also seen this go through a lot of different owners and different developers and different, you know, all sorts of iterations of this. And some people have lost money. Some people have gone BK. I mean, what Dustin brings up is really a true risk. So, you know, I was going to suggest that we maybe think about approving, you know, they pay 50 or whatever the first phase is. I did some math. It was 55 watts or something. And then that's a nice chunk. We get the money for a good chunk of them, and hopefully they'll continue and be successful because that's what we want. But it's kind of a middle ground, and that would be something that I would ask that we consider.
Okay.
I have a quick question.
Director Peters?
Did the City of Grass Valley waive any of their fees? Did you pay full freight development fees with the city for all of these 240 lots?
We're gonna pay the normal fees, same with what we're proposing with you, but like the city put in their letter, they don't collect their fees until certificate of occupancy. They look at it as, hey, when we actually receive the impact, when we're actually gonna allow you to turn the water on to your house, we wanna have the fee. Whereas, you know, NID's policy from the development side, it's a little bit more punitive that you're paying much earlier. Just to give a scale, just so you understand, you know, if you look at, let's say all of these roads and all the infrastructure costs $13 million to build. Mm-hmm. If we prepay all of these hookups, you're adding 20% to the overall installation. And as you know, many of these projects, we've all seen it that have lived in Nevada County for decades. A lot of projects get approved, but they just don't pencil and they can't start to get successful. And that's what we're trying to do. We don't want to give you 10% of nothing, right? I mean, if it's too expensive and they can't get their financing, they can't start. We're trying to do something reasonable that we can get that housing that everybody wants. And you can see by the letter, the city is wholeheartedly 1,000% behind this. So we're trying to do something reasonable. We obviously want to mitigate risk and we want to pay ahead, but at a reasonable amount. Really, that's how we came to this proposal.
Well, I concur with is that they pay for the first phase, pay first phase, second phase, pay in chunks of the phases. I think that's a reasonable middle ground.
Go ahead, Ricky.
Well, the other thing, you know, here we just are coming off of this drought declaration and talking about what could be very doom and gloom for the next however many years. And so my question is, so if this is, you know, 240 or 50 or whatever houses, do we actually have the capacity without, you know, like how does this balance out in terms of how much water we are going to have to provide for the human use of water here versus what we may or may not have, what we'll have to cut back. So is there somebody who can speak a little bit to the volume that we're going to be taking on, the responsibility?
Director Hanson might answer that question.
About 4 times the amount I use in Penn Valley.
Say that again?
How much is that?
How much is that?
Around 200 acre feet, thereabouts.
For 240
It's not that much.
homes.
For 240 homes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not much.
No, so the reality is that the treatment plant has the capacities. We've got the capacities built in to be able to serve these. As Director Johansson said, it is the treated water side, which is a very small component of our overall demand numbers, which would also take precedence, obviously, over treated water for health and safety versus you know, the non-health and safety stuff.
Right.
They're in district, they have a right to serve.
They are in district, they have a right to service, we have capacity in our system in order to feed them.
Okay. Okay, well, that was what I wanted to know. But I still think, you know, phasing this in along with their phases is fair and it's consistent. That's
I agree with Director Het and Director Peters. It's a good project. I mean, for full disclosure, Martin and I, we talked on the phone yesterday, so he called. It's not costing us anything. And I like the idea down the road that, you know, capacity fees are gonna go up. And I like to have that current money, you know, because that's when we're going to experience the expense. So it kind of gives us a bank account that we will balance the project with, so.
And but I don't want to set a precedent, right?
Well, that was my discussion next, right, is that again, we're indifferent, we're not trying to push one direction or the other. But if you do this, the next developer with 25 lots is gonna come in and ask for the exact same thing.
Yeah.
So this is a variance, this is not a policy change, right?
It's not, but everybody's gonna request that
We
same
still have a
variance.
precedent, right, I get it.
Instead of,
We're not
instead of
changing
hollering at
policy.
Shannon, they're gonna come before you and ask for the same thing. And so,
Let's do it.
if we're gonna, and if that's the direction that the board is interested in, then I would recommend that you give us some feedback or guidance to go back and look at the policy to see if it needs to be adjusted or not. So that we don't have to continue to come to the board with every single subdivision to have those discussions, right? That's the.
For me, this is an issue of scale. 25 is totally different than 240 lots, in my opinion.
Absolutely.
And so, and given the way the project is conceptualized of putting in the entire infrastructure up front, it's onerous to have to pay the $2.6 million on top of that $13 million. So, you know, versus a smaller subdivision, I think, you know.
Yeah, it's just where to find that line, right?
Yeah,
25 may not be enough, but it's
So greater than
big enough,
240.
it's big enough, is 240 the minimum, yeah, right? That's where we're gonna struggle in terms of the discussion with the folks when they ask. Because every single one will ask.
Yeah, they will.
Sure.
And if we set the precedent, it's just, then it's arbitrary and we don't have anywhere to.
Right, and so that's when maybe we need to look at the policy, if we think this makes sense somehow, to try to figure out some way to make that work.
But maybe you could help give us, I think we should bring it back with the proper workshop format, and, so that you can, that Shannon's stuck, you know, answering the calls, and she has some backing to be able to give input.
Yeah, because right now it's really cut and dry for her, right?
Yeah.
This is our policy, I can't change that.
Right.
You must abide by the rules.
Yeah.
That makes it very simple, other than the chewing on the ear.
Director Johansson.
Ready for a motion?
I'm ready.
Should we?
Well,
We have public comment?
Can
I know
I,
there's public who wanna talk.
We need public comment.
We need some direct.
Justin wants to talk.
Go ahead, Dustin.
I'm also predicting where Director Johansson is going again. If the majority of the board is inclined to move forward with some kind of middle ground concept, we would need to draft an agreement that would then be recorded against title, and, you know, there would need to be some documents developed, discussions with, Mr. Wood and the developer. So, I don't know where you were going with your motion, but.
Oh, you just said it.
Okay.
You just said it.
Of course. We obviously don't have that agreement today, and I'd be looking for the board to provide further, direction on what that middle ground is, so that at least we have some marching orders to then work on an agreement that we could bring back to the board at a future date.
So the motion would be to direct staff in certain criteria.
Yes, and I heard some different thoughts about more units, Director Heck's point about maybe paying for more units, Director Holmes' point about maybe a defined schedule for future payments. So where is there any, that's what I heard, was there any other?
I think, hey, Dustin, I think what I said was to do this by the phases. They have their project phased. So what I'd like to see is for NID to receive capacity fees by the phase. So phase 1, they would have to pay up front, whatever they end up with, 50 watts, or, you know, if you end up with 45, you get credit for 5 for the next phase, or whatever, you know, you get those debits and credits. But to really think about it in terms of the way the project will be phased. So they don't have to pay the whole $2 million up front. I agree, that's too onerous. But I think phasing it feels fair and feels like middle ground.
So one other, I agree with that, Ricky. One of the other aspects of the agreement is the upfront 20 capacity charges paid before the initial final map gets approved.
Right. Well, so what I'm saying is that instead of 20, they pay whatever the number on their map, their tentative map for phase 1. And I think I counted it's 55 lots.
Yeah, just a clarification, that phasing map was in the tentative map, but phases can be modified under combined. So that's not necessarily what we're proposing. We may very well come in with a phase 1 final map that's only 20 lots. We don't know what that number is yet. We know we're going to start with 4 model homes. That's why we propose to pay 20. And then if we come in with a map, let's say come December of this year, we come in with a map and we've, you know, the developer feels good about it and says, hey, we're going to do 60 lots. What I was proposed, we pay the difference right then. So we'd owe you another 40 by year's end for that. And then from there on, every time a final map goes forward, you guys get 100% of all your capacity fees based on the numbers that go forward. That's how most jurisdictions do it. You pay those at time of final map recordation. We were just trying to pay ahead the 20 to at least, you guys have to accept the line so we have an active fire hydrant. So that was the thought process.
Okay, are you good with that, Ricky, as an idea of phasing?
Well, no, you know, I really think we need to be paid for more than 20. I mean, I really do. And, you know, the development right before this had to pay 36 up front. And yeah, so I'm also looking for equity here and fairness. And I really think that, you know, some number other than 20, like 40 or 50 is the right number. And y'all can debate it, but, you know, the developer is incentivized to create more lots rather than less, because higher density, you get more money. And that's what we all want, right? Higher density, more units. So I really think that we should, you know, try to get some reasonable number greater than 20.
Okay. Director Hull.
I'm wondering if, I don't know enough about development in Nevada County to know what the average size development is, but I mean, it seems that at the minimum, in those instances where you have been saying, no, you have to pay your capacity fees up front. So I'm sorry, I'm not articulating this well, but let's say your average development is 50 lots or less. And those ones you've been saying you have to pay the capacity fees up front. To keep the consistency, that seems like that might help create that dividing line.
There's no average.
There's no.
I mean, just as an example, we've had everything from 5 lots. We have one coming that's 11 lots. Timberwood that he referenced was 40 to 45 lots. We've got the one from earlier is 34 lots.
It says that the Mercy Housing was 80 lots.
That's a different type of, those are units.
Right, apartments.
And they're master meters. It's a little different type of project.
Their ERU development in terms of
They're not single meters.
So the capacities are based on that.
But it sounds like you didn't name anything that was over 50, right?
Right.
No, but I mean,
that's just off the top of my head.
they bounce around, right? Dark Horse was a very big one
average.
that was done a few years ago that went sideways really fast.
So I wonder, maybe, kind of finish the thought, we've got Director Heck, you're contemplating something greater than a 20 unit capacity charge.
Well, I was thinking 50, quite honestly. 50 was where I was I felt would be fair. And that's, what is it? That's 30 or 20% roughly of the development. Or
Okay, so there's a number 50 there. I mean, if we're gonna go back and discuss with the,
I think we're gonna have a hard time trying to negotiate what we feel is a fair number. I mean,
why?
based on the final maps, right? So we have multiple final maps which can or cannot change, as Martin had said, right? They may start out at 40 lots and turn into 20 lots or turn into 80 lots. And trying to come up with trying to negotiate on behalf of the board to determine what we think is a fair number of capacity fees. Our argument is that the policy says you gotta pay them all.
Well, the city, it's been approved for 240 lots. Is that correct?
240. Can I offer one last, can I offer one last comment just to help you in your deliberation?
Yeah.
Let's look at it this way. If a developer is going to invest over $13 million plus the price that they paid for the land, they're going to build units, and they're going to build units in short order, right? So
they should.
Yeah, I mean, it just doesn't make business sense. Nobody spends that kind of money and walks from a project. What we all want is, if I was in your shoes of the district, I'd want that 2.6 million. Ultimately, I want that money, right? Because it's good for the district. You guys can use that money. It's a timing thing, and it's a short timing. They're not going to invest 13 plus let's say $16 million and then sit vacant for 10 years. You're going to see probably within a year and a half, you're going to see final maps coming in, and the money will start flowing to NID. All we're asking, all these different jurisdictions, agencies, everybody is crying, hey, we got to build housing. How are we going to do it? This is something that is truly needed to help a project. The first phase is always the hardest. You put all that money in for infrastructure. We're just looking for a timing relief to allow that to happen. And the risk to the district is very small. We're putting all of our money on the line to get the infrastructure in, and we're just asking for a little bit of time before the final map comes forward. Because a lot of times these initial fees cannot be financed. They're out of pocket for the developer. They've got to wait till they're going to get closer to start building units, and that's a separate loan. So that's what I'm asking for. I'm just trying to, put it in perspective. You're not going to see all these roads in this water line and have no lots built on. That's just not going to happen. Nobody would do that. So,
well, 50 lots is 500. Yeah, Dark Horse is a great example. 50 lots is $558,000. 50 lots is 20% of what you have approved. That feels fair to me. Maybe it's not fair to my fellow directors. And I don't want to get into negotiating from the dais here, but I think that's a fair number.
Hearing Mr. Wood's point, an idea is, the board picks number 50 or whatever it is, and then just pick date certains in the future. January 1st of whatever, there's another tranche of, then capacity fees paid. I'm saying then because they may change between now and then. And then there's another date certain by which another tranche is paid. And so it's not tied to development, it's tied to a date, which I think is what the concept you floated earlier.
What was that word you're using?
Tranche.
Tranche?
Yeah, that's fancy.
Tranche. I'll go home and look that one up.
That works too. So you get some
with the understanding that there's some risk involved, that the developer is not ultimately on the hook to pay those other fees should he decide to.
Yeah, yes, but that's something that I think we need to dig into in an agreement. We could discuss what Doug's alluding to. Is there, let's say the developer misses payment. It's January 1st of whatever year the payment isn't made. What's the remedy? And that's just an issue we'll have to try to address as best we can in an agreement. I'm automatically in my mind assuming we're going to need an agreement here.
Yes, we are.
Spell this all out. So all I'm looking for today is some kind of the
Director Johansson.
So, Martin, is there a number greater than 20 that would work for you?
You know, I hadn't really thought what that magic number is, but from what was just being proposed, it's 1 year from now. If we start in June, it's 1 year before a house would be ready to be sold, right? So if we made an agreement, you know, we could pay you 20 capacity fees, like right when we get an active hydrant. You know, hydrants are good for fire suppression too. And then 1 year from now, you know, or let's say July, that's kind of the fiscal year, right, that a lot of them start at. July of 2022, whether we do a final map or not, we got to get to 50. That's what we'd like to do.
You recoup all of these, well, if you put these capacities, as soon as you build a house and sell it, you get all that money back, right? Because you charge the owner of the house.
Yeah, there's a big motivator to close some escrows, because once you put all that money out, yes, we're going to try to close some houses. Yeah.
Why don't you get some incentive?
Yeah.
The worst case scenario for me is having a subdivision sitting there, and we've gotten all the capacity fees, and now we're on 10 years down the road on the hook.
That's a big bad deal. It happens a lot.
To serve it, and we don't want, so we want you to be successful. You need to be successful so that we all benefit.
Right, but that's not a concern, right? If they've paid their capacity fees,
Right.
we've identified that in the capacity fee when we're looking at the treatment plant. So 10 years down the road, we start to run out, those have already been paid, so we're gonna include those as facilities that are being part of the capacity.
They're reserving their
They're reserving the capacity in the system
Capacity
effectively.
for that.
Correct,
Yeah.
correct.
Will they be paying the monthly standby charge for all those lots?
Once the lots are created and the map is finalized, they would start standby. So prior to some of those lots being finalized, there isn't a way or a mechanism for us to do that until they become a final, in which case we then charge them the back fees, standby factor, and get it forward. So they ultimately have to pay them. But there's no mechanism to start collecting those until the map is finalized and it becomes an actual parcel.
And that is the motivation of why final maps are phased. If we were to record all 240 day one, the property taxes would be astronomical that we'd be carrying when we're not going to build all the houses at once. So that's the motivation.
I'm happy with what has been presented by.
So another option would be, like Shannon had mentioned, is maybe we base it on what the final maps are. You pay the capacity fee of the first final map, whatever number of lots that is.
When would we know that? The only thing that made me nervous about that is that Martin, there's no time certain as to when that's coming versus
Right.
The first one would be. The other ones would not be.
Right, but the majority of the homes are built after the first map, first final map, right? Because he's saying maximum.
About 20% of them.
Yeah.
You're gonna start with 4 houses.
So, I mean,
But the
I personally could go with, you know, the upfront capacity charges, and maybe we compromise between the 20 and 50, and then pay the first final map. Well, then I just go on like the annual basis. You know, it's July 1st, and you're paying 20% or 25%, but I wouldn't have it strung out over more than 3 to 5 years. I mean, but Martin, you can say that's kind of like crazy, but.
I mean, that's kind of what we structured in our letter was after the first final map, every final map we record, we're paying 100%. So it becomes simple after the first map.
There's no time certainty to it.
Yeah, there's no
That
time
sounds like
certainty,
the-
And we can only keep our tentative map alive so long, so we have to keep recording final maps. It's Subdivision Map Act. So,
Well, yeah, but you can get extensions on those too.
yeah, I mean, we could keep it alive up to 10 years.
Right.
Yeah, I don't think we want to.
So there's this idea of getting higher than 20, somewhere in that neighborhood of the initial capacity. There's the first map to be done, and then we get all the capacity charges for that first final map, and then a scheduled time for the remainder of the charges over a certain block of time.
Right.
Did you want to make that an informed
It
motion?
seems like we would start with 50.
That's directions.
It seems like we'd start with 50, because then that would feed in the regulations. We wouldn't even entertain it if there was less than 50 units.
So our regs are only five or less, we don't.
I know, but that's what I'm saying, but if we have to change something and say, well, because if everyone's gonna.
Oh, less
like,
than, yeah, I see
we
what
have to
you're
make
saying.
a policy change, then we would.
Yeah, that's where,
Well, the policy change
that's
then
where we're
is
gonna
separate.
struggle, right?
Yeah. but
Everything's
have to
gonna
consider
be negotiated in the future.
The policy thing, I mean,
Each one
this is
different.
gonna
That's
take
gonna
a
be
lot of
tough for us.
negotiating and time and legal costs to draw up these agreements, right? So there's something about the precedent here that is, there's a whole lot of cost associated with doing a variance or something like this,
Yeah.
by just keeping it status quo. So maybe there is a opportunity to come back and look at the, in the,
Section 10.
section 10, to reflect where it says anything over four meters, you know, it is all up front. Maybe there's a way to massage that into some other definition, and we might just have to look at that, so we're not getting a
Poor Shannon's gonna get the brunt of it.
Yes. So I
agree with that.
haven't weighed in yet.
right?
Yes, I agree with that.
Because this is in order to develop this, as Dustin says, I mean, there's a lot of nuances in terms of this agreement that we're gonna have to now negotiate back and forth with the developer. It's gonna take some time.
Right, which in theory will be able to be compensated, right? Because all this is being charged to their project, which has a deposit for our time and effort.
Okay, but it's still time and effort.
Yes, it is,
Right?
but not necessarily out of pocket.
And each one could be different.
Right, we
Yes,
want to avoid
absolutely.
that.
We want to
We
avoid
do want to avoid that, and probably the conservative route, which the district has chosen over all these years, is the easiest.
And that's what I vote for, just because I haven't weighed in yet.
And what do you have to say?
I have to say, Dustin, we used the word conservative and risk-free or whatever the word he was using. I said, yes.
Yes, I know.
So that's where I weigh in as far as a variance, and hearing the discussion about all the changes and what staff has said about the precedent being said, I'm voting no.
Yeah. Seems like water is the most important thing of a project, and if that's not a priority, you know, if we have to skimp on the water, that's a problem.
Well, you voted no.
I'm voting no on a variance. Yeah.
Well, I think housing is critical to our community. I think this is not a common project for growth in our area. And so I'm inclined to try to be flexible and try to find a way of looking at it, as Greg said, the holistic picture, and Laura iterated that too. Look at the policy, you know, what helps support development like this? You know, this circumstance is unique in that the entire roadway system is being put in, and all the power and all of that at once. So anyway, I just think that we need to support this kind of project.
But I do want to be clear that trying to create that middle ground, what is acceptable and what's not, is really difficult. Because it is unique, and every single request is going to have a unique determination to it. Shannon can attest to that all day long, I'm sure.
I mean, even if I was building 12 houses, I'd want it to, right?
Everyone wants it.
Everybody wants it.
But it's easier to say no to you, Chris.
It is, that's correct.
You're such a nice guy.
I'm
But
just-
really,
I'm sorry, I just want to be clear that even though what I said is sure, we could go in and try to massage it and make a determination, but that's going to take an effort of a crystal ball ourselves.
Right.
And we just don't know.
And that's why I want to set the threshold high enough that it won't impact the most of these other lots.
Exactly.
So that's why, you know, to me, minimum of 50 or 50% of the project, or something that will not set the precedent that, well, you gave them only 20 lots, and, you know, why, I only have 20 lots, and so you should give me 2, you know? You know, so we just need to make sure that we've thought it out, and if we set the precedent and say, well, yeah, you only have to pay 20 when you're developing 240.
Mhm.
And someone that's developing 20 is saying, well, I should only have to pay for 2, or,
Right, if you have a minimum threshold that the project has to have 100 homes, let's
Yeah.
say, then you can structure something that would be different than if it's under 100. It just seems like it's all or nothing now, and at a certain scale, that makes sense, but at a certain scale, I think that potentially makes the project infeasible, so.
So what I'm hearing is that we're gonna work on an agreement with this particular developer, and then at the same time, we're gonna take a look at.
Can I just ask a
If
question?
it's approved. And then the other part would be that we need to look at our policy to see if we as staff could come up with some recommendation or adjustment potential to the policy so that, again, we get to a point where Shannon has a clear black and white discussion with anybody coming in the future, right? That just says, here it is, and there's nothing I can do about it, versus here it is, and we can negotiate back and forth.
Right.
Mhm.
Go ahead, Martin.
Yeah, am I hearing that if I talk to the ownership and I basically say, look, 50 kind of seems to be the minimum number, because when you kind of look at, Timberwood in the 40s, some of these other subdivisions in 30, 38, something like that, you guys are variances, you're trying not to set a precedent. So if you get to 50 initially, you feel that has a certain scale that you're not going to hear variances every other month, and it somewhat keeps the intact of your current policy. If I can get them to agree with that and we come back with an agreement of that, do I generally have consensus with the board? Again, we're not that far out. We're within the year of when this final map's coming. So I can talk to the ownership. They'd have to put in more money. You're talking 30 times, another $350,000. But, I could certainly talk to them. I just don't want to go of the way of an absolute no, because we might not see this project happen. It's that big. So that's what I'm asking.
And my argument on that one in particular about being supportive of housing, that we have already supported housing by having capacity and treatment plants in place, ready to go. As far as our contribution to housing, I think it's already there. So that's why I remain opposed to it. What's that? I mean,
So
we
do you want to
go ahead.
do a poll on, because Martin, I say go for it, go back to the ownership and see if they'll go for 50.
Can I
And that
ask
gets
Shannon?
us off the hot
Can I
seat.
ask Shannon a question first?
Oh, yeah.
Is 50 reasonable for you? I mean, we're trying to cover you, because we don't want everyone saying, well, you made this exception, and so we want that deal.
We didn't make the exception.
Yeah, no.
We're making the exception.
I would use the argument that the board made a decision, whether it was 20% of the overall, if it was over 100% or 100 parcel development. I will definitely use some criteria of why you made the decision to grant the variance.
Right.
Some people accept my reasoning per policy and they go away and don't ever ask the question again, and they pay the bill. Other people will ask the question, and then it might be contact the GM or the director and ask your question. If you want a variance of something that I can't help you with, then that's the, avenue that you have after you won't accept what I'm enforcing. So I'm not gonna say 50 is a great number that I can hang my hat on in the future. But I will definitely use whatever, structure you guys are making your decision on going forward.
Mhm.
I think you're just looking at me, say something
Okay,
here.
so make a motion, Karen. Make a motion.
Well, okay, so, I'm gonna try the motion? Oh,
Sure,
good.
go ahead.
Okay, those
So,
you have
no.
Chris informs me that you already have a motion.
Oh, yes, we do. Sorry.
What is it?
We have a.
Oh, we read it at the beginning.
Right,
Yeah.
right. So we have a motion
We need to
to
amend it.
request for variance. It doesn't say specifics, right? But,
So if the board is inclined to move forward in a different direction, I would suggest a substitute motion.
okay.
All right, I'm going to, may I make a
Offer a
substitute?
substitute?
Yes,
Yes,
I'll offer
absolutely.
a substitute motion.
Okay. Okay.
which is that we ask NID Management Legal Counsel and Mr. Wood to work together to create a revised proposal based on 50 homes being, capacity fees being paid upfront, and a schedule for payment of subsequent,
210.
Capacity fees?
yeah, capacity fees being paid on an annual basis.
Okay.
For how long though? How long? We need to put a sunset on that because
All right, I'm gonna
there could
say
be a
4.
lot of things happen over, like, I would say within 3 years. Or,
right.
you know.
I'd go 4.
Okay, we got 2 4s and 1 3.
It's gonna take a year to break ground.
Well, that's true.
All right, well, you're gonna say 4, everybody okay with 4?
Yes.
All right, all right.
Okay,
So
do we have,
50, and so every year 50, or every year has however many are done?
The remaining,
the remaining,
It would have to be
25%, I would assume.
Yeah.
yes,
Okay, so that's what
yes,
I'm saying.
exactly,
Yeah, it's basically
Okay.
200 or 190 left over 4 years.
yeah,
So a minimum of 25% per year.
right.
But beginning with 50 and then the remaining 25% after.
do I have a second on the motion?
Or
I'll
if
second it.
I still have a question about the motion.
You could have,
Or what if the first year it's gangbusters and they get, their next phase has way more than 25%?
It'll be the greater of
Greater of.
25%.
oh, there you go.
Okay.
Good question. Good question. Okay, any further discussion?
We can repeat that motion.
Madam Secretary, would you repeat the motion and call the roll?
And we may have public.
Oh, geez.
Was that a joke or do you have?
No, I need to do public comment first, because I always forget that. I'm sorry. Thank you, Dustin. Okay. Any member of the public like to weigh in on this subject, Loma Rica subdivision capacity fees?
Okay.
Variance. If you'd like to comment, star 9 on your phone.
Yeah, we got one other
Oh, I'm sorry.
clarification. We can wait till you're done with public comment if you like, or we can say it now.
I am seeing no public comment.
No public comment. Okay, go ahead.
Confirming the first 50 that would be due, is that due upon conveyance of the system, or is that due sooner than that?
Question. Good question.
Typically, the capacity fees would be due prior to acceptance, which means they could basically build the facility, and then when they're ready to hand it to us, they would pay.
Is that what you normally do?
That's what we normally do.
Whatever you normally do, I think.
Yes.
What- Be
All right, so
consistent.
Yeah.
We want to be as consistent as possible.
We'll do 50 as at time of conveyance of the facilities to the
Yes. Okay.
As section 10 discussed.
And then as a second piece, real quick, very quick,
Clarification.
when we come back to the board, do we come back with the board if we're ready to go with the document that has the potential to be approved at that time, or do you want to potentially see it ahead of time?
Just get it to us,
Yeah.
Okay.
get it back to you.
All right, all right.
Great.
Wait a minute, okay, so.
When we bring back the documents and the conveyance agreement
Yeah.
and whatever the additional documents we have, when we bring them back to the board to show them that document, it's gonna be a document that's ready to be signed.
That's how it was in the previous
Yeah.
item today.
Can't take too much
Yeah.
time.
So that way, if it looks good, we can just sign it and be done with it right then. Otherwise, we delay as we come back to another board meeting, which may impact their schedule for construction.
We are your signature.
Correct.
Keep going.
Okay, now,
All right, I'm done.
you're done? Dustin, did you, oh, you're just reminding me to do public comment. Okay, now, Chris,
Oh,
do you
great.
have a
I'm
motion?
gonna get a little foggy at the end here, but yes. Okay, so a motion was made by Director Cole, seconded by Director Peters. Thank you
Director
very much.
Peters, yes.
To direct NID Management, Legal Counsel, and Mr. Wood to work together to devise a new proposal, for government body, to pay for, and schedule 50 capacity fees to be paid on an annual basis
Initially.
of this, that's when it goes over 4 years minimum, and then it, like, somebody says 25%, that's why that's there.
50 to be paid up front.
The greater of.
Paid up front, and then the
Per
balance to
policy.
be paid for policy.
There we go. Okay,
The
There's
greater
the
of.
sign, and then the balance, to be paid annually over 4 years.
greater,
Or the greater of
right,
And/or the greater of,
or, yeah,
the final
final map.
phase map.
or the greater of, whatever the greater is. If their final map comes in and
Phase map.
it's 40 parcels, they're gonna pay, or, I don't know, 25% of it, 190, but anyway. So,
And/or the greater of the final map, is that correct? Okay.
Okay,
they,
You ready?
yeah.
ready? Are we ready?
That was it.
Madam Secretary, would you call the roll, please?
Gladly. Division 1,
Yes.
Division 3,
Aye.
Division 5,
Yes.
Division 4, Division 2.
No. Okay,
Thank you.
thank you, Doug and Shannon. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Wood.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. And we'll take.
And we are live.
We're live. Okay, we're back in session. Next item, 11, liens for delinquent water accounts. Okay, so we don't need a motion to start this, right? No. All right, go ahead, Chip.
Yeah, good afternoon again, Board. We kind of approached this topic back in February, if you recall. We discussed ag water accounts and those that were delinquent, and that we wanted direction from the board as to whether we should provide water for this year, even though they hadn't paid. You guys gave us direction in that, and we appreciated that. Thank you. We're now here for the second half of this. The second half of this is now we have a multitude of accounts that remain delinquent, and it's that time of year in which we would normally place these delinquent accounts on the tax roll to get collection through the county. Couple things that have made this a challenge for us is, number one, as you all remember, Governor Newsom in April of 2020 enacted an executive order that basically said that water purveyors cannot turn off people's water service for lack of payment. We have followed that rule, and we have our own resolution that states that as well. However, what that has led to is an unusually high amount of delinquent accounts for this year. We are at the point in time where we need to go to the county to see about collecting on those delinquent accounts, because if we don't do that within the year of the time they have become delinquent, we lose the ability to do so. The staff report kind of provides to you the balance that we're up against this year. For 2021, it is basically 1,262 parcels for a delinquent balance of $305,518. That's a really large amount for us. I will also state, though, that if the board directs us to move forward with the process, we will reach out to all these folks once again, let them know that they're past due, let them know that inaction will result in a lien and collection through the tax rolls. And a lot of times, once we do that notification, people pay, and so hopefully this number goes down. We don't have to go with this many to the county, but that's kind of where we're at. And basically, we wanted to go back before you again, make sure you're aware of this, make sure that you're also aware that the governor's EO did not say anything about the fact that you can't collect on these accounts. It just says you can't turn off their water. In fact, this line from the executive order by the governor says, "Nothing in this order eliminates the obligation of water customers to pay for water service, prevents a water system from charging a customer for such service, or reduces the amount a customer already may owe on a water system." So to me, that gives us the authorization to continue forward with collection. We just can't shut off their service. So with that, I will open it up to questions.
Chip, do we know the percentage of raw water to treated water that is in that that $300,000 balance?
I'll defer that to Aurora. She is the numbers expert.
Okay.
So I don't have it in a percentage. I can tell you that roughly $183,000 are treated water customers.
Okay.
So 60%.
Yeah, roughly.
Go ahead, Rich.
I have one, I'm sorry, I have one other question for Chip and Aurora on this. So is the governor's order still in effect? In other words, if we lien, then going forward, people have to pay or they get turned off, or like, where are we? in the process.
So if we go to the lien stage, in other words, go to the county tax rolls, it really doesn't involve shutting water on or off anymore. It basically just means that as the county collects taxes from these parcels, part of that comes to us for repayment of their past due balance.
No, I get that. I guess what I didn't ask the question, it's late for me. So what I really mean is the governor's no shut-off order still in effect?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Okay, so it's likely that we will do this again in another year?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I wanted. Well, I'm in favor of leaning. I think that's the best way to ensure we get paid.
Director, go ahead.
2 comments, are you ready for a motion, or do you want to go first?
No, go ahead.
So it's an average of $250 per customer. The $305,000 is equal to about 1.2% of our water rate increase. So it's a significant amount. And I think before we lose our legal remedies, we should lean.
Director Peters.
I concur.
So,
Director Hall.
I concur. Do we need some
do
motion?
you need direction or a motion?
We were just after direction. I don't believe
We're
that.
gonna come back with a resolution, right?
Yes, correct.
With parcels listed and normal process. So
Mhm.
I think we're good.
That was easy and quick. Thank
Okay.
you very much.
Thank you.
Nice.
Thank you, Aurora.
Thank you.
Thank you. Free you up.
Next item, number 12.
Don't get used to it.
Okay, number 12, board, this would be,
This is Greg Jones.
Yep, I'll go ahead and give you this item. So this is a letter agreement regarding the Deer Creek asset sale and purchase agreement. If you recall, we spoke about this before. In reviewing Deer Creek, PG&E's, the review as PG&E and NID entered into this purchase and sale agreement, the purchase and sale agreement of the Deer Creek Powerhouse and the Yuba River Canal, is at the FERC's hands at the moment in order to transfer that license to NID. In the purchase and sale agreement, it was given a 24-month turnaround time, so that agreement was good for 24 months. Within that agreement, NID found that Section 13(1)C of that agreement stated that if both FERC approval and CPUC approval are not obtained within this 24-month window, then both or one of the applicants can walk away from the deal, no question about it. So this letter is, so we were directed by the board to seek this letter agreement, which basically reinstates both of our commitments to the purchase of this asset and moving forward. And so with that, legal has both worked from the PG&E and NID legal counsel have worked together to create this letter agreement. It is now signed by the Director of Portfolio Strategy and Hydro Licensing at PG&E and committing to their side of moving forward with the sale. Again, we're sort of waiting. Neither party, neither NID nor PG&E, really have full insight or clarity as to the holdup on the FERC side in order to transfer this license. So, despite conversations with FERC and trying to understand and communications with PG&E, we're just uncertain of when that is going to occur. So, this is a resolution in front of you in order to direct me to sign this letter, and I think it gives us an additional March 3rd to 31, 2023 to then revisit this conversation if we have to. So it's not an indefinite timeframe.
Director Johansson.
Let's have a motion.
I'll take public comment first.
Motion then.
No, public comment first.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
Yep.
So did first, yeah, I'm befuddled again today, so that's good. So do you want a comment?
No.
Okay, just looking, how about anybody else? Okay, is there any public comment on this item before us? Okay, star 9 your phone, you want to comment on, this letter? Okay, seeing none, now I will entertain a motion. Make a motion.
I'll make a motion to adopt resolution 2021-12 of the approval of a letter agreement regarding Deer Creek asset sale and purchase agreement, and authorize the interim general manager to execute the appropriate documents.
Okay, second. Moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion by the board? Madam Secretary, will you call the roll, please?
Division 1,
Yes.
Division 3,
Aye.
Division 5,
Yes.
Division 4,
Aye.
Division 2.
Aye. Thank you very much. Greg?
Okay, thank you very much, Board. We'll get that done. So
Okay.
we'll move on to item 13.
Item 13.
All right.
Are you that one also?
Well, I'll introduce it, then I'll hand it over to Nasa King, who's on the line. Can you hear us, Nasa?
Yes, I can. Good afternoon.
Okay, great. So I'm just going to hand it on over to Nasa. She's been working hard on bringing this forth. It's a great opportunity for NID to pick up some state funds in order to do some more forest fuel and fire reduction projects on our property. So Nasa, do you want to give us an overview and a background?
Yes, please. So what we have before you is a resolution to allow us to apply for a grant to the Sierra Nevada Conservancy. In April, they were given $20 million. It was appropriated from the general fund to address wildfire and forest resilience priorities in the state. They've invited us. This is essentially a directed grants program. We've been invited to propose one of our highest priority treatment areas. So what you have before you is a description of approximately 400 acres that we would like to treat on the canyon of the Bear River watershed. It's essentially district-owned property between Weimar and Lake of the Pines, well, between Weimar and Black Horse. This project would complete 400 acres of fire fuels treatments using mastication and hand crews. We're aware that this area has significant environmentally sensitive resources. So we've budgeted in additional funding, understanding we'll have special treatment units. We've had 2 weeks to jump and put this together, and I think we have a very strong proposal. Luckily, much of the survey work had already been done in that area, and we will be using a fairly streamlined process where we can obtain a CAL FIRE exemption because we will be using pre-approved practices. We'll work with our consulting forester, Kevin Whitlock, to lay the project out on the ground and to ensure that our work is aligned with really sound ecology as well as practices that are pre-approved under this exemption document. The bottom line is we are requesting $1.3 million, $1.325 million. The district would be providing about a $200,000 in-kind match in the form of staff time to administer this project and to manage it, as well as we've captured our work in this area. We pushed in a fuel break in 2019. So we've already invested in this area, recognizing it's a very strategic zone to treat. Given the density of the forest community, this is a ponderosa pine, mixed conifer, hardwood type of a community with a very high fire risk. And so this work will effectively protect not only the adjacent communities, that would include Colfax and Weimar on the Placer County side, Lake of the Pines and North Auburn as well, but it would begin a cross canyon fuel break, which is a very strategic advantage for fire suppression in the big picture as well. So I think that's my quick, knowing you've been through a very long day, my quick summary of it. Are there any questions? Or?
Director Peters.
Thank you, Nasa. This is very exciting. It's really good to be able to take advantage of some of these grant funding to do this work. Is this the Parker Ranch property?
Yes, it is. and adjacent parcels. It's not just the Parker Ranch property is about a 500-acre property, and we've also linked it to the parcels on the other side of the Bear River. So I know the map we provided you, we have many more maps now, but the map that we provided you shows those parcels with the heavy dark outline. So we would be working in both counties, in Nevada and Placer County, because ideally we would treat across the river there as well. And so we have district-owned parcels at the bottom of the river as well.
So both of those, all the parcels we're treating are parcels.
Yes.
Yeah. I like it. I do. Yeah. I would like. I have one quick thing about a couple things about the resolution. Well, I've got the floor, I guess. We'll have to execute this before the general manager comes on, right? So it says maybe we need to appoint the interim general manager to approve it. I don't know if that's critical. But there was number 6, right, on page 2 of the resolution.
Oh, okay.
So let's just make it the interim if it's not going to be before June.
Oh, yep.
And then also the third line, it says, and so on. I think we should be a little more specific. I mean, if we could just say in all other management duties require something that's a little more specific than, and so on.
Same item number 6?
On item number 6, right, all of my comments are on item number 6. And so, you know, to the applications agreements, payment requests, and project management duties, or something that's more all-inclusive instead of, and so on.
Common legal language is to have something like reasonable further assurances.
Okay.
Because I'm sure I've seen those clauses, but that's kind of a catch-all is what I hear you saying.
Yeah.
So maybe we can get that language updated from.
So let me read it just a second. So number 6 is all we're modifying. Appoint its interim general manager or designee as agent to conduct all negotiations, execute and submit all documents, including but not limited to applications, agreements, payment requests, and reasonable further assurances, which may be necessary for the completion of the aforementioned project.
I think that's good. Yeah. We don't want to throw the kitchen sink in there, not that maybe we take advantage of it, but, you know, just to be a little tighter on things. Yeah, so I'm way in favor of this. I think it's great.
Is that a motion?
I'll make a motion. Does anyone else have comments?
Oh, I'm sorry.
I just want to acknowledge your work, Nathan. I think this is so important for the district, and I really appreciate your leadership, both here at the district, but in our community more broadly. Your reputation precedes yourself. So, anyway, thank you so much for your work on this.
Thank you for your very kind words.
And I ditto that. You know, Nasa, you're a star, both in the community and at NID. And boy, thank you for always bringing these grants to us, for being on the lookout, you know, for money wherever you can find it, both here and at Cabby. So thank you. Thank you, thank you.
Nasa, you get money for us that we don't have to find.
That's right.
And it's not just me. I really do have to say that and there's many of us that are working on this. I've been reaching out. We've had 2 weeks to pull this together. I've been in Greg's ear, and I've got Cameron working with me. So thank you, but it's a team effort. Thank you very much.
It is, but you're the leader of the band there, and I appreciate it. So thanks.
Thank you. I will get a trombone.
Sounds like a good plan.
Director Johansson.
Yeah, my daughter Olivia has a parachute chute ready for you. She wants to go skydiving with you.
Oh.
Remember Olivia? No. Yeah, anyway. She holds you in the highest esteem, so thank you for incredible work on this. I haven't done my plug for agriculture yet, but agriculture does this on a daily basis for our district and out of pocket, you know. So it's happening all through our district where we're doing management and fuel reduction and really taking care of wildlife. So had to get my daily ag plug in there.
Okay. All right.
So we have a motion.
We have we don't have a motion. We haven't had public comment. She got me. Okay, is there any public comment on this grant application for forest treatment? Just star 9 on your phone if you'd like to comment on this resolution. Okay, seeing none, now I'll entertain a motion.
I'll do it.
Okay,
I move to adopt resolution 2021-13, approving the application for grant funds for the Immediate Action Wildfire and Forest Resilience Directed Grant Program 2021 Sierra Nevada Conservancy Watershed Improvement Program, and authorize the interim general manager to execute the appropriate documents. As amended.
moved and seconded. Any further discussion by the board? Madam Secretary, will you call the roll, please?
Division 1,
Yes.
Division 3,
Aye.
Division 5,
Yes.
Division 4, aye, Division 2.
Aye. Okay, thank you. Next item.
Thanks, Nathan.
Thanks, Nasa.
Nathan,
I always
great job.
forget to thank the person on the screen. Okay, next item is the warrants. And, I see Marvin on the screen.
Yeah, how come you're on the screen, Marvin?
Oh, you need to unmute yourself.
Unmute.
Come in here,
Isn't he
come on,
right
Marvin.
next door?
Yeah, you're right next door.
Can't hear you, Marvin.
He's coming. That is great. That's like texting your roommate, right?
IT,
We do
set
that.
him up.
We do that in my house.
Yeah, well.
Do you?
Yeah. Well, I live upstairs, he lives downstairs. Just texting, right?
That's when I need to start doing the story, because we yell.
Yeah.
Yeah, you probably know, let's go. You knew you were just around the corner, Marvin.
Yeah. I was listening, I was doing another, meeting. So these are the warrants.
Turn your mic on.
Good afternoon, board,
Good afternoon, Marvin.
and to the public. These are the warrants and the project report and the investment report. Nothing, unusual for this, area of the, for this time, we did invest an additional $10 million that we sent back out long-term during this report. So we're continuing to send more out long-term because the rates are continuing to adjust. Late right now, it's about 0.3, 0.4 of a percentage point. And so we're sending them back out long-term.
So this was the money that was in LEAP.
Yes, this is money. Late, we had, the rates were moving, the financial market was moving so fast, right? We had about 70 million in LEAF, and now, as of today, we got about 30 million.
Oh, good.
And so I'm gonna probably push it all the way down to about 10, 15 million, and the rest we send out through that process. So things are moving. I mean, at this point, it doesn't appear that the long-term rates are gonna pick up right now. It's kind of hard to foresee them picking up right now. It's just they're about where they are.
Well, the Fed took action today, keep them at zero.
There you go. So there's a lot of uncertainty in the financial market. So this is the best time to actually borrow money. This is the best time to do projects.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. We won't talk about projects at this point. That would be
Okay.
right.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Are there any questions for Marvin on the warrant?
I have a couple questions, and I don't know if you can answer them right now, but, you know, this Kessner versus Santa Clara, now we got money back from them. We paid them money, and now we're getting money back. I can't remember what that was for.
So that is an action related to, it's a class action related to Proposition 218.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't recall how many, cities and special districts are, all throughout the state. It's a large case.
Yeah.
We're actually not directly representing the district in this matter. We retained another firm that is, representing many of those 60-some-odd, public agents that are the subject of this litigation. don't know offhand why we would be receiving funds.
I don't recall that either.
Yeah, we got
I can
16,000,
figure that
and then
out.
we got, we got an 11,000 positive balance.
I wasn't privy to
12,000.
that. I'm not sure, or I don't recall.
And that kind of leads to just a higher level question on the projects page, page 3 of 10, on the project. There's all these revenues this month. And, the reservoir sediment study, we got $62,000 back.
Oh, yeah.
See, we got $80,000 back. Why are all the revenues?
So what's happening here for the month of April, this is our, the counting rules. So for these credits you see here are not actually monies. These is expenses that belong in the prior period. So, because we don't post cash back, we continue to pay cash in this year. And at the end of April, we determine which expenses belong in the prior period, the prior year, and we push them back.
So that's probably what
That's probably what the answer is on there.
That's what I think so.
Yes,
Okay, that's right. And so pretty soon we're gonna get our final end of year summary of expenses for 2020.
Yes, typically at the end of April, the March report, at the end of April. The end of April, we will know the actual expenses for last year.
Okay.
And then that cash amount is the cash amount is really not going to change because we're not going to push cash back. The cash amount's going to stay, but it will affect truly what we earned in net income because we'll push some more expenses back. We didn't have that many pushback this year. This year we only accrued back about $750,000. Normal years is about $2.5 million, but COVID still slowed up a lot of work at the end of the year, 2020. So as a result of that, a lot of those expenses didn't come in.
That's what it is. So, good. So I look forward to the final expense. And I like to keep the end of the year so I know year by year
What we start, yeah.
summary of everything. So that's good. Well, that makes sense then. Okay.
Yeah.
That answers my question.
Okay. Anybody else?
Great job.
Any public comment on the warrants today? Start on your phone. Any public comment? Last chance for the warrants. Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to approve the check register and receive and file the project and facility and investment transaction reports for the period ending April 19th, 2021.
Very good.
Second.
All right. Second. Director Peters, second. Okay, Madam Secretary, will you call the roll, please?
Division 1,
Yes.
Division 3. Aye. Division 5,
Yes.
Division 4. Aye. Division 2.
Aye.
Thank you, board.
Okay, thank you, Marvin.
Thank you.
Yep, always a good job. Okay, next, interim general manager's report.
Okay. Thanks, board. Good afternoon. So I just got a few items to update you on. We continue to work, I think I mentioned last time, this FERC additional information request regarding our Rica license relicensing. We are coordinating with both PG&E, PCWA, and YWA on finding the technical responses and working with them on getting the technical responses that FERC is asking for, and those are for modeling flows and temperatures through our system. So they've asked PG&E, YWA, and NID. PCWA is in this conversation because of their connection with PG&E Water. So the four agencies are working together to work on a different number of modeling systems. We are pretty close to finalizing some economic projections that they have asked for us, and we anticipate having those done in time for 90 days post their request, which would be first part of June 7th, June 8th. We are also going to file with them probably in the following week, next week, an extension request. So we're going to ask for an extension, and all three agencies are going to file an extension request at the same time, individually, but in coordination, because we're working together on the modeling run, and it's going to take about at least 8 to 10 months to to run these, models. And then, of course, we gotta go through NIMS in order to, consult with them. So, long time in coming, but this is part of the FERC relicensing process. So, more to come on that, but just wanted to let you know that we're working closely with all those agencies right now. In terms of the recreation in the upper division, both rec and our hydro, department met with the Nevada County Sheriff, and the sheriff has, agreed to, and actually, I believe came to us originally, to utilize the Bowman House as a staging area for them throughout the summer, so that there is a Nevada County Sheriff presence along the Bowman Road and up the corridor, which is fantastic.
That is fantastic.
Excited. We're really excited. So thank you to the Nevada County Sheriff's Office and Nevada County for reaching out to us and helping us with this. I think they see the benefit of having police presence during this extremely dry year, and with the amount of fires that are inevitably going to be going on in terms of campfires, illegal campfire locations.
Did you say Bowman House or the Bear River?
The Bowman House up
The
above.
Bowman House.
Yeah, they'll be staging there. So they may have a quad that we allow them to put in there, and there's a little garage area, and so we're going to work with them on putting some equipment up there so that they don't have to haul it back and forth, and a little side-by-side or a quad so that they can get around that area easily and effectively. So we're really excited about that. We're also working and coordinating, Monica is working with the Nevada County Supervisor, Hardy Bullock, has started a high tourism recreational impacts for kind of the Truckee and Upper Division Nevada County area, and so we're engaged with them and helping that group kind of talk about the upcoming tourist season and how to deal with what we anticipate to be high recreation interest in the Upper Division as well as the whole Truckee area. So there's a consortium of different agencies and organizations and nonprofits and working together to talk about different ways to contain and message appropriate camping and recreation tourism activities in the time of what we saw last summer was an explosion in the Upper Division area for people just to go and try to get away from the town and the cities.
They took their boom boxes with them.
Yeah, take the boom boxes.
They don't know quiet.
We're working on the urban water management plan process. We talked about that a little bit today. We do know that the goal of the state is to have us to have our urban water management plan conducted and submitted by the end of June. Given the fact that we want the public to review, so kind of hindsight looking back on our process for the ag water management plan, we want to allow the public, we want to give enough time for the public to review the draft urban water management plan in enough time, and we're thinking about 3 weeks before we have a couple workshops in there. One would be at a board meeting. I'm thinking probably we're planning for the middle of June, so the 21st, 23rd, I think, is the June board meeting. And then maybe that next evening or soon thereafter, we'd have another workshop for an evening for the public to be part of it. So that's the idea, but to have the urban water management plan in draft form to be out on the street for a few weeks. So we're targeting for June 2nd to be on the street, and then have the first workshop at the board meeting around the June 23rd moment, and then an evening meeting workshop soon thereafter, probably the next day. That means that we're not gonna make the deadline for the state. And we think that's okay. We don't think there is great.
We're not gonna go to jail.
We don't think there's great risk. Urban water management jail, as Dustin wanted me to go to, and the ag management plan, I haven't been there yet. So, we feel that it's better to give the public enough time and opportunity to review. We have a couple workshops. We bring it back to the mid-July board meeting for, public hearing. Again, if we need to go back and come back to another meeting after that. So that would give us at least 3 meetings with the public, to discuss it, and we'll see where we get to. So just wanted to give you a forewarning, that's kind of the plan, where we're at.
3 meetings enough?
I don't know,
I think that's subjective.
that's, yeah,
How many meetings
the
are
ag was 4 meetings, and,
It's gonna be a little more.
well, if we're in agreement, which I believe we kind of were last time when I spoke about these demand numbers, we can pick up these big scale demand numbers in that the raw water master plan, which is the plan for water process, is the development of our long-term capital program. This urban plan is not. It might inform some of those activities, but we don't use it in terms of, at least that's not how it's traditionally been used. It's a state mandated and very, bless you, and,
Thank you.
and very state-specific directive, so we fill in the boxes. We will be using some projections, demand and supply projections, that are based upon somewhat of our hydrology and hydraulic TNMs that we presented last fall. We will talk about those in the urban plan, and we will dig into some of those assumptions that are there. But we don't anticipate digging deep into the real detail rationale. We really want to save that, and I hate to use the word save it, and I don't want to piggyback or leapfrog it, but the raw water master plan and the plan for water is really, in terms of what staff defines as a strategic document to look forward and start building our capital program or continue building our capital program from, it's that raw water plan, not necessarily the urban water management plan. So that's why I'm hoping that it won't take 7 months to do the urban water management plan, but I think if we do get a little sideways into the numbers themselves, I think we've got a better trajectory in the urban plan to kind of give you guys a more of a feel of what the assumptions are within those projections that are in the urban. I think we'll get a lot further down the road, but to really digging into those assumptions in terms of, by parcel, what's the soft service area, and I know some of those are questions. We're really hoping we can move through the urban plan, get to the plan for water and the raw water plan, and then we've got a whole series of public engagement processes from that point forward in the fall. So that's kind of the general plan.
Thank you for making your efforts to engage the public in this way and to be responsive and sensitive to how things went last time with the ag plan, and so anyway, I appreciate that.
Yeah, sure, for sure. We learned a little bit. Always learning.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Finally, I think, let's see, that's about it. That's all I have.
Thank you, Greg. Next, Board of Directors, items or reports. Who would like to go first? Director Peters?
Sure, I'll go first. I've met with a few constituents over the past few weeks, because we didn't do our management update last time. And so over the last month, several constituents have reached out to me concerned about the water rates discussion. And so it's on a lot of people's minds. And so I've been meeting with people, hopefully we'll get that resolved. And so also I attended, it was an amazing, it's called the California Beaver Summit. And it's online. It was a 2-day workshop. It was phenomenal. It was so inspirational. And so I recommend, it was informative about beavers. That who knew there was this huge population of people that study beavers. And beavers have been building dams for millennia. And so it was just fascinating of things that we can do and what we can learn from beavers. And it's on, the address is cabeaversummit.org. I encourage all of you guys. It's really inspirational. It was fantastic. So I wanted to get that plug in for those guys. They did a great job. And then last week I met with the principal engineer of Nevada County to discuss projects of common interest. Kind of what put them on my radar is there's been a lot of interest. They've done their initial study for the Dog Bar Bridge replacement, and it's lit up a lot of people. A lot of people are really, really interested in that project. And NID happens to own land right where they're putting the bridge, and so everyone's coming to NID wanting to know, well, I've gotten lots of calls about this, and so I called the guy and got an appointment with him, and so I met with him. And so they're working through their, have they been in contact with you, with staff?
Not spoken.
Yeah, because it's going right through our land. I mean, it's highly impacting our land. And so, anyway, I just want to put it on your radar, because there's a lot of buzz about it.
I can't say that our staff hasn't.
Yeah, I just wanted to put it on your radar. And so, and then I attended a 2-day Water Education Foundation class on all things water. They have speakers on water rights, water law, sustainable groundwater, and just groundwater in general, legislative processes, and just hot topics in California water. So it's really quite interesting. It was kind of a review course for me, but it was good to keep current and hear about all that's going on in California water these days. So it was very informative. That's it.
Okay, Director Heck.
Well, I have, the only thing I have to report is I am a new grandma, which is just great. And that's it. I'm doing a lot of grandma care here. And as you all know, I'm in Indiana. So that's the end of my report for now. And I'm looking forward to coming home and digging back in, I'll tell you.
Okay, thank you, Ricky.
Thanks.
Director Hull.
Well, I wanted to start by just thanking the NID staff for turning our irrigation water back on, because I have been one of the desperate ones out there, hand watering 900 peonies and 2,000 ranunculus. And it has been tedious, and every day I just think, oh, we are so blessed to have NID as a backbone of our community. And so I know there probably aren't that many staff listening to this meeting, but I hope the message is conveyed to them as that they make a difference every day to every person who's an NID customer. The other things I've been working on, I did a newsletter to constituents in my division, and that I was surprised that people actually read it, and NID provides great fodder for the newsletter content. So if you're looking at their press releases, there you go. And so anyways, that has worked really well, and if people are interested in knowing more about that, I'm happy to tell them. And Laura and I and Greg both participated in the last Placer County Farm Bureau Board meeting, and Laura and I will be at a barbecue for the Placer County Farm Bureau representing NID on Saturday. And then I was invited to the Nevada County Farm Bureau last month, what month is it? Still this month. And that it had a really interesting discussion about their key interests, and it gives us some ideas about what we need to continue to be talking about, water rates, but also the water rights and the lose it or use it or lose it, their river rights, and adequacy of water storage, top issues of their mind, not a surprise. That's what I think.
Thank you. Director Johansson.
I'm just happy to have water at any price right now. I mean, not that we've got to keep the water rates as reasonable as possible. But the name of the game in California is having it right now. Right. And Dustin gave you a little bit of oversight, but people are scrambling. Yeah. And things are drying up. Again, San Joaquin Valley, they think 20% of the arable land, or farmland, will be fallow, ultimately. That's a lot.
A lot. Okay, for me, thank you, Rich. For me, I've been contacted by two constituents surrounding Rollins Lake. They're going to start up a Firewise, community Firewise committee, whatever they call it, and it takes in it's eastern or borders Rollins Lake and that area over there on Merchant Springs Road, and so that's happening Friday night. And of course, we're going to be tagged for. I'll be ready. I said, we're getting grants, we're doing this, okay? But And then another one with concerns about what NID is proposing to serve water to an area out there. So it's been interesting, what's going on around Rawls Lake. And that's all I have. Okay, with that, we'll take public comment on items to be considered in closed session. We'll be moving to closed session. Anyone like to comment on closed session items on the agenda? Star 9 your phone. Okay,
President, that we do not expect any reportable action. It'll just be direction given to legal counsel.
Direction given to legal counsel, all three.
Yes.
Okay. With that, we will close the open session, open the closed session. Thank you for joining us today.
We'll see you in a minute, Director Hack.